Hello, 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 cutie pies, and welcome back, and welcome in. How are you all doing? Do you like the— sorry, my hand's reaching up because I'm adjusting my microphone. What do you think of our cozy little vibe? Do you like it? Nice and dark? Turn down the lights, get yourself some hot cocoa, wrap up in a blanket, become the burrito you were meant to be. Welcome those sweethearts. It's such a pleasure to see you. Thank you so much to everyone who came in even before stream started. I do appreciate it. And by the way, yes, I do think I'm getting sick, so if I sound a little bit sickies, that is why. You tend to sound sick if you're getting sick. My nose is a little stuffy and I hate it. Anyway, thank you so much for coming in. I actually can only see a few of you who came in early, or because you guys came in so early and then you talked lots, which I love. I love it. Thank you so much for talking lots. But I know that Ozzy came in and said meep early. Thank you so much, awesome Ozzy, for coming in so early. And Valiant Violent, thank you so much for coming in at 11:16 and saying Mwehehehe, I am here. Hello, sweetheart, and Vash at barely a minute later. Hello, sweet Vash. Oh, a storm. Thank you so much for the thunderstorm, lovely storm. I appreciate it. And thank you for the care package, fabulous king. I appreciate that too. I'm gonna need lots of water today. Hold on, I'm reading. Strat! Sweet Strat at 12:19! Hello! Yes, I hope everyone is ready for some nice, cozy story time. I am so happy to have you guys here today. Thank you so much for showing up. We have lots of cool stuff to read. I am actually not going to adhere to the previous, what we've done in the past for our storytelling streams, is I've said if you have posted anything before the day so that my mods can look over it first, I'm not accepting anything on the day. I'm not going to do that today. However, I am going to say that if you did not write it, so you know exactly what's in it basically, and I can blame you if you put something naughty in there, and then I could say I can't let you do this anymore. Or if you would like to go to the, I posted a link to a free, royalty-free, copyright-free, public domain short story database, and if you pick from there, that is the other alternative. Anything that was posted before today or posted by a mod. So I know that we've got some stuff from Red, and I know that Sedu has read through a Lovecraftian thing that we are going to read, because I trust my mods to know what's going on in the community. We will read those, but I won't read anything else that like is just from random places. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like for today, other than the stuff that was presented before today. I feel like I've made that way more complex than it needs to be. Hopefully you'll understand. But the goal of today is for you guys to get zen, to relax, to enjoy, to lay back and listen to the sultry sounds of me going, just kidding. Sorry, it's so gross. Magnificent Monstera! Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you? It's so good to see you. Did you happen to get some brownies from Sweet Vampire? Vampire was working on brownies really, really hard the other day. And I hope that they had, I hope they got some, and I hope you got some too. And there's Vampire! Sweet Vampire, how did your brownies turn out? Did you give them to the lovely people who are helping out our favorite little Monstera? And Noah, hello, wonderful Noah, welcome in. Would you like me to call you Noah, Lover, or Ruby? Complexity go brr. Yeah, true. Sorry. I'll try and figure out what I'm trying to say before I say it. Yes, very unique for me. Normally I just go blah 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 blah. Get it? I guess I could think about, basically I'm just saying, if you're not submitting from the short story library and you have not submitted anything until today, you can't. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Thank you so much for my little pal hat, Valiant Vash. I appreciate it. Give him little squitchies behind his ears. Oh, he's so cute. Thank you, sweetheart. Dearest Dapple, welcome in, honey. How are you doing? It's such a pleasure to see you. And beautiful Publin! Hi, how are you? It's so good to see you, darling. Thank you so much for coming in. Let's see. Scrolly, scroll. Oh, Gamer! Hello, gorgeous gamer. How are you? Good main to you, darling. I hope you're having a wonderful one. I Spy Cutie Tao. I Spy Cutie King. Hola. How are ya? It's so good to see you. Oh, and Radish. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the 15 stream streak. 15 stream streak. Yay. Thank you, hon. I really appreciate it. Yeah, indeed. Yeah. Thank you so much, lovely Radish, for your support and ongoing enjoyment of the matches. It's my favorite bestest best bud ever. How are you, beautiful matches? You guys, I'm not playing favorites, but she is my favorite. That is only because she's my best friend for like the last 2 decades, so I'm very sorry no one can compete. How are you, matches? I miss you. We haven't talked for such a long time. It's really nice to see you here. How are you doing, gorgeous? My magnificent matches, the love of my life. How are you? Sorry, I'm scrolling. Piranha! Welcome in, precious Piranha. How are you doing? It's great to see you. And Patricia! Hello, precious Patricia. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Let's see. Oh, and Special! Sweet Special, thank you so much for the 3 stream streak, honey. I do appreciate it. Thank you for the 3 streams. Neat indeed. You are neat. You're cool. You're sick. I don't know what the dog's barking at. I'm sorry. Oh, Nate's just got home. That's why. Next, my toast slice jam slice. How are you? It's great to see you, honey bun. Let's see. Oh, vampire wants uppies. Uppies for vampires. Pick up the vampire. Uppy. Gently put the vampire down. Pet the vampire. Good vampire. Give me just a sec, guys. I'm just gonna say hi to Nate real quick. Oh, and Monstera also wants uppies. We can arrange that. Pick up the Monstera. Uppies for Monstera. Put the Monstera down. Scratchies for Monstera. Good Monstera. Matches! Howdy, y'all. Hope everyone's doing great. Yes, gorgeous. I missed you. How are you? It's been forever. Gundam. Hello, gorgeous Gundam. Welcome in. Oh, Radical Rogue. Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you? It's so good to see you. Let's see. Awesome Aussie! Hello! And hello, Magnificent Monstera. Nix, this is where I came in. Yeah! Gorgeous Galaria, sweetie. Thank you so much for the lurk, darling. I really do appreciate it. And oh, Dragon King, Cutie King. Thank you so much for the 3 stream streak, darling. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much for your support. I'm doing well, beautiful Bublin. Besides, I think I'm getting sick. I am good. But I'm glad that you're doing well as well. And oh, terrific Tomas! Welcome in, sweet Tomas. How are you? Mewy! Magnificent Mewy, how are you? It's so good to see ya. Precious Perry! Hello, sweet Perry. How are you doing? Are you excited for storytelling time? Storytelling time. That's better. Oh, perfect. Thank you, sweet Strat. I appreciate you pinning that. That's amazing. You're the best. Thank you so much. The best moderator ever. Please be sure to take care of yourself. Sending some warm healing vibes from Chilled Gamer Vibes. Thank you so much, gorgeous gamer. I appreciate it. You are such a doll. Thank you. And Noah, how are you? Let's see. Scroll. Do you need some lozenges? Actually, my throat doesn't hurt at all. It's just my nose. My nose is just like... Genuine question, since it occurred to me after jokingly thinking, drat, can't trick Tao into reading Journey to the West. No, I will need to look at... The longest thing I'm reading today is something I really want to read, and I'll only read it if we have time after everyone else has requested stuff. It's a 40-minute read. It is a Sherlock Holmes masterpiece. It is Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's favorite thing that he ever made. It's The Speckled Band. So we're going to read that. That one's long. That's 40 minutes, but... it should be fun, if we get to it. Like I said, I'm gonna prioritize what you guys want to do. I would go for your butt, probably. Sweet Shrimp, I would go for your butt, definitely. Welcome in! How are you doing, lovely Shrimp? Thank you so much for popping in. And Fabulous Frostbite, welcome in! Thank you so much for coming in, honey. How are you doing? Is Noah? Okay, I will call you Noah then, lovely. Thank you so much. How are you doing today, Noah? Very soon I'm gonna fix my username to my VTuber account name. Oh, fair enough, Noah, fair enough. I'm on a 120 stream streak today, and by now it would have popped up. Hope it doesn't break the streak if it did pop up and I missed it. I did see that you submitted a streak, but I'm getting into the habit of, like, as we go down the line, I'll I'll say all the thank yous and stuff. Sweet Storm, welcome in. How are ya? I have the chocolate things dogs have. Oh, they gave me a caramel. Oh, that's so cute. That's right. I'm so sorry, Monster. I forgot that you're allergic to chocolate. My bad. But yes, I'm glad they got a carob one. Is it yummy? I haven't had actually a carob. I haven't had a carob brownie before. Is it yummy? The team successfully got their sweets, enjoyed them, so I'm happy. That's wonderful, sweet vampire. I'm so happy to hear that. Well deserved. Tao, love of my life. I missed you so. Back at you, gorgeous. When do we get to talk again, Matches? You have to tell me. We're both really fucking busy and our time zones are fucked, but I love you. I miss you. Hold me. Rogue, thank you so much for the 23 streams. 23 months. Thank you so much. You get heart from me. Thank you, honey bun. Oh, sorry, Nate's grinding coffee in the background. Just low key. Thank you so much, sweetheart, for the 23 months, lovely Rogue. That is amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I really do appreciate your support and your generosity. And Patricia, everyone says hi, mi amor. He might have his headphones on. He does. Did you hear that? What did you break?
Well, there was a glass inside the air fryer.
There was a glass inside the air fryer?
Yeah, buddy.
That's weird. I don't know why we'd have glass inside the air fryer. And hello, Cutie Core. Welcome in. How are you? I'm doing well. Unfortunately, I can't stay for too long, but I'm wishing you a wonderful stream and be sure to take care of yourself. Thank you so much, gorgeous gamer. I appreciate you, hon. Thank you. Let's see. But yes, if you gotta head off, that's totally fine, gorgeous gamer. I just appreciate you coming in at all. Thank you. Oh, and there's a Tao Singer DM. I sent an emote after Ozzy went meep around 8 or something, and then promptly forgot I was here. Let's just say the music caught me off guard. Anyways, can you sing from the start, please? I can certainly try. I haven't sung that one for a while, and I'm a little bit sick, but I will give it a shot for you, beautiful Bublin, for sure. Let me catch up with stream or with chat, and then I will try that out for you. I'm so sorry that I only know that Ozzy said meep at 7 because he said it in Discord. He said, I've come in and I have said meep. And I don't actually see it in the chat, but I know that you and Ozzy love to leave little messages. It's very sweet and I really appreciate it. You guys are so lovely. But awesome, Ozzy, there's your 120 stream streak. Thank you so much. That's absolutely incredible. Holy shit. There it is. 120 is massive. That is huge. Thank you so much. 1, 2, 0. Yeah. Love you and all the pouch pals to the moon and back. I gotta go get some lunch now. Hope to be back home soon. Absolutely, sweet Ozzy. Thank you so much for dropping in, sweetie. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you so much for 120 streams of dedication and love and support. I do appreciate you. You're amazing. And thank you for the care package again, Cutie King. Appreciate that.
Hey Tom, did you hear about what happened to the man on the moon? He said a cow jumped right over him.
I didn't hear about that, but it surely made the news. I just haven't been paying attention. Thank you, Cutie Gamer. Are you sure there are no piranhas? The water looked pretty questionable to me. I even remember the line delivery of that, but I don't remember where it's from. Is that from Finding Nemo too? Thank you, sweet special. No, wait, that's not from Finding Nemo. Fuck, where's that from? I've seen that. Are you sure there are no piranhas? The water looked pretty questionable to me. I'm doing well. I'm excited to see you read my story this stream. I'm excited to read it, sweetie. We'll start from the start. Let's see. Oh wait, actually, I'm an idiot. From the Start is not one that we haven't sung for a long time. I literally sung that last time. I thought it was the other more Celine song. But yes, I will definitely try my luck with From the Start with my weird nasally voice today. Can I have Tao hugs? All my precious pals can always have hugs. Huggles for all of you cutie pies, including incuting you, Cutie King. Let's see. Let's go roll. I was forced to rest for almost a week thanks to being sick, but I'm much better now. Matches! You are responsible for my illness. You passed it across the ocean. Some cozy towel vibes are very much needed after work. Kick this exhausted ice tiger elf's tail. Frostbite, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It was so exhausting, honey. Yeah, I definitely hope that we can help you to vibe, relax, be zen. But I hope that work wasn't like bad or anything. I hope it was just, you know, work. I've been coughing up phlegm like all last week. It sucks. It does suck. It really sucks. Corrupt Core. Hello, Cutie Core. Welcome in. Wait, no. Cutie Core is correct. Corrupt. Hello, Cutie Corrupt. How are you? Who submitted the movie scripted storytelling? Do you like jazz? I love Sherlock Holmes. Yay, me too. It's been a long time since I've read any of them, but I'm looking forward to it. I have such bad memory. I've forgotten everything about all of Sherlock Holmes. I'm gonna rewatch the Benedict Cumberbatch version, which, say what you will about it, fucking love that show. Matches remembers. We cosplayed, actually, fun fact, true story. Matches and I did more of a casual cosplay, but we cosplayed Sherlock and Watson for a Halloween. So much fun at uni. That was great. Let's see. The Speckled Band is a bit longer on the home stuff that I'd expect for short story stream. Yeah, that's why I'm only gonna read it if you guys don't have anything else for me. But it is a really good story. So if I can, I would like to read it. I'm doing good. How are you? I'm great, Cutie Shrimp. Thank you so much for asking. Let's see. Scroll. Oh, thank you for the save. Saving my life, maybe, Piranha. Let's see. It was a little like coffee without the bitterness of a sweet potato. Oh, interesting food. That sounds really interesting. And you liked it though, Sweet Monstera. Does it have like the brownie consistency then? You're not like gluten intolerant, are you? So you still get like that like nice fudgy. Do you still get like the fudgy vibe? Like texture? Fresh coffee. Red's over here like smelling the air. Sweet Sam! Oh my gosh, sweetheart, thank you so much for returning to us. How are you? It's been a minute. We've missed you. Thank you so very much. What an entrance as well. Thank you so very much for 18 months of subby, darling. How are you doing, Sweet Sam? It's so good to have you back for our fabulous and super fun, vibed, chilled, storytime stream. Thank you so much for coming back in, honey. We've missed you. Let's see. He shattered the glass. Did you guys hear the glass shatter? Glass inside the air fryer happens to the best of us. I'm like, why was there? What do you mean there's glass inside? For the record, we have never cooked with glass inside the air fryer. I have no idea what he meant by that. I'll need to ask later. I said hi to Nath, but I don't remember calling him my love. He is everyone's love. Everyone shares Nath's love. Fried glass is all the rage for kids these days. Crunchy. Yesterday I blended a coffee with vanilla ice cream and caramel syrup. Wow, that sounds like it would be pretty fucking good. Special. Was it yummy? Let's see. Why did that water come from such a questionable location? Wait, where did it come from? I'm trying to see where. I don't. Oh, below. It's the only place I can put the water. No, it's not the only place. I think I can have it above me too, but I won't see it as well. And it also cuts off if we have it from anywhere but the bottom when we're doing our art or gaming streams, because I have like a little. It's you don't see it, but it's like this little invisible filter, and so. Anything that hits me, or that's why you might notice that the pals, if you like do a pal attack, or feed me or whatever during an art or game stream, it just comes from like my direct right or my direct left, and it doesn't like go from all the way across the screen. That's why. So if I have the water, it'll only come from like, it'll like essentially start like right here, and then it'll just come out of nowhere. Tarzan. Oh, it's from Tarzan. Thank you. Ah, my bad. Wow, I can't believe I remembered the quote. Like, I haven't seen Tarzan for ages. And I love that Machek is like, no, it's Tarzan. Yeah, I trust Matches. Matches is my memory. Yes, we need to chatty chat someday when life stops being busy. Yes, please. You know, it'd be even better, Matches, is if you came out here and then we could chatty chat all the time. Just saying. Everything stays? You don't have that on the song list. Oh, I don't? Maybe I got uncomfortable with it that first time. Maybe I thought it sounded bad, but but you like it, right? Maybe I'll put it back on there if you guys liked it. I'm so sorry, Sweet Bubbin. I didn't realize I took it off the song list. I think I thought I sounded bad. I'll put it back on there if you remind me though. If you liked it, I think I sung it like one time. Oh, Trix! Hello, terrific Trix. Sweetie, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. How are you doing? Welcome on in. It's corn! A big lump with nuts. It has the juice, it has the juice. Can't imagine a more beautiful thing. Woo! Thank you so much for my song, Romanticized Nightmare. Cool name. Roman, how are you? What would you like me to call you, actually? But how are you? It's great to see you. I regret nothing. Sharing is caring. Yeah, thanks for giving me your sickness. I'm kidding, Matches. I love you. Let me make sure that I pull up from the start so that I am ready for, there we go. All right, let's see. Who was Sherlock? You were Sensei. I was Sherlock. She is my Watson. Let's see, scroll. My dad has just given me my brunch. His signature Ballarat-style bacon and eggs. Yummy, Patricia. What makes them signature? Does he cook them a special way? Our love and germs are linked via satellite. This is true. This is so true. I believe so, yes. Oh, yay. Okay, yummy. Okay, I gotta try a carob, brownie. I was like fudge. Brownie, a brownie. I'm good. I just got back from Japan. Fuck yeah, sweet Sam. That's awesome. How was it? Did you want to tell us the places you visited and how amazing they were? No pressure if you don't want to, but I hope you had a great time. I'm sure you did. Let's see. Sick town beatboxing. Me trying to sound like I've crushed glass. No, I sound more like a crabby. Pyro! Hello, precious Pyro Tigrero. Hello! How are you, lovely Pyro? It's great to see you. What did you think of today's daily extinct species? I sent it in the chat earlier. Oh, I'm sorry, Prawn. I don't think I saw it. I think I was just looking for new people, and then I tuned in to what was written after I came in. Let's see. The coffee was nummy. Oh, good. I'm glad you liked it, sweet special. Tau equals cutie? My precious pals equal cutie. Do we need to make arrangements to make this happen? Wait, make what happen? Thank you for pointing out the e-brake, but alas, mine seems broken. Rust is important. Hold on. Air fried glass is not that much healthier than our oil friend glass. This is true. This is true. Oh! Chicken salt? I'm not letting Matches try chicken salt until she visits me. That's her reward, to get her out here. And then I'm going to load her up with so much chicken salt, she's gonna love it. But she's not allowed to have it until she visits me. Lovely Loudon! Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you? It's so good to see you, darling. Thank you so much for coming in. Flowers for me? For me? Thank you so much, lovely Loudon. I will treasure them forever. Oh my God, you're chill. Oh, I am so sorry. Do you want me to call you Chill still? Holy crap, how are you? It's been forever. It's so good to see you. Cool name change though, love it. Yeah, let me know what you would like me to call you. It's been a while then. My dad's signature bacon and eggs consists of toasted rye bread, Australian bacon, baked beans with capsicum and spices mixed in, poached eggs and salt and pepper. Your dad sounds like a chef, Patricia, yummy. Is the One Republic song on the list because you did amazing with their song Nobody? Oh, thank you, sweet special. I actually think I do have Nobody on there if you wanted to request it. Sacabambaspis is an extinct genus of jawless fish from the early Ordovician period, about 460 million years ago. It had a flattened body, armored head shield, and no jaws, resembling a tadpole. Discovered in Bolivia, it's one of the earliest known vertebrates, offering key insights into early vertebrate evolution. That's cool. That's interesting. Huh. I went to Tokyo, Sapporo, and Osaka. Was a great time. I got to speak all of the 4 languages I know down there, which was awesome. German, Russian, Japanese, and English. That's so cool. Are you fluent in all of those, Sam? I'm so impressed. We gotta travel somewhere sometime so that you can speak the languages that I don't speak. Slowly getting back to being online again. Also had a little bit of an art addiction lately. Let's go. There are few things more constructive and productive than an art addiction. I'm just saying. Not that I'm biased as an artist. I would never be biased. No, I'm totally impartial. Super unemotional. You guys know that. Completely devoid of any panic response. Nothing scares me. Let's see. Hey there, Apex. Welcome in. How am I feeling? I'm okay. I'm very happy to be here. I'm super excited about today. My nose is a little bit yucky, but I'm good. Dark Namari, hello, dearest Dark, welcome in. How are you doing, sweetheart? It's a pleasure to meet you. There's another me. Yummy. There is not another you, gorgeous gamer. You are one of a kind, as are all of my precious pals. But there was someone with the name of Chill earlier, a year ago, and now they have renamed themselves. So now you are the only gorgeous chilled gamer we have. My dad is indeed a chef. He does all the cooking in the house. That's amazing. He's also an amazing cook for your information. I bet he is. It sounds incredible. Also, poached eggs are hard to me. Oh my God, fucking. Devoid of any panic response. Thank you for the care package, gorgeous king. Oh my God, I need to. I'm gonna need to drink more water. I can already feel my throat being like, Dark Namari, gorgeous Namari, thank you so very much for the follow, honey. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Kate! Ah! Hello there, cutie Kate! Hello there, cutie Kate! How are you? How was your stream, honey? It's such a pleasure to have you and your lovely community. You guys, this is the fabulous Cade VT. I am gonna scroll. I'm so sorry if I missed anything important. If I have, feel free to resend it. I'm just gonna catch up with the raid real quick. But Tanks, hello, welcome in. Cade, welcome in. Hobzilla, welcome in. You guys, this is the fabulous Cade VT, an official Hunt Showdown content creator who have graced us and our realm with their presence. When they are not conquering the bayou, they embark on intergalactic adventures in Helldivers 2. Their streams do be chill and LGBTQIA+ friendly, welcoming new players to join the fray. 'Tis lit, fam. That is the truth. Welcome in, Raiders. Raiders, if you need to raid and run, that's totally cool, but if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. And I have an intro video for you. Please, have a look.
Vtuber, self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! I hope you enjoyed your quick introduction. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, all the arachnids. Thank you so much, fabulous and precious Pidgey. Wait, I want to get, oh, fuck. Oh, I almost caught one. Thank you for the pal attack, cutie caution, and welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you so much, Pidgey, for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Thank you so much for coming in. How are you doing? And Sovereign, sweet Sovereign Wind, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. How you doing? Thank you so much for the hat pat, cutie Cade. Thank you. And thank you for the pal tag, Monster. I'm so sorry I did not make the effort to catch the precious pals in my hands. There will be more times. I'm ready for story time. Let's fucking go. Yes, welcome in, Cutie Kate. You guys are just in time. We're about to start telling stories. I'm so excited. And Sleepy Skit, welcome in as well to you. Let's see, and Pidgey, welcome in, Honey Bun. Of course, seen Town on and I was free, so I had to jump in, and yeah, I had my OC finally made. Got a sheet, banner, emotes, and BFP. Very cool, congrats. That's awesome. Let's see, Sovereign, one of these days I need to make one of those intros. They're a great introduction to the basics of a streamer. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, you know what? Because I'm super scatterbrained, so I constantly forget to introduce myself. Bless you. I constantly forget to introduce myself, and it's really, really oh! Sorry, we had to have a dance break. But actually, that reminds me. Thank you for the reminder, actually, Sovereign. Hello, Sweet Sadu. Welcome in, honey. How are you doing? That reminds me though, Sovereign, thank you for the reminder. You guys, hi there, I'm Tau. Like you saw in my video, my little intro video, I'm a Tasmanian Tigers Vtuber. I'm a variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia, and it is a pleasure to have you. Also, we are doing some really cool and exciting stuff. So today we've got a storytelling stream. You guys worked up the points for that. So this is our one-off big, like 6-hour telling story stream. It's more like I'm reading stories to you, but it's good vibes. It's good vibes. Now on Sundays, we typically, so a week from today, we will. Ooh, oh, I love this guy, little Shuba Duck. Thank you so much for my Shuba, Storm. But a week from today, we will be starting Clear Obscure Expedition 33. I am so fucking hyped for this game. Do not give me spoilers. I'm gonna be so strict about this. I'm gonna tell Strat that, and Red, if you guys see like actual spoilers for that game popping up in chat, you can time the person out for 2 hours. I am so serious. I want to play this game totally blind. I do not want any spoilers. I do not want any hints. Anyway, that's for next week. I'll be super clear on that next week, but I'm super excited! And then on Mondays, Australian time, we play Monster Hunter Wilds. You guys are welcome to join in as well. We have a little Pouch Pal squad, and you guys can join in. On Tuesday nights, we are starting to play the Tasmanian Tiger 2, which is exciting. I played the first one on stream, and now we're playing the second one. I had never played any of them before I started streaming, so that was what you guys voted on. And then on Fridays, I'm an artist, so on Fridays we do art, and you guys get to come on in and request music, and it's a real good time. So I'd love to have you guys if you wanted to be there. But yeah, there you go. That's pretty much the extent of my intro. Doing well, thank you. Hope you are too. I'm doing great, Precious Pidgey, especially now that you're here, Cutie Pie. Thank you so much for showing up. When you were talking about Macheka having to visit you before you let her try chicken salt, I'm sure you said visits, but for some stupid reason I heard kisses the second time you said it. Oh, that's okay. I give Matches kisses. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Strat, for the plug. I appreciate it. I think you saw my intro. It's a quick list of alliterated and rhymed words that is easy for me to remember. I love it, Cade. Your intro is so efficient. I absolutely adore it. It's so good. Sweet Eon, welcome in. How are you? I am feeling a lot better in a lot of ways than when you saw me yesterday, but now I'm sick. Now I have a nose, and my nose is all stuffy. And my throat's starting to hurt. Let's see. Scroll. Didn't even hear what game, so no spoiling from me. Clear Obscure Expedition 33. I really want to play it. All right, you guys. Why is Tau and villain lighting? It's meant to be cozy lighting. Annie! Hello, awesome Annie. Sweetheart, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. How you doing today, darling? You guys, we're gonna jump into our storytelling in just a moment, but we have a song to sing. I apologize if my voice cracks or if I sound a little bit fucky. I am sick. I think I'm officially sick. From the beginning of stream to now, I've gotten 47 minutes and I've realized, okay, my throat's starting to hurt, so I think I'm getting sick. But we are gonna sing a cappella from the start. Beautiful Bubbling, would you like an echo on that, sweetheart? I have had 3 separate people this weekend tell me I need to play it. Yes, I've been talking about it for like months, and I don't think that a lot of my pals were initially super enthused, but maybe you guys have been seeing the news and reviews, and maybe now you're excited. Regardless, hopefully we will have fun with it. I'm sure we will. Okay, let's see. Oh no, honey and hot water or milk for the throat, and either Vicks or eucalyptus oil on feet before bed is my suggestion. Thank you so much, excellent Eon. I really appreciate that. I will definitely keep that in mind. Thank you, sweetheart. Any sign of spoiler of said game will be eliminated. It will. Yes, please. All right. Okay, let's sing from the start, and then we will get started on our stories. All right. Let me turn our. You might still hear Nath banging around in the background. He's doing some stuff. All right. Don't you notice how I get quiet when there's no one else around? Me and you and awkward silence. Don't you dare look at me that way. I don't need reminders of how you don't feel the same. Oh, the burning pain. Listen to you harp on about some new soulmate. She's so perfect, blah, blah, blah. Oh, how I wish that you'll wake up one day. Run to me, confess your love. At least just let me say that when I talk to you, oh, Cupid walks right through and shoots an arrow through my heart. And I sound like a loon, but don't you feel it too? Confess I loved you from the start. What's a girl to do, lying on my bed staring into the blue? Unrequited, terrifying love is driving me a bit insane. Have to get this off my chest. I'm telling you today that when I talk to you, oh, Cupid walks right through and shoots an arrow through my heart. And I sound like a loon, but don't you feel it to confess I loved you from the start? Confess I loved you, just thinking of you. I know I've loved you from the start. Sorry. Not my best work. Thank you, Sleep on Sarah. Yay! Hold on, let me turn off the reverb. Hold on, I'm gonna drink some water. I should have done that before the song, my bad. Do I sound like I'm choking yet? Gorgeous, see? Oh, thank you, sweet. So do you, because it's so sweet. That was wonderful. Thank you, sweet Strubba, Trisha, Bubble, and Nix. You guys are so sweet to me. Thank you so much. Thank you for the care package, honey. I appreciate it. I must have more water. I need more water. Okay, I will need to get more water on the next break. Oh, thank you, Strat. Let me see what you have sent, cutie pie. Oh, this is brilliant. This is so good. Oh my God, this is so cool. I am only worried because it's all on Spotify, and if I open it, it'll obliterate our 2 weeks of Q. But you guys, I'm so sorry. I meant to say this earlier. Please go check out the cutie Cade, the cutest Cade. Awesome gamer, super sweet, super inclusive, and of course a dear, well, basically the brother of Effie. So if you like Effie and you like me, you'll love Cade. And thank you so very much for coming in and bringing your lovely community in, cutie Cade. I really do appreciate you. If you're still here, when is your next stream? Hopefully everybody can join you then. Let's see. Stands and ovations. Thank you, cutie core. Appreciate that. Okay, well, I do have, one second. I do have an idea. What is my idea? Think fast. Hold on. You can open it in a browser if you wish instead of the app. Oh, can I really? Oh, okay. Hold on. In that case, I will try that. I hope that it doesn't accidentally open it up in my app by adding the thing. On my way to get cozy as fuck for story time.
On my way to get cozy after story time.
I love the Plague Doctor Gangster's Paradise. It's so good. That's awesome. Oops, hold on. Oh my god, I don't know how to use the internet or the computer. Sorry guys, hold on. I'm watching a tutorial on how to use the internet. One moment, please. Okay, cool. All right, we're set. Okay, let me see here. Let me actually grab our... let me go grab the song from here. Ah, yes, my drawing sound. Excellent. Give me this. Go back here. Okay, sorry guys. All right, excellent. Now, I have that. I should be able to change the source on that. I should have done this earlier, sorry. Okay, let me know. I hope this isn't too fucking loud. One sec. Let's see. Oh no! No, it wants you to sign in. And if I sign in, then it... No, crap. Okay, never mind. We might just have to listen to this my little zen chill, comfy and relaxing songs playlist. Drewski, darling Drewski, thank you so much for the follow, hun. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in, darling. How you doing? Okay, let me see if... Ooh, that might be loud, huh? Oh, this will be perfect for reading some Lovecraft. Absolute perfection for Lovecraft. Oh, I love some cognitive dissonance in my life. All right, you guys. Things are about to get serious. You know how you know? Because what's this then? Voila. That's right. Things are about to get serious. I have a book. You better watch out. You better not cry, because it's story time. I'm telling you why. Egbert, welcome in, sweetie. How are you doing? It's great to see you again. Okay, Tao has a wizard book. I do. I just had to very quickly snap my fingers, and there it is. Do you want to know something really cool? I can have 2 books. In case I'm reading 2 stories at the same time. I will remove 1 book for the time being. If you're lucky, I'll bring it back. Magic book. I can send you stuff from YouTube. Just put that on the other sound channel. Okay, sounds good. Sweet stop. Thank you. Gasp! 2 books! I know. I love to keep you on your toes. The magic book! The more pages, the higher the bonk stat is. It's true. Oh man, I should have thickened this book up. I can make it thick. I can make it a thick boy. Okay. Well, let me see here. Dual wielding books, that's right. I am like the least, ask Macheka, I'm the least likely to dual wield books. I was voted in high school. I was voted least likely to dual wield books, actually. I don't read. I really don't read very much. I listen to audiobooks and I listen to a lot of like documentary type stuff, but I do not read. In fact, I think this is upside down. Okay, I'm so sorry. We should actually start doing this. My bad. Sorry. Okay, let me start from the top. Where were we? Okay, in order of submissions. Oh, The Little Prince! That's right. We said we were going to do The Little Prince. Okay, how long is this one? 89 pages. That is pretty long. I don't think we can... Oh, there's a lot of pictures in it though. Oh, pretty art. Okay, we might have to put that one all of our longer ones I'm gonna have to put towards the back end probably, but we will remember that that's one that we want to potentially read. Lies! Tao was actually voted most likely to be famous and best eyes. Actually, I think that is actually what I was what I was voted. Matches! You're doxing me! Just kidding. I think that you are right. I'm trying to remember if that was what it was. I can confirm reading is not her fame. Yes, true. I've never seen the words 89 pages and long in the same sentence. What? Matches, that's probably how you feel too though, huh? No, I'm not. Should we do polls for what we read like last time? Yeah, we can. Yeah, okay. Do you want to do that? Do you want to pick from, we can start with, we can talk about whether you guys want to do folklore, whether you want to do public domain reading, whether you want to start with PAL writing, or SCPs. How about that? Those are 4 good ones. I can read 89 pages in like 5 minutes. That's fucking crazy. Class Muse? What were you voted, Matches? I wasn't voted for anything at all. Are you sure? I don't think that's right. Maybe you were the one voted to be most famous. Actually, no, you had best eyes. You have such pretty eyes. Take a yearbook, you say. All right, I will let Strat put that poll up. Amazing. Thank you so much, Sweet Strat. You guys, please do vote. That poll is gonna end in 3 minutes. Actually, this is a good time for me to go and I need to go and get more water. I've drank it all. Drunk it all? Oh God. I need to study my English. I almost said Spanish. I need to study my English again because I'm an English teacher. Whoops. Okay, you guys, let's go on a quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. I'm just gonna put this in front of my face. Blah, 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 blah. I wish I could make the book close and open. That'd be so funny. But yes, okay. You guys, I'm gonna set you up with a boss battle. If you'd like to participate, you're more than welcome. I am gonna make it a hard boss as well, because guess what? Poof! We have little pals here. We have little pals on the bottom of the screen right now. So here is your hard boss battle. I will see you in 3 minutes. Please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, darlings. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Miss you terribly. See you soon. Yikes. Oopsies, 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 oopsies. Hello! Secret! Do I need to like read something here? What am I doing? Okay, fuck it. You know what? Grenade launcher. Too bad Ozzy went to that. He would have loved the he would have loved the practical for this one. Okay. Let's finish up. My fellow Americans and my fellow Australians, I can say that. I'm about to be a dual citizen. But okay. A corpse. I'm so scared I'm gonna open one of these and a body is gonna fall out and I'm gonna scream. I feel like that. Please? What? Why am I not? What? Why am I not doing anything? No! Wait, did I not have my weapon out? Are you kidding me? Oh my god! Oh my god! Yikes! Oopsies! 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 Hello! Secret! cutie pies, and welcome back. Whee! I wave at you with my book. All right, sweethearts. Let's see. Welcome back, awesome Ozzy, you beautiful being. Welcome back, precious Patricia. Okay, it looks like we're gonna do some PAL submissions, which means we're gonna start with Patricia's. All right, Patricia. Awesome. Okay. Surgical Gamer, cool name. Sweet Surgical, welcome in, sweetie. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. How are you doing today, darling? Welcome back, Nixmatos/Jam Slice. Welcome back, Magnificent Monstera. Welcome back, sweet Acetia. All right, you guys, let's get into Skybound. Now, Patricia, this is your writing. Do you want me to do some voice acting, or do you want me to just read it and be zen about it? Jesse, welcome in. Joyous Jesse, it's good to see you. What's up? We're gonna read some story submissions today. I'm very excited. This music is gonna be interesting for what we're reading. Some voice acting. All right, you got it. All right. Let me actually switch hands real quick because I need to scroll with that hand. Hold on one second. Oh, wait. Okay. No. Wait. Okay, there. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. I'm your local mad scientist, and this seems interesting. I'm doing fine, kind of just having a lazy Saturday. No experiments and no activity will be happening today. Well, that is good to hear, Sweet Surgical. You are welcome to vibe and be zen with us. Today we are actually doing a story time stream, so it's a great time to lurk, relax, and just listen in while you do something else. It's perfect for if you're trying to just like vibe today. All right, here we go. Skybound. Prologue. It's late at night as the enchanted B-29 superfortress flies high above the clouds. The rest of the gang is asleep at various points of the aircraft. Dan is asleep at the codebook desk, a bunch of books in front of him and a blanket draped over his shoulders, courtesy of Madison, his sister. Amy, ever the recluse, is sitting in the ball turret by herself. When you think about it, that's probably why her back is always messed up. Max is... Oops, hold on, I need to scroll so I can see this. Max is up the back, asleep in the chair that the tail gunner would have sat in. He's always so paranoid that some kind of threat is going to pop out of nowhere and try to take down the plane. Madison and Sophia have claimed the lower bunk and are cuddling in their sleep. It's like they're not even trying to hide it anymore. Not that there would be any room for hate on this already cramped plane in the first place. They probably know that. My name is Roxanne, and I'm like everyone else here. Someone who lost everyone and is now stuck here. But I share something with Maddie and Sophia. By that, I mean that I'm gay. Not that I'm brave enough to admit it to anyone. I'm sleeping in the top bunk. Well, I'm trying to sleep, at the very least. Carrying the blanket I grabbed during our stop in Stockholm all those weeks ago, I make my way to the cockpit and sit in the co-pilot seat next to Lily, who just so happens to be, well, the prettiest girl in the world. Even probably before everyone on the planet disappeared, mind you, who is also wide awake. You know, I just can't figure it out, she says drearily, with a slight sleepy croak in her voice. You can't figure out what? She points at the fuel gauge. I just can't figure out how it works. She places her chin in her palm, thinking. What do you mean? The fuel's infinite. We already know that, I reply, sounding more opinionated than I would have liked to. I've been watching this gauge for the last hour or so, and it's not infinite. Every minute or so, it goes down by a centimeter, very slowly, and then just as slowly, it goes back up again. So the fuel tank itself isn't infinite. It's just that it's being miraculously, infinitely refueled, I say doubtfully. That's precisely what I mean. A few moments of silence pass before I work up the courage to speak up. So where's the next place we're headed to? Oh, okay, yeah. So where's the next place we're headed to? Max is pretty sure we're bound for Seoul, but probably Incheon. Oh, I'm so sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Incheon? Incheon, since that's where the airport is. Do you know that I've always wanted to visit South Korea? Never been there. I've only seen pictures, but it looks really pretty. And I hold back with all of my might to not say, like you. She turns and looks at me with a mildly surprised look on her face. I said that out loud, didn't I? I say with a nervous smile. Lily starts chuckling. Don't worry about it. You don't have to be embarrassed. In fact, I'm glad someone finally noticed the effort I put in to try and look nice. Listen, that was a nice little chat, but I'm all tired out now. It's not that you're boring or anything. I actually really like it when we talk. She's so pretty, I think to myself, making sure that my lips don't move this time. Chapter 1. Sorry, when I pause like that, I'm reading ahead to see if I'm gonna get the wrong voice. So hold on, I'm just seeing, Max? I think Max is the one talking. All right, people. I don't want anyone getting left behind in case the plane starts leaving, so we all need to make sure our radios are tuned to the right frequency. Also, someone needs to stay here in order to let everyone know in case it takes off. If we're lucky, and the plane lets us, we get back here before 5:30 p.m. And one last thing, we all need to stay in a group as always, but we are not crossing this river. Max has a map of almost every major city, including Seoul, and it's that map that we're all huddled around as he points at the river that divides Incheon and Seoul proper. Everyone understand this plan? Max is essentially the leader of our group. He plans stuff, calculates where we're going, and that sort of thing. He always has that aura of authority. He shaves often, he keeps his hair tidy but long, mainly because he doesn't trust anyone to cut his hair for him, which is honestly pretty fair given what happened to Dan when his sister tried and failed to... Never mind. It's no longer as dark outside, roughly 7:30 a.m. local time. In spite of this morning arrival, the plane has been known to not give us very long before it takes off again, at the shortest only 3 hours. After going through our supplies, all of us but Amy disembarked from the aircraft. This is pretty regular. She doesn't get out much even when other people offer to take her place. Stay safe, everyone. I'll call out on the radio just in case anything happens, she says. Lily turns back and waves at her, her silky black hair flowing with the wind as we walk across the tarmac towards the Incheon International Terminal. You know, this isn't the first time a B-29 has landed here. This used to be where all U.S. Air Force B-29s were stationed during the Korean War. I knew bringing all these books wasn't a waste of time, Dan says with jubilation and stars in his eyes. Well, we haven't really come in handy for much other than the fun facts you've dropped where they haven't really come in handy for much other than the fun facts you've dropped whenever we've landed. Despite her girly sounding name, Sophia's pretty tough looking and can be a little bit mean, even though she seriously doesn't try to be. But when she's not keeping her facade of a tough young woman, she can actually be quite soft. If you don't believe me, then just ask Madison. After finding a ground crew entrance, we make our way through the terminal towards the other side of the airport, where we intend to commandeer a vehicle. After a few moments of silence, with only the echoes of our footsteps and jingling of accessories on our bags and backpacks, Sophia, with her head down, speaks up. It doesn't get any easier walking through these places. Her gaze falls on a discarded teddy bear and now an unattended suitcase, clearly meant for a child, as its bright pastel colors with illustrations and stickers belong to what must have been some kind of South Korean cartoon. Our mood is a bit more somber now, somehow even more than it normally is. Chapter 2. As far as we know, we're the only people left on the whole planet. We haven't seen any trace of actual living humanity at any point in over 9 months as of writing this. I don't like to think about it. I don't think anyone does, but we all lost everyone we ever knew. Yet it seems that Dan and Madison won the proverbial lottery and that they still have each other. From what they've told me independently, the two were practically inseparable. Probably comes with the territory of being twins. After what feels like a solid 30 minutes more of walking, probably the fastest I've ever made it through an airport, we at least make it to the car park before we fan out in search of the suitable vehicle. Remember, go for vans, utes, and anything that can carry all of us and still have room for supplies. In case you hadn't caught on, Dan is the brains of our operation. He spends all of his time reading those books and tinkering with stuff to try and get old stuff before working again. Old stuff from before working again. In doing so, he's damn good at hot wiring cars. As we all spread out in the car park, I stick with Lily. While not as learned per se as Dan, she's still smart and beautiful and perfect in every way. A minute or two of silence passes as we look around. While I'm looking for a car and half looking at her. So Roxy, what are you most looking forward to here? Her sweet voice snaps me out of the trance she had unwittingly placed me in. What am I most looking forward to? I want to see what kind of cool Korean lollies I can find and take with us. I'll share them, obviously. I add the last sentence on haphazardly to try and assure her that I'm not just going to selfishly hoard all the sweets, but as she was in the process of opening her mouth to speak again, I now worry that I was rude in interrupting her. A slightly awkward silence follows as she smiles patiently at me, waiting for me to say something I clearly want to say. So, Lily, do you, My sentence is cut off by the sound of a loud, sheer whistle, the kind that echoes far and wide. Everyone! Down's found us a car! We hear Max shout out. Hopes of an opportunity to even partially confess to Lily dashed once again. Chapter 3. As all of us but Sophia sit in the rear of the van, we go over a map of the area, one slightly more detailed than what Max found in the airport at our last stop. I can't do so many voices, so I'm going to do some accents about that. Just to go over what we're looking for. It's new clothes, blankets, a shit ton of water, toilet paper, books, some Lego, art supplies, and board games. Am I right? Madison asks. And some electrical components. Oh, wrong voice, sorry. And some electrical components. I want to try and get the radar on the plane working. Maybe even a GPS as well. We could definitely plan and ration better if we had those at our disposal. Dan says excitedly as Sophia slows down slightly to talk to us from the driver's seat. Maybe we get some new decorations. The plane's way overdue for some color beyond that wall rug that Roxy found when we stopped in Tehran last month, she says before she looks back at the road. That sounds like it could work, Lily says enthusiastically. Some paintings, carpets, maybe even some fairy lights, she continues. God, her voice is so beautiful, no matter what emotion she's expressing. Just don't forget the food and water's our priority. We need to be able to not starve in order to afford to decorate. Once you've found some slabs of water and a few bags worth of food, then you can start to get some stuff to decorate. Deal? Max says firmly. He can be rather stern at times, but he can still act as a voice of reason when he needs to. DZ or DZ, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow, hon. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good one. We are in the midst of reading some story time, but once I finish each story, we'll talk for a few minutes, okay? It's great to see you, sweetie. Chat's talking as well, so if you want to talk to them, you're welcome to do that too while we read. But welcome in, honey. Let's see. Sounds good to me. What about you guys? Said Sophia, as we all express general expressions of agreement. All right then, final list of things we need to get. Water, food, toilet paper, new clothes, more blankets, some books, some stuff to play with, electronic parts, art stuff, and finally, decorations, Dan says as he writes on a sticky note before putting it on the wall of the van. After a few more minutes of driving, Sophia stops us outside what looks like a shopping center of some kind. All right, everyone, be back at the car by noon. I'll swing the car round in the direction that we came from. I'll catch up with you, Sophia says as we disembark from the van towards the shopping center. Chapter 4. The glass automatic doors become walkable with an echoing smash as I hit it with Max's crowbar. It's dark as hell in here, I say as I try and adjust my vision as we enter one after another. I place the crowbar back in its slot in Max's pack and take out some torches and flashlights for everyone to look around. As we venture deeper and deeper into the shopping center, the daylight from the doors we came through gets less and less visible, and we turn on our torches. We're all on edge. We've probably watched too many movies because even though we're the only people in the world, we can't help but feel like we're not alone. We don't know anything about what happened, but one day, everyone around us just disappeared. Just like that. Billions of people just gone without a trace. Everyone except for 7 teens to young adults who had no previous knowledge of one another, aside from Dan and Madison, obviously. When the whole world went quiet, I was completely by myself. Roughly a week passed by after everyone disappeared before randomly, in the middle of just going day by day, we miraculously appeared in the aircraft with nothing but the clothes we were wearing and seemingly random items that we had collected. Fast forward 9 months, and now we're here, in an empty supermarket, scared of shadows with nothing to hide in them. We move through the mall slowly before we come to some kind of budget supermarket, like Aldi, but South Korean, I suppose. The non-automated doors are still open, which saves us the hassle of using the crowbar again. All right, everyone, fan out and look for the things we absolutely
you something
need.
Probably maybe somewhat important.
Okay, thank you, Violent. Did you send it on Discord? I can't look at Twitch at the moment. Sorry, bud. If you want to send it to me on Discord, I'll have a look. let's see. All right, everyone. Fan out and look for the things we absolutely need. Anything good you can take back up here to the front, and then we'll take to the van and repeat the process like always. Got it? Max says with a clear sense of authority. Got it, we all say in response. A few minutes of walking goes by. Canned foods and large bulk packs of water are the first and most obvious to be taken to the front, followed by some toilet paper. I take a few tubes of toothpaste and begin to walk back, but then it all changes. As I see Sophia looking on in shock at something outside the store. Goosebumps can be clearly seen on her exposed arms as she stares straight on, her hands shaking as she holds up her flashlight. Sophia, what is it? I whisper to her. I don't know what the hell I was expecting her to say, but she doesn't reply. She glances back at me before returning to look at whatever she was so entangled by. I walk towards her and turn my head to match where her light is pointing. Another person. Ooh, I'm so excited to read more of that, sweetie. I'm sorry for stumbling over everything all the time. Thank you so much for the pal hat. Awesome, Ozzy. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And thank you so much for the care package, lovely DZ. Would you like me to call you D or DZ, or do you not mind? I hope you liked it. I really liked it. That was awesome, sweetie. Thank you so much for sharing it with us. Super, super cool. Okay. All right. Also good time to mention, you guys, this is an 18 plus only stream. So please, if you are under the age of 18, depart, until you are of age. Please, 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 please do that. I appreciate that. Let's see. And oh my gosh, Chi, welcome in, Cutie Chi. How are you? It's good to see you. Noah? Okay, I will try to remember Noah. Oh, awesome. I see the Noah 19. Awesome. All right, you got it. I will call you Noah then. All right. Thank you for that. All right. So that's that one. Excellent work. I'm gonna mark off the things that we've read. Now, do we have anybody else you guys wanted me to read from pals? I think Red submitted something, right? Red, Witch in the Stone Tower. Yes, please. Cool. Okay, let's read Witch in the Stone Tower for the lovely Red. I'm so excited. I haven't gotten to read Red's work for a little while, so lovely Discord, but I do like it, Violet. Thank you. Yes, he did submit. Excited to hear what you think. I'm so excited to read it. Now, Red, do you want voice acting in this, or should I read it in kind of like mom voice? Do you have a preference? All right, let me see here. Mom voice? Go for voice acting if you like. Awesome! I would like. So Chi, we call it mom voice, but it's basically like my very, it's a soft-spoken voice. So I will give you guys, so that you know what you're voting for, if we do decide to do a vote later on for like whether you want me to do voice acting or not. My voice acting is voice acting. If we go with the mom voice, to my dear friend Guy. Since my last letter, we had arrived quite safely in Creighton? My sister wishes for me to let you know she is as well as can be too. Fortunately, the journey did not take as serious a toll on her health as we worried it would have. See? Difference. You will hear the vocal difference in just a second. All right, let's go, Sweet Red. Thank you so much for submitting this. Whoa. Sorry. All right. That's a mommy voice. That it is, Noah. All right. To my dear friend Guy, since my last letter, we had arrived quite safely in Creighton. I'm gonna zoom in, sorry. My sister wishes for me to let you know she is as well as can be too. Fortunately, the journey did not take as serious a toll on her health as we worried it would have. We had set out immediately on arriving to find the location of our mystery doctor, Gurin, but the townsfolk have been very evasive any time we dare bring his name to them, most resistant of all being the mayor himself, of all people. Obtaining a complete and honest answer of his whereabouts proved to be far more difficult than the journey here, but the mayor accidentally let slip a detail. Mr. Gurin resides in a tower in a swamp. Vitaly, as close as he is, went right to the town's own library to study a map of the area, and to our luck, there is only one place nearby that matches that description. A swamp fed by the estuaries to the north of the town, right at the foot of the mountain ridge. You should have seen the vigor in him once he learned about the good news. I have not seen so much energy in this man in ages, it feels, and he put that motivation to good use. As I write, he is searching the swamp for signs of this tower. When he returns, we depart to meet Mr. Gurin. Wish us luck. Your friend, Louis. 23rd of Jan. The sound of horseshoes trotting, of the iron-rimmed wheels of a wagon rolling on the snow-covered path echoed through the silent wood. A low morning mist hung over the snow and ice on the ground. Trees, devoid of leaves, hung high above them, their lone companion on this quiet walk through the outskirts of town, as not a single living thing stirred for miles around them. Overgrowth had already started to claim the path, frosted grass and bushes creeping ever closer over the way, evidence it had not been used frequently or at all in recent years. Clutching the reins, Louis looked ahead, trying to... Is it Louis? Sorry, I don't want to keep saying Louis if it's Louis. Is it Louis, sweetheart? I will glance over in just a second to see if I'm mispronouncing your character's name. I'm so sorry. It do be Louis. Oh, Louis. Louis. All right, Louis. Perfect, thank you, sweetie. Clutching the reins, Louis looked ahead, trying to peer through the cold winter haze blocking his sight ahead, looking for any sign of a swamp, but to no avail, as no sign yet showed. Still, Vitaly seemed confident as ever they were heading in the right direction, not once stopping them. Louis, nervous, made sure to ask, "So you're sure this swamp is..." "Yeah, it was gone. When I rode here earlier, there was not a sign of a swamp anywhere. The estuary up north looks like it dried out, with no water to feed it. My guess is the salt marshes must have dried it up not long after." Vitaly suddenly leaned over the side of the wagon seat, snatching a tall blade of grass, one weighed down by frost. "Here, taste this." Louis hesitated, taking the blade from his brother-in-law's hand. Gingerly, and with great hesitation, he bit into the cold plant, past the cold of frost, and the mild, bitter flavor of grass. He did notice something unusual. Louis tossed the grass blade aside and spit out the unpalatable mush in his mouth. "It's salty!" "Exactly. A plant that is supposed to grow near salt water, like, say, a dried-up salt marsh." Vitaly's grin told it all. They were closer than Louis could have imagined. Vitaly's gestured down the road at something he could not see ahead and told him more was to come. Through the mist, a structure stood above the tree line, tucked into a depression in the rock face at the foot of the mountain behind it, a stone tower at least 4 stories high which overlooked the forest. Curtained windows blocked any view inside the structure from the ground below, all above an archway on the ground level of the tower that framed a thick, imposing wood and iron door. Going further, they entered the clearing of the tower grounds. No trees nor shrubbery were within a few hundred feet from the foundation of the stone tower, nothing more than a tilled yet barren field and a closed-up chicken coop within a pen. A thin layer of snow covered the grounds, disturbed only by a rare few trails of footprints leading to and from the large door to the tower. Vitaly, filled with satisfaction of having at last led them to their destination, flashed Louis a smug grin. "Impressive place, yeah?" "Definitely." Louis adjusted his cap, looking upward to where the crown of the tower seemed to reach up to grasp towards the overcast sky. "Now, we just have to hope Mr. Gurin is more helpful than the townsfolk were." Quietly, Louis dismounted from the wagon seat, walking up to the door. Vitaly dropped into the snow not far behind him, turning to the back of the wagon to tend to Emily. Louis, as he approached the tower, began to feel the subtlest wisp of dread enter his very core, a nagging worry beyond all other worries that a disaster was oncoming. My apologies, I'm literally going to change the music real quick. This is so distracting. Hold on, let's see. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Okay, here we go. I think this will be better. Sorry. Oh my god. All right, 1 second. There we go. All right. A nagging worry beyond all other worries that a disaster was oncoming. Thoughts entered his mind, wondering what this Mr. Gurin was capable of, or of why he was so seemingly abhorred. Looking back over his shoulder, he saw a reminder of the stakes of their journey here, the very reason they came. His sickly sister, propped up in Vitaly's arms, life languid and slowly draining from her once bright visage, that sight alone was enough to make him push away his fears or his doubts. Emboldened, he closed the distance up to the door, but as his foot met the stone threshold near the door itself, an alien feeling shot through his body, up through his foot. Unlike that creeping dread, that anxiety before, which had come from within himself, Louis could tell this new sensation was not of his own doing, of his own thoughts, or of his own willpower. A word flashed in the back of his mind, a command that beckoned him to stop, and his muscles yielded, obeyed without question, even before he had a thought to stop himself. Louis had little time to challenge the sensation or understand what had happened before a window over the archway of the door swung open violently and a figure basked in the shadow cast by the tower behind poked its head out. A woman's voice, tinged with venomous disdain, demanded sternly of him, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Louis looked up, but the sight that greeted him made him second-guess his own eyes. The face, seated directly underneath the wide brim of a broad, pointed hat, was the face of a beast. A large cat, standing on two legs with white, spotted fur glaring with piercing contempt down at him below, just beyond her doorstep. Any doubt to what he was seeing was washed away in the wind as he saw her mouth move when she spoke again. "Do not try my patience. Answer my question, or leave." I'm sorry." Louis was still reeling from the revelation some beastly creature was speaking in human tongue with him, yet he dared not offend the creature. Most certainly not when his sister's well-being was at risk if he was brazen enough to offend. My name is Louis Durand. I have made a long journey to get here. You see, I hail from Rennisburg, my hometown. It's far south of here. And my sister, she's..." Louis was interrupted by a snap of the woman's fingers. He immediately felt an unnatural jolt rise up into his throat from the stone pavers beneath his feet, a force he could barely understand seizing control of him. The feline woman's brow furrowed, her disapproval apparent. "I am not interested in a long tale or your excuses. I only want to know why you are here. Understood? Be brief. My time is valuable and is not worth wasting." Louis looked back again at Vitaly, whose face was beginning to simmer in a quiet rage. The surprising sight of a walking, talking beast woman was vastly overshadowed by his increasing anger, barely held back for the sake of his wife or Emily. Emily herself, while conscious, only had the energy to look in Louis' direction with a languid weight in her eyes, the cold having tinged her cheeks and nose-tip a faint shade of red, a red which only stood out more against the pale hue of her sickly skin. Louis cleared his throat, able to feel that tension once holding his voice releasing from within, as he returned his attention to the odd cat creature. "I am here because my sister Emily, she's sick. We have tried many other doctors, but none have been able to help. We heard of a doctor here, a Mr. Gurin. Gualme, Mr. Gurin, is dead, and sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. Is that French? Gualme? Gualame? Oh, are you Neefing? Hold on one second, I'm gonna say bye to Nate's attempting.
Guilayum.
Yeah, that's definitely it. Guilayum. I did say it right. Guilame. Okay, sorry. Nath disturbed my brain's comprehension of the word. Everyone says hi, mi amor. He says hi. Yeah, sorry for the Nath jump scare. Okay. Gualame, Mr. Gurin, is dead and has been for years. There is nothing here for you now. Go back to Creighton and get a doctor in your town for your flu. The figure began to pull the window closed. Louis' mouth flapped, yet no words came out as he tried to protest, to speak. Before Louis could muster a single word more, Vitaly shouted, "And you're not even going to give us your name, let alone a hello? Don't you understand we are at the end of our rope, out of other options? My wife is dying and we do not know why. The least you could do is be the slightest bit compassionate, you massive bitch!" Go, Vitaly, go. Louis turned to look at his brother-in-law, panic washing through him. "Vitaly, miss, I am sorry for my friend, Gurin, I am Miss Gurin, but he named me Delphine," the witch interrupted, opening the window once more. Oh, she just needed a little bit of snark. Gotta have some snark. Thank you for the pal hack, sweet Vash. But he named me Delphine, the witch interrupted, opening the window once more. She reached up, clutching at the hat with a humbling preciousness, a quiet contemplation in her eye as she examined the afflicted from her distant perch of the window, eyes darting between her and that hat that she gently toyed with in her grip. After a tense few seconds, no one speaking a single word, she tucked the hat back onto her head, her ears poking through the holes on the brim of the wide cap. Her eyes betrayed no emotion, her face as much of a stone wall as the tower she resided within. I am coming down, but if I find this is not serious, you will all agree to leave immediately. That is fair. Please, thank you, Miss Curran. Louis felt a wash of relief, but was quick to temper his own optimism. Maybe she could help, maybe not. But he could not afford to feel like a solution had been promised to him, and not yet, he could not afford to feel like a solution had been promised to him, not yet anyway. Louis looked back. Vitali's anger had been abated, at least temporarily, though his brow remained creased. Emily, however, touched at his chest, laying her hand on his heart, and that was enough to at least center him and bring his mind back to itself. The large wooden door creaked and groaned as it at last began to move. The feline figure of Delphine, somber and serious, breached through the crack in the door. Her figure was wrapped in an immaculately clean, white, hooded dress with long, flowing sleeves and a long shawl flowing behind her. There was a strong look of wariness, of judgment in her creased brow beneath the brim of the silvery white pointed hat. Her gait carried a sense of efficiency, of discipline, as she made an immediate line through the snow and towards the sickly Emily without so much as a glance, even an acknowledgement that the two men existed. Vitali, already offended by the beastly woman's rudeness, begrudgingly let the Catwoman examine Emily, who immediately gazed her in the eyes, holding one open with her paw-padded fingers. Delphine's tail twitched as she grimaced at the sight of whatever it was she saw in Emily's eyes. She barked out questions, demanding answers. You! How long have you felt ill? Describe your symptoms. Most importantly, do you have any lesions, pustules, boils? Emily stammered under the brisk examination of the Catwoman, who had begun forcefully rolling the sleeves of her dress up her arms, examining her pale, bare skin. Well, I felt like this for a whole month now. I felt weaker every day. There is pain in my leg. It's been spreading up into my chest. On my right leg is... Delphine's eyes suddenly widened on hearing the description of a pain spreading from her leg. She rudely seized the hem of Emily's dress and yanked it upwards to expose her underclothed legs beneath, where she grabbed the cuff of her underclothing and raised it up to expose bare skin. Her left leg was entirely fine, aside from the wasting figure and pale skin, but her right leg presented a faint spiderweb of hair-thin, burning red lines which grew denser and more numerous as they neared a single swelling red pustule on her right thigh. A set of 3 concentric yellowed bruising rings radiated on her skin around the festering lesion. Vitali, whose face was now beaming red from a mix of anger and embarrassment, seized the hem of his wife's skirt and shoved it back down to make Emily decent once more. How dare you? You cannot just... Inside, immediately. All 3 of you are now potentially infected. There was a grave urgency in the Catwoman's voice as she yet again interrupted, her slit-pupiled eyes narrow, focused, shimmering with immense intensity. Now! Louis had no time to even comprehend fully the sudden escalation of the situation before his wrist was violently, rudely seized by the Catwoman, her claw tips sinking into his flesh as he was abruptly dragged forwards, stumbling through the snow and over the pavers until he found himself hurled into the doorway of that looming stone tower. More! Give me more! That's awesome, Red. That was fantastic. Oh my god, I'm so into this. This is so interesting. Do you have more? That's really, really cool. Band-aids needed indeed, Monstera, indeed. That was fantastic. That was so interesting. Oh, bye, my love. Have fun.
Bye, everyone. Have fun.
Nate says fairly well. Thank you so much for the care package, Awesome Aussie. I came in part way, but that was thrilling, right? I'm glad you like it. It's still in progress. Oh my god, please keep writing it. The next time we have another storytelling stream, I think everyone would be down for 40 minutes of that. That was awesome, sweetie. Thank you so very much for sharing that with us. Oh, Coda's like, don't leave me, Dad. Baby boy, Coda. Oh my god, I wish you guys could see him right now. He's just standing. Oh, Coda, honey bunny. Come here, baby. Come here, angel. Oh, Coda, come on. I know you don't like when Mummy's streaming. Come here, hun. Coda literally just like slowly followed me to the door with his tail just like sagging. And he's slowly walking to me, then he turns back around and looks at the door again. Little baby. Gwynchong, welcome in. How are you? I am 3D. Welcome into the 3D realm. How are you? It's great to see you. I linked the second chapter. Next time I can give the first. Admittedly, it's a little slow, that first chapter. That's all right. You've done a great job characterizing all of these characters, to be honest with you. I'm very, very impressed. Really, really interesting. I'm excited to see what I want to learn more about this Miss Gordon and about like what Emily could be sick with. That's really good. Even though I only heard the last few sentences. Oh, I'm glad you like it, Awesome Aspen, and welcome in, honey. How are you? It's great to see you. Go and give Coda cuddles. Oh, baby boy. He's just laying in the hallway. He'll come over at some time. Oh, I caught one. Yes, a little. Oh, I caught one in my book. That's my bookmark, a little pal. Thank you for the vampire attack. Thank you for the pal attack, precious vampire. Thanks for saying massive bitch as the boss killed me. You took the words right out of my mouth. That's amazing. Goal indeed. All right. Well, that was fabulous. Thank you so much, Red. I think those are the only ones that were submitted by our pals. Is that right? So now we have we have lots of library stuff, lots of little library stuff. Oh, thank you for the pal hat, Cutie Chi. I appreciate it. You sent me some links. Oh, let me have a look. Ooh, oh, this sounds nice. Let's do that. Hold on a second. Oh, Strat, this is perfect. I don't know why I didn't think about this. This is a really good one. This is super nice. Thank you so much. I've been doing better since I first became quite inactive. Still planning on being inactive for a while longer. Probably won't be active in Discord for another month or so though. That's all right, Awesome Aspen. You know you're welcome to take all the time you need. All right, well, let's put another poll up. Let's see what you guys want to listen to. Let's see. Next to read, we have SCPs. We have fairy tales slash lore, not lore, folklore. We have Lovecraft. We have Sherlock Holmes. That one's a long one. The Sherlock Holmes one I'm putting on here is pretty long, so just keep that in mind if you vote for that. Am I missing any other things? I think that's kind of it. You guys, please do vote. You have 2 minutes. Let me know what you'd like to hear next. I hope you're enjoying it. Fairy tales and Valley Girl voice do sound comedic. Oh my god. So like she was on her way to grandma's house, right? And then like this nasty, icky, like grody wolf. Do you still have a physical book of short stories? I remember a bit over a year ago you read an Irish equivalent of Puss in Boots. Yes, that's right, Monstera. We do actually still have that. I'm happy to read one of those if you guys would like instead. But yeah, please do vote, sweethearts. Please do vote. And I'll also let you guys, as a community, vote if you want me to do like a Zen reading of whatever we read, or if you want me to do some voice stuff, which so far, if you want to know what the voice acting sound like, that's what we've been doing so far. But if you want like something really low key, I can talk like this instead and just read everything in this voice. Yeah. The Speckled Band is super good. Yeah, see, that's the one I'm thinking of. That's the one that if you guys vote for Sherlock, we will read that, and that is a 40-minute trip, but it is a trip. Let's see. I do be into the Lock of Holmshire. Oh, perfect. I am also into the Lock of Holmshire. You just made a fairy tale sound like a gossip. Oh my god. Did you hear about like the 3 guys who like were helping that lady after she bit into that nasty rotten apple? It was super gross. Mom voice? You like the mom voice, G? Oh, you got 30 seconds, guys. Sherlock Holmes. Ooh, Sherlock Holmes and fairy tales and folklore are tied. So anyone want to break that tie, perchance? Perchance? Both have 6. So you got 10 seconds left. Fairy Tales is winning by 1. Does anyone want Sherlock Holmes more than Fairy Tales? You got 10 seconds. Oh, okay. Looks like we're going to do some Fairy Tales and folklore next. I've done reading streams of Holmes, and the speckled band remains firm in my mind. The Sign of 4 is super long, but also a good one. Yeah, I've read many of those, but I have such bad memory, so it's kind of, in a way, it's kind of good because then I get to re-experience it all the time. I thought it was 8 or something. The dwarves? I actually have no idea how much of Snow White was actually like, how much of it was Disney-ified and how much it was the original. Was it Dutch fairy tale? Yeah, 7 dwarves. Yeah, I think it's 7 dwarves. Okay, you all right on water? Ooh, let me check. Yeah, thank you. All right, we are doing fairy tales and folklore. And for this segment, would you guys like VA or no VA? No VA. VA, please. You have 1 minute for this one, so please let me know if you would like me to do some voice acting for whatever we do, or if you would like me to just read it really, really smoothly, because I can do that too. Now, for our, let me see here. Thank you, Red, for that. Appreciate you. Okay, let me see. All right, we got some... Oh, yeah, we got the Little Prince there as well. Okay, I think Strat actually sent some Japanese folklore, so we will read some of that. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, cool. Oh, awesome. There's so many. This is fantastic. Thank you, Strat. There's a silly dwarf, an angry, a sad, a nerd, a lazy, and I forgot the rest. Yeah, I forgot them all too. I really... Okay, you want VA? Yep, you got it. All right. Holmes is such a fun vibe. It really holds up, which you can't say for all older mysteries. That's fair. That's true. So some really nice ones. They are short too. Amazing. Awesome. All right. Hold on one second. I'm just checking. Okay, cool. We'll be able to get through a few of these before we have to go on a quick break. I hope you guys are all enjoying the vibes here today. I really treasure these streams. I get to relax a lot in them too. All right. Sorry, I'm just sneezing. All right. Hound of the Baskervilles was a neat story. Yeah, that one's really cool. All right. Let's see. Let's just start from the top, shall we? All right. My Lord Bag of Rice. Long, long ago, there... Oh, sorry. I just memorized it, and I was not reading my book because I had memorized the first bit. Impressive, huh? Long, long ago, there lived in Japan a brave warrior known to all as Tawara Tora, or My Lord Bag of Rice. His true name was Fujiwara Hidesato, and there is a very interesting story of how he came to change his name. One day, he sallied forth in search of adventures, for he had the nature of a warrior and could not bear to be idle. So he buckled on his 2 swords, took his huge bow, much taller than himself, in his hand, and slinging his quiver on his back, started out. He had not gone far when he came to the bridge of Seta no Karashi, spanning one end of the beautiful Lake Biwa. No sooner had he set foot on the bridge than he saw lying right across his path a huge serpent dragon. Its body was so big that it looked like the trunk of a large pine tree, and it took up the whole width of the bridge. One of its huge claws rested on the parapet of one side of the bridge, while its tail lay right against the other. The monster seemed to be asleep, and as it breathed, fire and smoke came out of its nostrils. At first, Hidesato could not help feeling alarmed at the sight of this horrible reptile lying in his path, for he must either turn back or walk right over its body. He was a brave man, however, and putting aside all fear, went forward dauntlessly. Crunch! Crunch! He stepped now on the dragon's body, now between its coils, and without even one glance backward, he went on his way. He only had gone a few steps when he heard someone calling for him out from behind. On turning back, he was much surprised to see that the monster dragon had entirely disappeared, and in its place was a strange-looking man who was bowing most ceremoniously to the ground. His red hair streamed over his shoulders and was surmounted by a crown in the shape of a dragon's head, and his sea-green dress was patterned with shells. Hidesato knew that at once that this was no ordinary mortal, and he wondered much at the strange occurrence. Where had the dragon gone in such a short space of time? Or had it transformed itself into this man, and what did the whole thing mean? While these thoughts passed through his mind, he had come up to the man on the bridge and now addressed him. "Was it you that called me just now?" "Yes, it was I," answered the man. "I have an earnest request to make to you. Do you think you can grant it for me?" "If it is in my power to do so, I will," answered Hidesato. "But first, tell me who you are." "I am the Dragon King of the lake, and my home is in these waters just under this bridge." "And what is it that you have to ask of me?" said Hidesato. "I want you to kill my mortal enemy, the centipede, who lives on the mountain beyond." And the Dragon King pointed to a high peak on the opposite shore of the lake. I have lived now for many years in this lake, and I have a large family of children and grandchildren. For some time past we have lived in terror, for a monster centipede has discovered our home, and night after night it comes and carries off one of my family. I am powerless to save them. If it goes on much longer like this, not only shall I lose all of my children, but I myself must fall a victim to the monster. I am therefore very unhappy, and in my extremity I determined that I should ask the help of a human being. For many days with this intention I have waited on the bridge in the shape of the horrible serpent dragon that you saw, in the hope that some strong and brave man would come along. But all who came this way, as soon as they saw me, were terrified, and ran away as fast as they could. You are the first man I have found able to look at me without fear, so I knew at once that you were a man of great courage. I beg you to have pity on me. Will you not help me and kill my enemy, the centipede?" Hidesato felt very sorry for the Dragon King on hearing his story, and readily promised to do what he could to help him. The warrior asked where the centipede lived, and so that he might attack the creature at once. The Dragon King replied that its home was on the mountain Mikami, but that as it came every night at a certain hour to the palace of the lake, it would be better to wait until then. So, Hidesato was conducted to the palace of the Dragon King, under the bridge. Strange to say, as he followed his host downwards, the waters parted to let them pass, and his clothes did not even feel damp as he passed through the flood. Never had Hidesato seen anything so beautiful as this palace, built of white marble beneath the lake. He had often heard the Sea King's palace at the bottom of the sea, where all the servants and retainers were saltwater fishes, but here was a magnificent building in the heart of Lake Biwa. The dainty goldfishes, red carp, and silvery trout waited upon the Dragon King and his guest. Hidesato was astonished at the feast that was spread for him. The dishes were crystallized lotus leaves and flowers, and the chopsticks were of the rarest ebony. As soon as they sat down, the sliding doors opened, and 10 lovely goldfish dancers came out, and behind them followed 10 red carpet musicians with the koto and the samisen. Thus the hours flew by till midnight, and the beautiful music and dancing had banished all thoughts of the centipede. The Dragon King was about to pledge the warrior in a fresh cup of wine when the palace was suddenly shaken by a tramp, as if a mighty army had begun to march not far away. Hidesato and his host both rose to their feet and rushed to the balcony, and the warrior saw on the opposite mountain 2 great balls of glowing fire coming nearer and nearer. The Dragon King stood by the warrior's side and trembled with fear. The centipede! Those 2 balls of fire are its eyes! It is coming for its prey! Now is the time to kill it! Hidesato looked where his host pointed, and in the dim light of the starlit evening, behind the 2 balls of fire, he saw the long body of an enormous centipede winding round the mountains, and the light of its 100 feet glowed like so many distant lanterns moving slowly towards the shore. Hidesato showed not the least sign of fear. Where'd I get rain? Sign of fear. He tried to calm the Dragon King. "Don't be afraid. I shall surely kill the centipede. Just bring me my bow and arrows." The Dragon King did as he was bid, and the warrior noticed that he had only 3 arrows left in his quiver. He took the bow and, fitting an arrow to the notch, took careful aim and let fly. The arrow hit the centipede right in the middle of its head, but instead of penetrating, it glanced off, harmless, and fell to the ground. Nothing daunted, Hidesato took another arrow, fitted it to the notch of the bow, and let fly. Again, the arrow hit the mark. It struck the centipede right in the middle of its head, only to glance off and fall to the ground. The centipede was invulnerable to the weapons. When the Dragon King saw that even this brave warrior's arrows were powerless to kill the centipede, he lost heart and began to tremble with fear. The warrior saw that he had now only 1 arrow left in his quiver, and if this one failed, he could not kill the centipede. He looked across the waters. The huge reptile had wound its horrid body 7 times round the mountain and would soon come down to the lake. Nearer and nearer gleamed fireballs of eyes, and the light of its 100 feet began to throw reflections in the still waters of the lake. Ryan! Oh, see, hey there, hon. Welcome in. Thank you so very much for the raid, darling. I do appreciate you. Welcome, welcome, raiders. If you guys need to raid and run, that's totally cool, but if you'd like to stick around, we would love to have you. Also, thank you so much for the care package, Cutie King. Ethonian, thank you so very much for the follow, hun. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. You guys, this is the fabulous, Ryan Wolfie 98, who hath entered the realm, bringing with them the chaotic energy of a novice PNG tuber. They are currently embarking on a grand adventure through the digital realm of Sonic. Oh, nice, Sonic Adventure 2, losing their mind in the most entertaining fashion. Verily, their gaming prowess may be unrefined, but their spirit is commendable. That is the truth. If you don't mind, real quick, I am going to show you guys a quick little intro video so you can get to know me real quick, because today we're doing story time. I hope you guys will relax, sit back, and enjoy. But before we do that...
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch pal.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Call me and go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! But yes, welcome in, lovely raiders. It is a pleasure to have you guys. How was your stream, and when will your next stream be, so that we can hopefully join you, hun? Thank you ever so much for coming in. I do appreciate the support. But yes, welcome, welcome. Oh, also beautiful Basilisk, awesome Axel, fabulous Fang. Welcome in, you guys. It's so good to see you, and thank you so much for the obligatory exclamation point model C Seru. I do appreciate that. Yes, but welcome in. We are like I said, we're doing some storytelling today. It's a very good stream to like lurk and relax in, and I really do hope that you enjoy your time with us. We are currently reading through some Japanese folklore, which is really, really cool. We are, oopsie, I just scrolled all the way back up. Don't mind me. Let me see. Once we finish this story, we will go on a quick break, but we do have a little bit more to go. The stream went well. I do it when I can, hoping again this week. Just got to figure out what game to do next. That's so fair. Wonderful, Ryan. Well, thank you so much for doing us the honor of bringing your lovely community in. I hope that you guys will consider checking out the fabulous Ryan, and thank you so much for the raid, honey. I do appreciate you. Hug goes for Cutie King. All right, let's continue reading about the Dragon King and his conflict with the centipede. All right. The warrior saw that he had now only one arrow left in his quiver, and if this one failed, he could not kill the centipede. He looked across the waters. The huge reptile had wound its horrid body 7 times round the mountain and would soon come down to the lake. Nearer and nearer gleamed fireballs of eyes, and the light of its 100 feet began to throw reflections in the still waters of the lake. Then suddenly, the warrior remembered that he had heard that human saliva was deadly to centipedes. But this was no ordinary centipede. This was so monstrous that even to think of such a creature made one creep with horror. Hidesato determined to try his last chance. So taking his last arrow and first putting the end of it in his mouth, he fitted the notch to his bow, took careful aim once more, and let fly. This time the arrow hit again the centipede right in the middle of its head, but instead of glancing off harmlessly as before, it struck home to the creature's brain. Then, with a convulsive shudder, the serpentine body stopped moving, and the fiery light of its great eyes and 100 feet darkened to a dull glare like the sunset of a stormy day, and then went out in blackness. A great darkness now overspread the heavens. The thunder rolled, the lightning flashed, and the wind roared in fury, and it seemed as if the world were coming to an end. The Dragon King and his children and retainers of all crouched in different parts of the palace, frightened to death, for the building was shaken to its foundation. At last, the dreadful night was over. Day dawned beautiful and clear. The centipede was gone from the mountain. Then Hidesato called to the Dragon King to come out with him on the balcony, for the centipede was dead, and he had nothing more to fear. Then all the inhabitants of the palace came out with joy, and Hidesato pointed to the lake. There lay the body of the dead centipede floating on the water, which was dyed red with its blood. The gratitude of the Dragon King knew no bounds. The whole family came and bowed down before the warrior, calling him their preserver and the bravest warrior in all of Japan. Another feast was prepared, more sumptuous than the first. All kinds of fish prepared in every imaginable way, raw, stewed, boiled, roasted, served on coral trays and crystal dishes. They were all put before him, and the wine was the best that Hidesato had ever tasted in his life. To add to the beauty of everything, the sun shone brightly, and the lake glittered like a liquid diamond, and the palace was 1,000 times more beautiful by day than by night. His host tried to persuade the warrior to stay a few days, but Hidesato insisted on going home, saying that he had now finished what he had come to do, and he must return. The Dragon King and his family were all very sorry to have him leave so soon, but since he would go, they begged him to accept a few small presents, so they said, in token of their gratitude to him for delivering them forever from their horrible enemy, the centipede. As the warrior stood in the porch taking leave, a train of fish was suddenly transformed into a retinue of men, all wearing ceremonial robes and dragon's crowns on their heads to show that they were servants of the great Dragon King. The presents that they carried were as follows. First, a large bronze bell. Second, a bag of rice. Third, a roll of silk. Fourth, a cooking pot. Fifth, a bell. Hidesato did not want to accept all these presents, but as the Dragon King insisted, he could not well refuse. The Dragon King himself accompanied the warriors as far as the bridge, and then took leave of him with many bows and good wishes, leaving the procession of servants to accompany Hidesato to his house with the presents. The warrior's household and servants had been very much concerned when they found he did not return the night before, but they finally concluded that he had been kept by the violent storm that had taken shelter somewhere. When the servants on the watch for his return caught sight of him, they called to everyone that he was approaching, and the whole household turned out to meet him, wondering much what the retinue of men bearing presents and banners that followed him could mean. As soon as the Dragon King's retainers had put down the presents, they vanished, and Hidesato told all of them what had happened to him. The presents which he had received from the grateful Dragon King were found to be of magic power. The bell only was ordinary, and as Hidesato had no use for it, he presented it to the temple nearby, where he was hung up and boomed out the hour of the day over the surrounding neighborhood. The single bag of rice, however, much was taken from it day after day, for the meals of the knight and his whole family never grew less. The supply in the bag was inexhaustible. The roll of silk, too, never grew shorter, though time after time long pieces were cut off to make the warrior a new suit of clothes to go to court in that of the new year. The cooking pot was wonderful, too. No matter what was put into it, it cooked deliciously whatever was wanted without any firing. Truly, a very economical saucepan. The fame of Hidesato's fortune spread far and wide, and as there was no need for him to spend money on rice or silk or firing, he became very rich and prosperous, and was henceforth known as my lord Bag of Rice. Yay! That was a great story. Thank you so much, Sweet Strat. And thank you so much, Ben! Welcome in, Valiant Ben. Thank you so much for the care package. Uh-oh. My cloak broke. Hold on. Let me just, boop. There you go. It's getting warm anyway. I hope you enjoyed it, cutie pies. What do you think of that one? We'll go on a break. I'll just read what you guys have said real quick. A big bugger large enough to darken the water's kind of metal. Yeah, it is, right? It really is. Yeah, story time, lovely Van. I already have a cooking pot, but sure. Oh, wait, catch. I caught two. I've caught, nom, 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 nom. I had two pals and I got corn. Thank you so much. Great pal attack, Basilisk. Wonderful feeding, Vampire. Thank you so much. I'm all set now. So that's where he got his infinite rice noble phantasm. Yeah, I guess so. I arrived, bringing a meager offering of hydration for the good Lady Tau. Thank you so much for this offering. I need it. I'm sick. And it made a dragon scared. I mean, tell me, even if you like bugs and your favorite animal in the world is a centipede, tell me that a centipede that can wind itself around an entire mountain 7 times doesn't freak you out. That would scare the shit out of me. If you told me that there was a horse that would wind itself around an entire mountain, I'd be like, that's a little too much horse for me. Let's see. Thank you for the lurk, Awesome Ozzy. Appreciate it. Yep, boss battle time. Air humidifier can help sometimes too. Hope you're feeling better soon. Thank you so much, Sweet Monstera. Yeah, I'm gonna need to like steam myself after we finish, I think. That would be a long horse. It would. Or just a really big horse. I always heard him talk about his centipede, the centipede in Fate, but I didn't realize it was that massive. Oh, cool, Doppel. Look at that. We got to learn something today together. Very cool. Too much horse. No such thing. More to eat. No, we don't eat horsies. We like the horsies. They are cute and cuddly. All right, sweeties. Let's go on a quick break. I will let you guys decide if you want to keep on reading some more of those folklore while we are on break. Next to read, I just figure I'll take advantage of the fact that we're going on a break real quick. So we've got Sherlock Holmes. We've got again, Sherlock Holmes, this is a long story. It's 40 minutes if you choose that, so just be aware of that. More fairy tales. Slash folklore. We've got SCP entries. Or we've got other short story. Oh, actually, I'll put Lovecraft. We'll put Lovecraft on there. We have a suggestion from Sweet Sedu. All right, you guys, please do vote on that. Let me know what you would like to read next. If you want to keep on going with the fairy tales, I'm more than happy to do that. But darlings, please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And sweethearts, this is also your medication reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I'm going to set you up with a hard boss. If you would like to participate, you are more than welcome to, but there is no pressure. And regardless, I'll miss you terribly, but I'll see you soon. Canisters are prone to explode when shot. I love that about them. IRC, lack of... Oh, God! God damn, dude. Fuck she's known by. It's not Shigo, it's Shiego, but she spells it Shiego. She's stubborn and I love it. Oh my god, that's really funny. Why does that sound so close? Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh my god, Jesus Christ. Oh, I hate that they dropped from the fucking ceiling. Oh, please. Corpse. I'm so scared I'm gonna open one of these and a body is gonna fall out and I'm gonna scream. I feel like that's... Please? What? Why am I not? Hello, 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 cutie pies, and welcome back. Hi, how are you? Thank you for returning to me. Welcome back, sweetest Sadie. Welcome back, magnificent monster. Welcome in, cutie cannonair. Welcome back, sweet Strat. Welcome. Oh, Axel. You get uppies with the book in my hand, okay? Axel, uppies, uppies, uppies. Put Axel down. Good, Axel. Welcome back, Valiant Vash. Welcome back, precious Patricia. Let's see. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. Welcome back, darling Zenin. Whoa, Monstera. Welcome back. Pick up the Monstera. Uppies, uppies. Put Monstera down. Good Monstera. Did you get a new mic? No, I sound different. I'm probably sick. That could be it. But if it's like better quality, I think you've been here since I got tutoring from the lovely Miori. She really helped me with my mic. But that was about a month ago, I think. And I think you've been in since then. Have you? Tao's making Axel into a bookmark. No. All right, let's see. It looks like you guys do want to do Sherlock Holmes. You guys cool with the fact this is a long boy? This is a long boy. But it is the Sherlock Holmes story that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was the happiest with. So I think it would be fun to read, even if it's going to take until our next break. All right. Okay, you guys ready? Oh, you haven't been around for about a month.
I am genuinely
fair
so
enough.
incredibly happy that you read and enjoyed my story. I spent a great deal of time writing it and I'll get to work on more chapters as soon as we get close to redeeming the next story time stream.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for sharing it with us, sweet Patricia. I really enjoyed both of our pal submitted stories. They were really good. You guys are amazing writers. Amazing. We got such amazing musicians, artists, writers, performers, choreographers, dancers. We've got so many amazing people in this space, and I'm so grateful to have you all. Okay. Are you ready? We are going to read about the adventures of the Speckled Band. All right. I think it's time to get some rest. I shall rest my eyes as I listen in. Absolutely, sweet Strat. This is the most perfect, like, for the record, you guys, I never have any, like, qualms about any of my precious lurkers, active chatters. Like, I love you all so very equally. So if you don't feel like talking to vibe, you are always welcome to just lurk, and I will still be super appreciative that you're here. Even if I am not aware that you are here, I am very grateful that you are. So with that said, today is also a fantastic day to lurk because there's nothing to watch. It's just me reading to you. But I hope that you guys are enjoying it so far. And thank you so much for participating in the boss battle, you guys, and beating it. All right, you ready, guys? Here we go. This is a long one, so I will make an effort to pause if there's like redeems or something. Rather than talking over it, which I've been doing, just to try and keep the flow. But if you guys like redeem a care package or something, I'll find like a sentence or end of a paragraph, and I'll stop and have some water or something. Okay. The Adventure of the Speckled Band by Arthur Conan Doyle. On glancing over my notes of the 70-odd cases in which I have during the last 8 years studied the methods of my friend Sherlock Holmes, I find many tragic, some comic, a large number merely strange, but none commonplace. For working, as he did, rather for the love of his art rather than for the acquirement of wealth, he refused to associate himself with any investigation which did not tend towards the unusual and even the fantastic. Of all these varied cases, however, I cannot recall any which presented more singular features than that which was associated with the well-known Surrey family of the Roylotts of Stoke Moran. The events in question occurred in the early days of my association with Holmes, when we were sharing rooms as bachelors in Baker Street. It is possible that I might have placed them upon record before, but a promise of secrecy was made at the time, from which I have only been freed during the last month by the untimely death of the lady whom the pledge was given. It is perhaps as well that the facts should now come to light, for I have reason to know that there are widespread rumors as to the death of Dr. Grimsby Roylott, which tend to make the matter even more terrible than the truth. It was early in April in the year 83 that I woke one morning to find Sherlock Holmes standing, fully dressed, by the side of my bed. He was a late riser, as a rule, and as the clock on the mantelpiece showed me that it was only quarter past 7, I blinked up at him in some surprise, and perhaps just a little resentment, for I was myself regular in my habits. "Very sorry to knock you up, Watson," said he, "but it's the common lot this morning. Mrs. Hudson had been knocked up, and she retorted upon me, and I onto you." "What is it, then? A fire?" "No, a client. It seems that a young lady has arrived in a considerable state of excitement, who insists upon seeing me. She is waiting now in the sitting-room. Now, when young ladies wander about the metropolis at this hour of the morning and knock sleepy people up out of their beds, I presume that it is something very pressing which they have to communicate. Should it prove to be an interesting case, you would, I am sure, wish to follow it from the outset. I thought, at any rate, that I should call you and give you the chance. My dear fellow, I would not miss it for anything." I had no keener pleasure than in following Holmes in his professional investigations, and in admiring the rapid deductions as swift as intuitions, and yet always founded on a logical basis, with which he unraveled the problems which are submitted to him. I rapidly threw on my clothes and was ready in a few minutes to accompany my friend down to the sitting-room. A lady dressed in black and heavily veiled, who had been sitting in the window, rose as we entered. "Good morning, madam," said Holmes cheerily. "My name is Sherlock Holmes. This is my intimate friend and associate, Dr. Watson, before whom you can speak as freely as before myself. Ha! I am glad to see that Mrs. Hudson has had the good sense to light the fire. Pray draw up to it, and I shall order you a cup of hot coffee, for I observe that you are shivering."
"It is not the cold which makes me shiver," said the woman in a low voice, changing her seat as requested.
"What then?"
"It is, Mr. Holmes. I fear it is terror."
She raised her veil as she spoke, and we could see that she was indeed in a pitiable state of agitation, her face all drawn and grey, with restless, frightened eyes like those of some hunted animal. Her features and figure were those of a woman of 30, but her hair was shot with premature grey, and her expression was weary and haggard. Sherlock Holmes ran her over with one of his quick, all-comprehensive glances. "You must not fear," said he soothingly, bending forward and patting her forearm. "We shall soon set matters right, I have no doubt. You have come in by train this morning, I see."
"You know me, then?"
"No, but I observed the second half of a return ticket in the palm of your left glove. You must have started early, and yet you have a good drive in a dog-cart along heavy roads before you reach the station." The lady gave a violent start and stared in bewilderment at my companion. "There is no mystery, my dear madam," said he, smiling. "The left arm of your jacket is spattered with mud in no less than 7 places. The marks are perfectly fresh. There is no vehicle, to save a dog-cart, which throws up mud in that way, and then only when you sit on the left-hand side of the driver."
"Whatever your reasons may be, you are perfectly correct," she said. "I started from home before 6, reached Leatherhead at 20 past, and came in by the first train to Waterloo. Sir, I can stand the strain no longer. I shall go mad if it continues. I have no one to turn to, none, save only one who cares for me, and he, the poor fellow, can be of little aid. I have heard of you, Mr. Holmes. I have heard of you from Mrs. Farintosh, whom you helped in the hour of her sore need. It was from her that I heard your address. Oh, sir, do you not think that you could help me too, and at least throw a little light through the dense darkness which surrounds me? At present, it is out of my power to reward you for your services, but in a month or 6 weeks I shall be married. with the control of my own income, and that at least you shall not find me ungrateful." Holmes turned to his desk and, unlocking it, drew out a small casebook which he consulted. "Farintosh," said he. "Ah, yes, I recall the case. It was concerned with an opal tiara. I think it was before your time, Watson. I can only say, madame, that I shall be happy to devote the same care to your case as I did to that of your friend. As to reward, my profession is its own reward. But you are at liberty to defray whatever expenses I may be put to, at the time which suits you best. And now I beg that you will lay before us everything that may help us in forming an opinion upon the matter." "Alas," replied our visitor, "the very horror of my situation lies in the fact that my fears are so vague, and my suspicions depend so entirely upon small points, which may seem trivial to another, but even he to whom all the others I have a right to look for help and advice looks upon all that I tell him about as the fancies of a nervous woman. He does not say so, but I can read it from his soothing answers and averted eyes. But I have heard, Mr. Holmes, that you can see deeply into the manifold wickedness of the human heart. You may advise me how to walk amidst the dangers which encompass me."
"I am all attention, madam."
"My name is Helen Stoner, and I am living with my stepfather, who is the last survivor of one of the oldest Saxon families in England, the Roylotts of Stoke Moran, on the western border of Surrey."
Holmes nodded his head. "The name is familiar to me," said he.
"The family was at one time amongst the richest in England, and the estates extended over the borders into Berkshire in the north and Hampshire in the west. In the last century, however, 4 successive heirs were of a dissolute and wasteful disposition, and the family ruin was eventually completed by a gambler in the days of the Regency. Nothing was left save a few acres of ground and the 200-year-old house, which itself crushed under a heavy mortgage. The last squire dragged out his existence there, living the horrible life of an aristocratic pauper, but his only son, my stepfather, seeing that he must adapt himself to the new conditions, obtained an advance from a relative, which enabled him to take a medical degree and went out to Calcutta, where, by his professional skill and his force of character, he established a large practice. In a fit of anger, however, caused by some robberies which had been perpetrated in the house, he beat his native butler to death, Jesus, and narrowly escaped a capital sentence. As it was, he suffered a long term of imprisonment and afterwards returned to England as a morose and disappointed man."
"When Dr. Roylott was in Indiana..." Wrong voice. I'm not used to having, like, the characters talk for, like, several paragraphs and then end their speech and then another paragraph. That's something you don't see as much these days in books. Okay.
"When Dr. Roylott was in India, he married my mother, Mrs. Stoner, the young widow of Major General Stoner of the Bengal Artillery. My sister Julie and I were twins, and we were only 2 years old at the time of my mother's remarriage. She had a considerable sum of money, not less than £1,000 a year, and this she bequeathed on to Dr. Roylott entirely while we resided with him, with the provision that a certain annual sum should be allowed to each of us in the event of our marriage. Shortly after our return to England, my mother died. She was killed 8 years ago in a railway accident near Crewe. Dr. Roylott then abandoned his attempts to establish himself in practice in London and took us to live with him in the old ancestral house at Stoke Moran. The money which my mother had left was enough for all of our wants, and there seemed to be no obstacle to our happiness. But a terrible change came over our stepfather about this time. Instead of making friends and exchanging visits with our neighbours, who had first been overjoyed to see a Roylott of Stoke Moran back in the old family seat, he shut himself up in his house and seldom came out save to indulge in ferocious quarrels with whoever might cross his path. Violence of temper approaching to mania has been hereditary in the man of the family, and in my stepfather's case it had, I believe, been intensified by his long residence in the tropics. A series of disgraceful brawls took place, 2 of which ended in police court, until at last he became the terror of the village, and the folks would fly at his approach, for he is a man of immense strength and absolutely uncontrollable in his anger. Last week, he hurled the local blacksmith over a parapet into a stream, and it was only by paying over all the money which I could gather together that I was able to avert another public exposure. He had no friends at all, save the wandering gypsies, and he would give these vagabonds leave to encamp upon a few acres of bramble-covered land, which represent the family estate, and would accept in return the hospitality of their tents, wandering away with them sometimes for weeks on end. He has a passion also for Indian animals, which is sent over to him by a correspondent, and he has at this moment a cheetah and a baboon, which wander freely over his grounds and are feared by the villagers almost as much as their master. You can imagine from what I say that my poor sister Julia and I had no great pleasure in our lives. No servant would stay with us, and for a long time we did all the work of the house. She was but 30 at the time of her death, and yet her hair had already begun to whiten, even as mine has. Orca! Sweetie, thank you so very much for the resub, honey. I super appreciate it. I'm gonna give you a heart through my book. Thank you so much, darling. Heart for you, and heart for you, heart for you, heart for you. Thank you so much, hon. Thank you for 15 months. It's so good to see you, sweet Orca. 1 second, I'm gonna have a drink. Book hearts are the best. You're so cute, sweetheart. Thank you for coming in. See you. Was that a pun? Yes, I definitely intended that. Thank you so much for the 5-star streak, honey. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's amazing. I'm super impressed you're able to hit that streak while you're out on the ocean. All right, let's see. Do we give a report on the books you've read to us? If you want to, I would love to read your book reports. This stream has been very cool. Yay, I'm so glad you're enjoying it, sweetie. We still have another like 3 hours, so I hope you're enjoying it. All right. All right. She was but 30 at the time of her death, and yet her hair had already begun to whiten, even as mine has. Your sister is dead, then? She died just 2 years ago, and it is of her death that I wish to speak to you. You can understand that, living the life which I have described, we were little likely to see anyone of our own age and position. We had, however, an aunt, my mother's maiden sister, Miss Honoria Westvale, who lives near Harrow, and we were occasionally allowed to pay short visits to the lady's house. Julia went there at Christmas 2 years ago, and met there a half-pay major of Marines, to whom she became engaged. My stepfather learned of the engagement when my sister returned and offered no objection to the marriage, but within a fortnight of the day which had been fixed for the wedding, the terrible event occurred which has deprived me of my only companion. Sherlock Holmes had been leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed and his head sunk into a cushion, but he half opened his lids now and glanced across at his visitor. "Pray do be precise as to the details," said he. "It is easy for me to be so, for every event of the dreadful time is seared into my memory. The manor house is, as I have already said, very cold, and only one wing is now inhabited. The bedrooms in this wing are on the ground floor, and the sitting rooms being in the central block of the buildings. Of these bedrooms, the first is Dr. Roylott's, the second my sister's, and the third my own. There is no communication between them, but they all open out into the same corridor. Do I make myself plain?" "Perfectly so." "The windows of the 3 rooms open out upon the lawn. That fatal night, Dr. Roylott had gone to his room early, though we knew that he had not retired to rest, for my sister was troubled by the smell of the strong Indian cigars which it was his custom to smoke. She left her room, therefore, and came into mine, where she sat for some time chatting about her approaching wedding. At 11 o'clock she rose to leave me, but she paused at the door and looked back. "Tell me, Helen," said she, "have you ever heard anyone whistle in the dead of the night?" "Never," said I. "I suppose that you cannot possibly whistle yourself in your sleep?" "Certainly not. But why?" "Because during the last few nights I have always about 3 in the morning heard a low, clear whistle. I am a light sleeper, and it has awakened me. I cannot tell where it came from. Perhaps from the next room, perhaps from the lawn. I thought that I would just ask you whether you had heard it." "No, I have not," she said. "It must be those wretched gypsies in the plantation." "Very likely, and yet if it were on the lawn, I wonder that you did not hear it also." "Ah, but I sleep much more heavily than you." "Well, it is of no great consequence at any rate." She smiled back at me and closed the door, and a few minutes later I heard her key turn in the lock. "Indeed," said Holmes. "Was it your custom always to lock yourselves in at night?" "Always." "And why?" "I think that I mentioned to you that the doctor kept a cheetah and a baboon. We had no feeling of security unless our doors were locked." "Quite so. Pray proceed with your statement." I could not sleep that night. A vague feeling of impending misfortune impressed me. My sister and I, you will recollect, were twins, and you know how subtle are the links which bind two souls which are so closely allied. It was a wild night. The wind was howling outside, and the rain was beating and splashing against the windows. Suddenly, amid all the hubbub of the gale, there burst forth the wild scream of a terrified woman. I knew that it was my sister's voice. I sprang from my bed, wrapped a shawl around me, and rushed into the corridor. As I opened my door, I seemed to hear a low whistle, such as my sister described, and a few moments later, a clanging sound as if a mass of metal had fallen. As I ran down the passage, my sister's door was unlocked and revolved slowly upon its hinges. I stared at it, horror-stricken, not knowing what was to issue from it. By the light of the corridor lamp, I saw my sister appear at the opening, her face blanched with terror, her hands groping for help, her whole figure swaying to and fro like that of a drunkard. I ran to her and threw my arms around her, but at that moment her knees seemed to give way and she fell to the ground. She writhed as one who is in terrible pain, and her limbs were dreadfully convulsed. At first I thought that she had not recognized me, but as I bent over her, she suddenly shrieked out in a voice which I shan't forget. Oh my God, Helen, it was the band, the speckled band! There was something else which she would... which she would fain have said, and she stabbed with her finger in the air in the direction of the doctor's room, but a fresh convulsion seized her and choked her words. I rushed out, calling loudly for my stepfather, and I met him hastening from his room in his dressing gown. When he reached my sister's side, she was unconscious, and though he poured brandy down her throat and sent for medical aid from the village, all efforts were in vain, for she slowly sank and died without having recovered her consciousness. Such was the dreadful end of my beloved sister.
"One moment," said Holmes. "Are you sure about this whistle and metallic sound? Could you swear to it?"
That's what the county coroner asked me at the inquiry. It is my strong impulse that I have heard it, and yet among the crash of the gale and the creaking of the old house, I may possibly have been deceived.
Was your sister dressed?
No, she was in her nightdress. In her right hand was found the charred stump of a match, and in her left a matchbox.
Showing that she had struck a light and looked around her when the alarm took place. That is important. And what conclusions did the coroner come to?
He investigated the case with great care, for Dr. Roylett's conduct had long been notorious in the county, but he was unable to find any satisfactory cause of death. My evidence showed that the door had been fastened upon the inner side, and the windows were blocked by old-fashioned shutters with broad iron bars, which were secured every night. The walls were carefully sounded, and were shown to be quite solid all round, and the flooring was also thoroughly examined with the same result. The chimney is wide, but it is barred up by 4 large staples. It is certain, therefore, that my sister was quite alone when she met her end. Besides, there were no marks of any violence upon her.
How about poison?
The doctors examined her for it, but without success.
What do you think that this unfortunate lady died of, then?
It is my belief that she died of pure fear and nervous shock, though what it was that frightened her, I cannot imagine.
Were there gypsies in the plantation at the time?
Yes, there nearly always was some there.
Ah, and what did you gather from this allusion to a band, a speckled band?
Sometimes I have thought that it was merely the wild talk of delirium, sometimes that it may have referred to some band of people, perhaps to these very gypsies in the plantation. I do not know whether the sported handkerchiefs which so many of them wear over their heads might have suggested the strange adjective which she used.
Holmes shook his head like a man who was far from being satisfied. "These are very deep waters," said he. "Pray go on with your narrative."
2 years have passed since then, and my life has been until lately lonelier than ever. A month ago, however, a dear friend, whom I have known for many years, has done me the honour to ask my hand in marriage. His name is Armitage, Percy Armitage, and the second son of Mr. Armitage, of Cranewater, near Reading. My stepfather has offered no opposition to the match, and we are to be married in the course of the spring. 2 days ago, some repairs were started in the west wing of the building, and my bedroom wall has been pierced, so that I have had to move into the chamber in which my sister died, and to sleep in the very bed in which she slept. Imagine, then, my thrill of terror when last night, as I lay awake, thinking over her terrible fate, I suddenly heard in the silence of the night the low whistle, which had been the herald of her own death. I sprang up and I lit the lamp, but nothing was to be seen in the room. I was too shaken to go to bed again. However, so I did dress, and as soon as it was daylight, I slipped down, got a dog cart at the Crown Inn, which is opposite, and drove to Leatherhead, from whence I have come on this morning, with the one object of seeing you and asking your advice.
You have done wisely, said my friend. But have you told me all?
Yes, all.
Miss Roylott, you have not. You are screening your stepfather.
Why? What do you mean?
For answer, Holmes pushed back the frill of black lace which fringed the hand that lay upon our visitor's knee. 5 little livid spots, the marks of 4 fingers and a thumb, were printed upon the white wrist. You have been cruelly used, said Holmes.
The lady colored deeply and covered over her injured wrist. He is a hard man, she said, and perhaps he hardly knows his own strength.
There was a long silence during which Holmes leaned his chin upon his hand and stared into the crackling fire. This is a very deep business, he said at last.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Thank you, Ozzy.
Oh, thank you, precious Patricia. Thank you, Ozzy. Thank you, guys. Let's see. This is a very deep business, he said at last. There are 1,000 details which I should desire to know before I decide upon our course of action, yet we have not a moment to lose. If we were to come to Stoke Moran today, would it be possible for us to see over these rooms without the knowledge of your stepfather?
As it happens, we spoke of coming into town today upon some important business. It is most probable that he will be away all day, and that there will be nothing to disturb you. We have a housekeeper now, but she is old and foolish, and I could easily get her out of the way.
Excellent. You are not averse to this trip, Watson? By no means. Then we shall both come. What are you going to do with yourself?
I have 1 or 2 things which I would wish to do now that I am in town, but I shall return by the 12 o'clock train, so as to be there in time for your coming.
And you may expect us early in the afternoon. I have myself some small business matters to attend to. Will you not wait and breakfast?
No, I must go. My heart is lightened already since I have confided my trouble to you. I shall look forward to seeing you again this afternoon.
She dropped her thick black veil over her face and glided from the room. And what do you think of it all, Watson? Asked Sherlock Holmes, leaning back in his chair. It seems to me that a most dark and sinister business is afoot. Dark enough and sinister enough. Yet, if the lady's correct in saying that the flooring and walls are sound and the door, window, and chimney are impassable, then her sister must be undoubtedly alone when she met her mysterious end. What becomes, then, of these nocturnal whistles, and what of the very peculiar words of the dying woman? I cannot think. When you combine the ideas of whistles at night, the presence of a band of gypsies who are on intimate terms with this old doctor, and the fact that we have every reason to believe that the doctor has an interest in preventing his stepdaughter's marriage, the dying allusion to a band, and finally the fact that Miss Helen Stoner heard a metallic clang, which might have been caused by one of those metal bars that secured the shutters falling back into its place, well, I think that there is good ground to think that the mystery may be cleared along those lines. But what, then, did the gypsies do? I cannot imagine. I see so many objections to any such theory. And so do I. It is precisely for that reason that we are going to Stoke Moran on this day. I want to see whether the objections are fatal, or if they may be explained away. But what in the name of the devil? I love Old English. The ejaculation had been drawn from my companion by the fact that our door has been suddenly dashed open, and that a huge man had framed himself in the aperture. His costume was a peculiar mixture of the professional and of the agricultural, having a black top hat, a long frock coat, and a pair of high gaiters, with a hunting crop swinging in his hand. So tall was he that his hat actually brushed the crossbar of the doorway, and his breadth seemed to span it across from side to side. A large face, seared with 1,000 wrinkles, burned yellow with the sun, and marked with every evil passion, was turned from one to the other of us, while his deep-set, bile-shot eyes and his high, thin, fleshless nose gave him somewhat the resemblance to a fierce old bird of prey. "Which of you is Holmes?" asked this apparition. "My name, sir, but you have the advantage of me," said my companion quietly. "I am Dr. Grimsby Roylott of Stoke Moran." "Indeed, doctor," said Holmes blandly. "Pray take a seat." I will do nothing of the kind. My stepdaughter has been here. I have traced her. What has she been saying to you? 'Tis a little cold for this time of year, said Holmes. What has she been saying to you? Screamed the old man furiously. But I have heard that crocuses promise well, continued my companion imperturbably. Imperturbably. There we go. The what? Oh, hey there, Alec. Welcome in. How are you? So fun note, elementary, my dear, wasn't a consciously Holmes mark in the books. I find him to more commonly state it is simplicity itself. Oh yeah, I think you're right, Doppel. I think I remember hearing that somewhere as well, that for some reason that's been attributed to Holmes, but it's not really. Old English gets weird sometimes. It does. I think that's why we started to say interject instead of ejaculate, probably. About these of ejaculation is an adjective. For some reason I observed it only really being used for Watson's actions. I think that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle had some kind of a, you know, for these two. This stream has been quite fun. I'm so glad, see Patricia. All right. We're almost halfway through, like through this story, and we are actually exactly halfway through our stream. Okay. Ha! You put me off, do you? Said our new visitor, taking a step forward and shaking his hunting crop. I know you, you scoundrel. I've heard of you before. You are Holmes the meddler. My friend smiled. Holmes the busybody. His smile broadened. Holmes the Scottish Yard Jack in office. Holmes chuckled heartily. Your conversation is most entertaining, said he. When you go out, close the door, for there is a decided draft. I will go when I have had my say. Don't you dare to meddle with my affairs. I know that Mrs. Stoner has been here. I traced her. I am a dangerous man to fall foul of. See here. He stepped swiftly forward, seized the poker, and bent it into a curve with his huge brown hands. See that you keep yourself out of my grip, he snarled, and hurled the twisting poker into the fireplace. He strode out of the room. He seems like a very amiable person, said Holmes, laughing. I am not quite so bulky, but if he had remained, I might have shown him that my grip was not much more feeble than his own. As he spoke, he picked up the steel poker, and with a sudden effort, straightened it out again. Fancy his having the insolence to confound me with the official detective force. This incident gives zest to our investigation, however, and I only trust that our little friend will not suffer from her impudence in allowing this brute to trace her. And now, Watson, we shall order breakfast, and afterwards I shall walk down to Doctor's Commons, where I hope to get some data which may help us in this matter. It was nearly 1 o'clock when Sherlock Holmes returned from his excursion. He held in his hand a sheet of blue paper, scrawled over it with notes and figures. I have seen the will of the deceased wife. Hello, lovely lad. Welcome in. How are you doing, hon? Hold on, I'm gonna have a sippy water. Sippy water. Hi, sweet Sly. Welcome in. It's good to see you. You know what I might do? I'm gonna switch hands. Switch hands. All right. One sec. One more swig. Like, not even mad, just how rude behavior. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Okay. It was nearly 1 o'clock when Sherlock Holmes returned from his excursion. He held in his hand a sheet of blue paper, scrawled over with notes and figures. I have seen the will of the deceased wife, said he. To determine its exact meaning, I have been obliged to work out the present prices of the investments with which it is concerned. The total income, which at the time of the wife's death was little short of £1,100, is now, through the fall in agricultural prices, not more than £750. Each daughter can claim an income of £250 in case of marriage. It is evident, therefore, that if both girls had been married, this beauty would have had a mere pittance, while even one of them would cripple him to a very serious extent. My morning's work has not been wasted, since it has proved that he has the very strongest of motives for standing in the way of anything of the sort. And now, Watson, this is too serious for dawdling, especially as the old man is aware that we are interesting ourselves in his affairs. So, if you are ready, we shall call a cab and drive to Waterloo. I shall be very much obliged if you would slip your revolver into your pocket. And Ellie's number 2 is an excellent argument with gentlemen who can twist steel pokers into knots. That and a toothbrush are, I think, all we need. He's so good. I love him. At Waterloo, we were fortunate in catching a train for Leatherhead, where we hired a trap at the station inn and drove for 4 or 5 miles through the lovely Surrey lanes. It was a perfect day, with a bright sun and a few fleecy clouds in the heavens. The trees and wayside hedges were just throwing out their first green shoots, and the air was full of the pleasant smell of the moist earth. To me, at least, there was a strange contrast between the sweet promise of the spring and this sinister quest upon which we were engaged. My companion sat in the front of the trap, his arms folded, his hat pulled down over his eyes, and his chin sunk upon his breast, buried in the deepest of thought. Suddenly, however, he started, tapped me on the shoulder, and looked towards the meadows. "Look there," said he. A heavily timbered park stretched up in a gentle slope, thickening into a grove at the highest point. From amid the branches there jutted out the gray gables of high roof tree of a very old mansion. Sorry, that's a really interesting high roof tree. "Stoke Moran," said he. Yes, sir, that be the house of Dr. Grimsby Roylott," remarked the driver. "That is some building going on there," said Holmes. "That is where we are going." "There's this village," said the driver, pointing to the cluster of roofs from some distance to the left. "But if you want to go to the house, you'll find it shorter to get over this stile, and so by the footpath over on the fields. There it is, where the lady is walking." "And a lady, I fancy, is Miss Stoner," observed Holmes, shading his eyes. "Yes, I think we had better do as you suggest." We got off, paid our fare, and the trap rattled back on its way to Leatherhead. "I thought it as well," said Holmes as we climbed the stile, "that this fellow should think we had come here as architects or on some definite business. It may stop his gossip. Good afternoon, Miss Stoner. You can see that we have been as good as our word." Our client of the morning had hurried forward to meet us with a face which spoke her joy.
"I have been waiting so eagerly for you," she cried, shaking hands with us warmly. "All has turned out splendidly. Dr. Roylott has gone to town, and it is unlikely that he will be back before evening."
"We have had the pleasure of making the doctor's acquaintance," said Holmes, and in a few words he sketched out what had occurred. Miss Stoner turned white to her lips as she listened.
"Good heavens!" she cried. "He has followed me, then?"
"So it appears."
"He is so cunning that I never know when I am safe from him. What will he say when he returns?"
"He must guard himself, for he may find that there is someone more cunning than himself upon his track. You must lock yourself up from him tonight. If he is violent, he shall take you away to your aunt's at Harrow. Now, we must make the best use of our time, so kindly take us at once to the rooms which we are to examine." The building was a grey lichen-blotched stone, with a high central portion and 2 curving wings, like the claws of a crab, thrown out on each side. In one of these wings, the windows were broken and blocked with wooden boards, while the roof was partly caved in, a picture of ruin. The central portion was in a little better repair, but the right-hand block was comparatively modern, and the blinds in the windows with the blue smoke curling up from the chimneys showed that this was where the family resided. Some scaffolding had been erected against the end wall, and the stonework had been broken into, but there were no signs of any workmen at the moment of our visit. Holmes walked slowly up and down the ill-trimmed lawn and examined with deep attention the outsides of the windows. "This, I take it, belongs to the room in which you used to sleep, the centre one to your sisters, and the one next to the main building to Dr. Roylott's chamber."
"Exactly so, but I am now sleeping in the middle one."
"Pending the alterations, as I understand. By the way, there does not seem to be any very pressing need for repairs at that end wall."
"There were none. I believe that it was an excuse to move me from my room."
"Ah, that is suggestive. Now, on the other side of this narrow wing runs the corridor from which these three rooms open. There are windows in it, of course."
"Yes, but very small ones. Too narrow for anyone to pass through."
"As you both locked your doors at night, your rooms were unapproachable from that side. Now, would you have the kindness to go into your room and bar your shutters?"
"Oh, hi, Ashley. Welcome in, lovely Ashley. It's good to see you. And Cutie Cray, welcome in."
Miss Stoner did so, and Holmes, after a careful examination through the open window, endeavored in every way to force the shutter open, but without success. There was no slit through which a knife could be passed to raise the bar. Then, with his lens, he tested the hinges, but they were of solid iron, built firmly into the mass of masonry. Said he, scratching his chin in some perplexity. My theory certainly presents some difficulties. No one could pass through these shutters if they were bolted. Well, we shall see if the inside throws any light upon this matter. A small side door led into the whitewashed corridor from which the 3 bedrooms opened. Holmes refused to examine the 3rd chamber, so we passed at once to the 2nd, that in which Miss Stoner was now sleeping, and which her sister had met with her fate. It was a homely little room, with a low ceiling and a gaping fireplace after the fashion of old country houses. A brown chest of drawers stood in one corner, a narrow white counterpaned bed in another, and a dressing table on the left-hand side of the window. These articles, with 2 small wicker-work chairs, made up all the furniture in the room, save for a square of Wilton carpet in the center. The boards round and the paneling of the walls were of brown, worm-eaten oak, so old and so discolored that it may have dated from the original building of the house. Holmes drew one of the chairs into a corner and sat silent while his eyes traveled round and up and down, taking in every detail of the apartment. "Where does that bell communicate with?" he asked, at last pointing to a thick bell rope which hung down beside the bed, the tassel actually lying upon the pillow.
It goes to the housekeeper's room.
It looks newer than the other things.
Yes, it was only put in there a couple of years ago.
Your sister asked for it, I suppose.
No, I never heard of her using it. We used to always get what we wanted for ourselves.
Indeed, it seemed unnecessary to put such a nice bell pull there. You will excuse me for a few minutes while I satisfy myself as to this floor. He threw himself down upon his face with his lens in his hand and crawled swiftly backwards and forwards, examining minutely the cracks between the boards. Then he did the same with the woodwork, which was with which the chamber was paneled. Finally, he walked over to the bed and spent some time in staring at it and running his eyes up and down the hall. Finally, he took the bell rope in his hand and gave it a brisk tug. "Why, it's a dummy," said he.
"Won't it ring?"
"No, it is not even attached to a wire. This is very interesting. You can see now that that it is fastened to a hook just above where the little opening for the ventilator is."
"How very absurd! I never noticed that before."
"Very strange," muttered Holmes, pulling at the rope. "There are 1 or 2 very singular points about this room. For example, what a fool a builder must have been to open a ventilator into another room when, with the same trouble, he might have communicated with the outside air."
"That is also quite modern," said the lady.
"Done about the same time as the bell rope," remarked Holmes.
"Yes, there were several little changes that were carried out about that time."
"They seem to have been of the most interesting character. Dummy bell ropes, a ventilator which does not ventilate. With your permission, Miss Stoner, we shall now carry out researches into the inner apartment." Dr. Grimsby Roylett's chamber was larger than that of his stepdaughter, but was as plainly furnished. A camp bed, a small wooden shelf full of books, mostly of a technical character, an armchair beside the bed, a plain wooden chair against the wall, a round table, and a large iron safe were the principal things which met the eye. Holmes walked slowly round and examined each and all of them with the keenest sense. "What's in here?" he asked, tapping the safe.
"Oh, my stepfather's business papers."
"Oh, you've seen inside then?"
"Only once, some years ago. I remember that it was full of papers."
"There isn't a cat in it, for example?"
"No? What a strange idea."
"Well, look at this." He took up a small saucer of milk which stood on top of it.
"No, we don't keep a cat, but there is a cheetah and a baboon."
"Ah, yes, of course. Well, a cheetah is just a big cat, and yet a saucer of milk does not go very far in satisfying its wants, I dare say. There is one point which I should wish to determine." He squatted down in front of the wooden chair and examined the seat of it with the greatest attention. "Thank you, that is quite settled," said he, rising and putting his lens in his pocket. "Hello! There is something very interesting here." The object which had caught his eye was a small dog lash hung up on the corner of the bed. The lash, however, was curled upon itself and tied so it would make a loop of whipcord. "What do you make of that, Watson?" "It's a common enough leash, but lash." I keep on inserting E. "It's a common enough lash, but I don't know why it should be tied." That is not quite so common, is it?" Ah me, it's a wicked world, and when a clever man turns his brains to crime, it is the worst of all. I think that I have seen enough now, Miss Stoner, and with your permission, we shall walk out upon the lawn. I had never seen my friend's face so grim or his brow so dark as it was when we turned from the scene of the investigation. We had walked several times up and down the lawn, neither Miss Stoner nor myself liking to break it upon his thoughts before he roused himself from his reverie. It is very essential, Miss Stoner, said he, that you should absolutely follow my advice in every respect.
I shall most certainly do so.
The matter is too serious for any hesitation. Your life may depend upon your compliance.
I assure you that I am in your hands.
In the first place, both my friend and I must spend the night in your room. Both Miss Stoner and I gazed at him in astonishment. Yes, it must be so. Let me explain. I believe that is the village inn over there.
Yes, that is the Crown.
Very good. Your windows will be visible from there.
Certainly.
You must confine yourself to your room, on pretense of a headache, when your stepfather comes back, and then, when you hear him retire for the night, you must open the shutters of your window, undo the hasp, put your lamp there as a signal to us, and then withdraw quietly with everything which you are likely to want in your room, which you used to occupy. I have no doubt that, in spite of the repairs, you could manage there for one night.
Oh, yes, easily.
The rest you will leave in our hands.
But what will you do?
We shall spend the night in your room, and we shall investigate the cause of this noise which has disturbed you.
I believe, Mr. Holmes, that you have already made up your mind, said Miss Stoner,
laying her hand upon my companion's sleeve. Perhaps I have.
Then for pity's sake, tell me what was the cause of my sister's death.
I should prefer to have clearer proofs before I speak.
You can at least tell me whether my own thought is correct, if she died from some sudden fright.
No, I do not think so. I think that there was probably some more tangible cause. And now, Miss Stoner, we must leave you, for if Dr. Roylott returned and saw us, your journey would be in vain. Goodbye, and be brave, for if you will do what I have told you, you may rest assured that we shall soon drive away the dangers that threaten you. Sherlock Holmes and I had no difficulty in engaging a bedroom and sitting room at the Crown Inn. They were on the upper floor, and from our window we could command a view of the avenue gate and of the uninhabited wing of Stoke Moran Manor House. At dusk, we saw Dr. Grimsby Roylott drive past, his huge form looming up beside the little figure of the lad who drove him. The boy had some slight difficulty in undoing the heavy iron gates, and we heard the hoarse roar of the doctor's voice and saw the fury with which he shook his clenched fists at him. The trap drove on, and a few minutes later we saw a sudden light spring up amongst the trees as the lamp was lit in one of the sitting rooms. "Do you know, Watson," said Holmes as we sat together in the gathering darkness, "I have really some scruples as to taking you tonight. There is a distinct element of danger. Can I be of assistance? Your presence might be invaluable. Then I shall certainly come." "It is very kind of you. You speak of danger. You have evidently seen more in these rooms than what was visible to me." "No, but I fancy I may have deduced a little more. I imagine that you saw all that I did." "I saw nothing remarkable save the bell rope, and what purpose that could answer, I confess, is more than I can imagine." "You saw the ventilator too?" "Yes, but I do not think that it was such a very unusual thing to have a small opening between two rooms. It was so small that a rat could hardly pass through." "I knew that we should find the ventilator before we ever even came to Stoke Moran." "Oh, my dear Holmes!" "Oh, yes, I did. You remember in her statement she said that her sister could smell Dr. Roylott's cigar. Now, of course, that suggested at once that there must be a communication between the two rooms. It could only be one, a small one, or it may have been remarked upon at the coroner's inquiry. I deduced a ventilator." "But what harm can there be in that?" "Well, there is at least a curious coincidence of dates. A ventilator is made, a cord is hung, and a lady who sleeps in the bed dies. Does that not strike you?" "I cannot yet see any connection." "Do you observe anything very peculiar about that bed?" "No." "It was clamped to the floor. Did you ever see a bed fastened like that before?" "I cannot say that I have." "The lady could not move her bed. It must always be in the same relative position to the ventilator and to the rope, or so we may call it, since it was clearly never meant for a bell pull." Thank you so much for the care package, Kitty King. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Delicious. We're almost done, guys. 4 more pages. You guys like enjoying this so far? What do you think? Ooh, if you haven't read this story yet, and you don't know the ending, put your punts in the comments in chat. Let me know what you think happened, and then I'll read through it once we finish it, okay? All right. Holmes, I cried. I seem to see dimly what you are hinting at. We are only just in time to prevent some subtle and horrible crime. Subtle enough and horrible enough. When a doctor does go wrong, he is the first of criminals. He has nerve, he has knowledge. Palmer and Pritchard were among the heads of their profession. This man strikes even deeper, but I think, Watson, that we shall be able to strike deeper still. But we shall have horrors enough before the night is over. For goodness' sake, let us have a quiet pipe and turn our minds for a few hours to something more cheerful. About 9 o'clock, the light among the trees was extinguished, and all was dark in the direction of the manor house. 2 hours passed slowly away, and then suddenly, just as the stroke of 11, a single bright light shone out right in front of us. "That is our signal," said Holmes, springing to his feet. "It comes from the middle window." As we passed out, he exchanged a few words with the landlord, explaining that we were going on a late visit to an acquaintance, and that it was possible that we might spend the night there. A moment later, we were out on the dark road, a chill wind blowing in our faces, and one yellow light twinkling in front of us through the gloom to guide us on our somber errand. There was little difficulty in entering the grounds, for unrepaired breaches gaped in the old park wall. Making our way among the trees, we reached the lawn, crossed it, and were about to enter through the wall when out from a clump of laurel bushes there darted what seemed to be a hideous and distorted child, who threw itself upon the grass with writhing limbs, and then ran swiftly across the lawn and into the darkness. "My God!" I whispered. "Did you see that?" Holmes was for the moment as startled as I. His hand closed like a vice upon my wrist in his agitation. Then he broke into a low laugh and put his lips to my ear. "'Tis a nice household," he murmured. "That is a baboon." I had forgotten the strange pets which the doctor affected. There was a cheetah, too. Perhaps we might find it upon our shoulders at any moment. I confess that I felt easier in my mind when, after following Holmes's example and slipping off my shoes, I found myself inside the bedroom. My companion noiselessly closed the shutters, moved the lamp onto the table, and cast his eyes round the room. All was as we had seen it in the daytime. Then, creeping up to me and making a trumpet of his hand, he whispered into my ear again, so gently that it was all I could do to distinguish the words. "The least sound would be fatal to our plans." I nodded to show that I had heard. "We must sit without light. We would see it through the ventilator." Sorry, he would see it through the ventilator. I nodded again. "Do not go to sleep. Your very life may depend on it. Have your pistol ready in case we should need it. I will sit on the side of the bed, and you in that chair." I took out my revolver, and I laid it on the corner of the table. Holmes had brought up a long, thin cane, and this he placed upon the bed beside him. By it he laid the box of matches and the stump of a candle. Then he turned down the lamp, and we were left in darkness. How shall I ever forget that dreadful vigil? I could not hear a sound, not even the drawing of a breath, and yet I knew that my companion sat, open-eyed, within a few feet of me, in the same state of nervous tension in which I was myself. The shutters cut off the least ray of light, and we waited in absolute darkness. From outside came the occasional cry of a night-bird, and once at our very window a long-drawn, cat-like whine, which told us that the cheetah was indeed at liberty. Far away we could hear the deep tones of the parish clock, which boomed out every quarter of an hour. How long they seemed, those quarters! 12 struck, and 1, and 2, and 3, and still we sat waiting silently for whatever might befall. Suddenly, there was a momentary gleam of a light up in the direction of the ventilator, which vanished immediately, but was succeeded by a strong smell of burning oil and heated metal. Someone in the next room had lit a dark lantern. I heard a gentle sound of movement, and then all was silent once more, though the smell grew stronger. For half an hour I sat with straining ears. Then suddenly another sound became audible, a very gentle, soothing sound, like that of a small jet of steam escaping continually from a kettle. The instant that we heard it, Holmes sprang from the bed, struck a match, and lashed furiously with his cane at the bell pull. "Do you see it, Watson?" he yelled. "Do you see it?" But I saw nothing. At the moment when Holmes struck the light, I heard a low, clear whistle, but the sudden glare flashing into my weary eyes made it impossible for me to tell what it was, at which my friend lashed so savagely. I could, however, see that his face was deadly pale and filled with horror and loathing. He had ceased to strike and was gazing up at the ventilator when suddenly there broke from the silence of the night the most horrible cry to which I have ever listened. It swelled up louder and louder, a hoarse yell of pain and fear and anger all mingled into one dreadful shriek. They say that away down in the village and even in the distant parsonage that cry raised the sleepers from their beds. It struck cold to our hearts, and I stood gazing at Holmes and him at me until the last of the echoes died away into the silence from which it rose. "What can it mean?" I gasped. "It means that this is all over," Holmes answered, "and perhaps, after all, it is for the best. Take your pistol now. We will enter Dr. Roylett's room." With a grave face, he lit the lamp and led the way down the corridor. Twice he struck at the chamber door without any reply from within. Then he turned the handle and entered, and I at his heels with the cocked pistol in my hand. It was a singular sight which met our eyes. On the table stood a dark lantern with a shutter half open, throwing a brilliant beam of light upon the iron safe, the door of which was ajar. Beside this table, on the wooden chair, sat Dr. Grimsby Roylott, clad in a long grey dressing gown, his bare ankles protruding beneath, and his feet thrust into red, heelless Turkish slippers. Across his lap lay the short stock with the long lash which we had noticed during the day. His chin was cocked upward, and his eyes were fixed in a dreadful, rigid stare at the corner of the ceiling. Round his brow he had a peculiar yellow band with brownish speckles which seemed to be bound tightly around his head. As we entered, he made neither sound nor motion. "The band! The speckled band!" whispered Holmes. I took a step forward. In an instant, his strange headgear began to move, and there reared itself from among his hair the squat diamond-shaped head and puffed neck of a loathsome serpent. "It is a swamp adder!" cried Holmes. "The deadliest snake in India! He has died within 10 seconds of being bitten. Violence does, in truth, recoil upon the violent, and the schemer falls into the pit which he digs for another. Let us thrust this creature back into its den, and we can then remove Miss Stoner to some place of shelter, and let the county police know what has happened." As he spoke, he drew the dog whip swiftly from the dead man's lap, and throwing a noose round the reptile's neck, he drew it from its horrid perch, and, carrying it at arm's length, threw it into the iron safe, which he closed upon it. "Sam! Sweetie, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, honey bun. Thank you so much. I super duper appreciate you get book hearts again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you so much for the gifted subs, honey. I super duper appreciate it. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you, sweet Sam. Thank you so much for the support, darling. You were so wonderful. I really appreciate you. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, honey bun. Let's see. As he spoke, he drew the dog whip swiftly from the dead man's lap, and throwing the noose round the reptile's neck, he drew it from its horrid perch, and carrying it at arm's length, threw it into the iron safe, which he closed upon it. Such are the true facts of the death of Dr. Grimsby Roylott of Stoke Moran. It is not necessary that I should prolong a narrative which has already run to too great a length by telling how we broke the sad news to the terrified girl, how we conveyed her by the morning train to the care of her good aunt of Harrow, of how the slow process of official inquiry came to the conclusion that the doctor met his fate while indiscreetly playing with a dangerous pet. The little which I had yet to learn of the case was told me by Sherlock Holmes as we traveled back the next day. "I had," said he, "come to an entirely erroneous conclusion, which shows, my dear Watson, how dangerous it always is to reason from insufficient data. The presence of the gypsies, and the use of the word band, which was used by the poor girl, no doubt, to explain the appearance which she had caught a hurried glimpse of by the light of a match, was sufficient to put me upon an entirely wrong scent. I can only claim that the merit that I instantly reconsidered my position when, however, it became clear to me that whatever danger threatened an occupant of the room could not come either from the window nor the door. My attention was speedily drawn, as I have already remarked to you, to this ventilator, and to the bell rope which hung down to the bed. The discovery that this was a dummy and that the bed was clamped to the floor instantly gave rise to the suspicion that the rope was there as a bridge for something passing through the hole and coming to the bed. The idea of a snake instantly occurred to me, and when I coupled it with my knowledge that the doctor was furnished with a supply of creatures from India, I felt that I was probably on the right track.
Hello!
Hello! Hi, cutie! Oh, it's good to see you! Hi, sweet Bublin, and welcome in, Tubi. We're almost done. We only have, 2 more paragraphs. Let's see. The idea of using a form of poison which cannot possibly be discovered by any chemical test was just a one as would occur to a clever and ruthless man who had had an Eastern training. The rapidity with which such a poison would take effect would also, from his point of view, be an advantage. It would be a sharp-eyed coroner, indeed, who could distinguish the 2 little dark punctures, which would show where the poison fangs had done their work. Then I thought of the whistle. Of course, he must recall the snake before the morning light revealed it to the victim. He had trained it, probably by the use of the milk which we saw, to return to him when summoned. He would put it through this ventilator, at the hour that he thought best, with the certainty that it would crawl down the rope and land on the bed. It might or might not bite the occupant. Perhaps she might escape every night for a week, but sooner or later she must fall victim. I had come to these conclusions before ever I had entered this room. An inspection of this chair showed me that he had been in a habit of standing on it, which of course would be necessary in order that he would reach the ventilator. The sight of the safe, the saucer of milk, the loop of whipcord were enough to finally dispel any doubts which may have remained. The metallic clang heard by Miss Stoner was obviously caused by her stepfather hastily closing the door of his safe upon its terrible occupant. Having once made up my mind, you know the steps which I took in order to put the matter to proof. I heard the creature hiss, as I have no doubt that you did also, and I instantly lit the light and attacked it, with the result of driving it through the ventilator, and also with the result of causing it to turn upon its master at the other side. Some of the blows of my cane came home and roused its snakish temper, so that it flew upon the first person it saw. In this way, I am in no doubt indirectly responsible for Dr. Grimsby Roylett's death, and I cannot say that it is likely to weigh very heavily upon my conscience. Excellent. Yay. I really like Sherlock Holmes. Snake. What do you guys think? Did you guys like it? Hold on, I'm gonna have a sip of water and then we'll take a break. Oh, is Lovely Lab heading out? I must go. Enjoy streaming. I'll most likely be back on my 10-minute break. Absolutely, Lovely Lab. Thank you so much for dropping in, sweetie. I appreciate you. And Jorgen, welcome in, honey. How are you doing? It's so good to see you, darling. All right. Let me see if you guys thought of any, if you guys expected the snake. Let's see. Let me see. I think Tau did it violent. Rude. Eon dates, I believe, is what arsenic smells like. Is it not? Is almonds not how it smells? Is that a different poison? Let's see. Oh, cyanide smells like almonds. That's it. Yes. Okay, my bad. Sorry, it was a different poison. So that's what you thought? You think it's maybe cyanide or arsenic, maybe? That's a really good guess. I actually thought that the first time I read it too. Did Tau say the recording I sent to music? I did, Lovely Lav. You sound great, sweetie. I hope they're having fun singing. Yes, 'twas the snack. Thank you so much again, sweet Sam, for your very generous 5 gifted subs, sweetheart. I really, really appreciate it, darling. Thank you so very much. Let's see. And Tubi, how are you? It's so good to see you.
Does anyone remember the TV show Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century? That was all I could think of, and the show was pretty good.
Nix, are you talking about the one with Benedict Cumberbatch or a different one? Because I think there's been quite a few. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Spider. Appreciate you. How are you? I'm not saying anything, just playing TFT, hearing you like a podcast. That's perfect. This is the perfect stream for podcast vibes. I expected it to be the stepfather, honestly. You were right. He was training the snake to kill the stepdaughters. I'm now tempted to read some Sherlock Holmes myself. Seems like a good book series. Yeah, they're really good. And Sherlock is very very clever. He's very clever. It's weird having a Sherlock Holmes not being pretentious to Watson. Yeah, this is the original. It's all the other adaptations that have made him more pretentious. I was about to ask if it's a detective story. It is, sweetie. It is indeed. Doing great. Figured I'd drop by for a bit before bed. Absolutely, sweetheart. We're so happy to have you. Thank you for coming in, lovely Jargon. Thank you for the lurk and work, sweet spider. Appreciate you. I like Enola Holmes. Oh, yeah. I never did watch Enola Holmes. I should sometime, though. It was a while since I watched it. Fair enough. Cumberbatch, the Penguin guys. Penguin guys. All right. Now, while we go on this next break, it's only going to be 3 minutes, sweethearts. I'm going to have you vote on what we read next. What to read next. We can read some Lovecraft, which is it's a story that Sadhu suggested. We can read SCP entries. We can read some more folklore. Let me have a look at what else we've got in here. Yep, I think that's everything. I am going to, however, I'm going to send the, oh no, actually, Strat already has it. So you guys can continue to request, any books that you, sorry, not books, but like short stories, that you want from the link in the pinned comment. It's got a bunch of, public domain short stories that we can read. So please do vote on that, sweethearts. Let's see. Oh, he can't pronounce penguin? Wait, can Cumberbatch not say penguin? Can he really not? Oh, you're going back to painting now. Absolutely awesome, Aspen. I hope you consider sharing that with us when you're done, if you would like to, but no pressure. I gotta get to worky, so I'll see y'all in Discord. Oh, sounds good, sweetheart. Thank you so much for dropping by, sweetheart. I appreciate you. You guys, please do vote. I'm gonna set up a boss battle for you. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. When we get back, we will do whatever you guys have voted for at the time, and I'll miss you terribly, but I'll see you soon. So close. Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh my god, Jesus Christ. Oh, I hate that they dropped the fucking ceiling. Oh, please. My fellow Americans and my fellow Australians, I can say that. I'm about to be a dual citizen. But so cute. So many have tried correcting her, and now it's a quote she's known by. It's not Shigo, it's Shiego.
Hello, 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 cutie pies, and welcome back. Hi, we have returned. All right, looks like you guys want to do some SCP entries. We can make that happen. We really can. Welcome back, Valiant Vash. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Welcome back, Awesome Aussie. Welcome back, Sweet Strat. Welcome back, Sweet Cynthia. Well done, you guys, beating the boss. I'm very impressed. Excellent work. All right. Oh, hi, Nick. Smarto Slice Jam Slice. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right. Let's see. We have some suggestions for SCP entries here. There we go. We have 3, all from Nyx. Let me just open all of them in this one. Window, and that way I can. There we go, perfect. And then I can just tab over from one to the next. So we are going to read about SCP-914, SCP-131, and SCP-2295. Sound good? Let's see. I sent you the penguin clip. You can check it when you get the time. Amazing. I'm so excited. I somehow did not know that he can't pronounce penguin. Also, hold on. I have a vine in my head. Ugh. Ugh. Oh no. Hold on. Let me. Boop. Don't mind me, just flashing you with my bald head. All right, sweeties. Let's see. All right. First, we have flashbang. All right. First, we have SCP-914. All right, SCP-914. Item number, SCP-914. Object class, safe. Special containment procedures. Only personnel who submit a formal request and receive approval from Site Command may operate 914. SCP-914 is to be kept in Research Cell 109B with 2 guard personnel on duty at all times. Any researchers entering 109B are to be accompanied by at least 1 guard for the entirety of testing. A full list of tests to be carried out must be given to all guard personnel on duty. Any deviation from this list will result in termination of testing, forcible removal of personnel from 109B, and formal discipline at Site Command's discretion. Warning. At this time, no testing of biological matter is allowed. Refer to document 109B117. Applying the rough setting to explosive materials is not advised. Description. SCP-914 is a large clockwork device weighing several tons and covering an area of 18 square meters, consisting of screwdrivers, belts, pulleys, gears, springs, and other clockwork. It is incredibly complex, consisting of over 8 million moving parts comprised mostly of tin and copper, with some wooden and cloth items observed. Observation and probing have shown no electronic assemblies or any form of power other than the mainspring under the selection panel. 2 large booths, 3 meters by 2.1 meters by 2.1 meters, which is 10 feet by 7 feet by 7 feet, are connected via copper tubes to the main body of SCP-914, labeled intake and output. Between them is a copper panel with a large knob with a small arrow attached. The words rough, coarse, 1-to-1, fine, and very fine are positioned at points around the knob. Below the knob is a large key that winds the mainspring. When an object is placed in the intake booth, a door slides shut and a small bell sounds. If the knob is turned to any position and the key wound up, SCP-914 will refine the object in the booth. No energy is lost in the process, and the object appears to be in stasis until the output booth door is opened. Intense observation and testing have not shown how SCP-914 accomplishes this, and no test object has ever been observed inside SCP-914 during the refining process. The process takes between 5 and 10 minutes, depending on the size of the object being refined. Let's see. Yep. I won't read like all of the additional entries. I think we'll read the individual SCP entries, but we won't read like all the individual like sometimes they have addendums. So, and some of those can be very long. Oh, hey there, cutie cat. Welcome in. It's so good to see you. We're doing our story time session today. I hope you enjoy it. Calming while reading about creepy things is ironic. Isn't it great? Isn't it great? Let's see. All right. Item number SCP-131. Object class safe. Procedure, special containment procedures. No special safety procedures are to be taken with SCP-131-A and SCP-131-B. They are free to travel about Site-19 so long as they do not attempt to enter any restricted areas or attempt to leave the facility. Casual contact with the subjects is permitted, but it is recommended that such contact be kept to a minimum to prevent the creatures from forming an attachment to personnel. Hourly tabs are to be kept on subjects at all times. Failure to account for their presence at these times constitutes a Level 1 lockdown situation. Any report of abuse or mistreatment of the subject will result in harsh reprimand. Description: SCP-131-A and SCP-131-B, affectionately nicknamed the iPods by personnel, are a pair of teardrop-shaped creatures roughly 30 centimeters, 1 foot in height, with a single blue eye in the middle of their bodies. SCP-131-A is a burnt orange in color, while SCP-131-B is mustard yellow. At the base of each creature is a wheel-like protrusion which allows for locomotion, suggesting that the creatures may be biomechanical in origin. The subjects can move surprisingly fast, covering over 60 meters or 200 feet in a matter of seconds. The subjects, however, lack a braking system, which has led to some rather spectacular, if not overly amusing, mishaps involving the creatures. The subjects have also shown the ability to climb sheer surfaces and have gotten lost in their air vents on more than one occasion. The subjects seem to have the intelligence of common house cats and are insatiably curious. Most of the time, they simply roll around the facility, observing personnel at work and catching peeks at other safe-class SCPs. The subjects seem to be able to communicate with each other via an untranslatable high-pitched babbling. The subjects have never been observed to blink, even in laboratories when the subjects have been videotaped for over 18 consecutive hours. The subjects seem to respond well to any affection given to them and will quickly bond to the giver of said affection, much the same way a puppy bonds with a human being. They will follow anyone or anything that they've made a bond with anywhere, even into normally restricted areas. Although curious, the subjects can sense danger in their general vicinity, and if the object of their bond begins to approach something they register as dangerous, for example, Euclid or Keter class objects, they will swarm around their bonded companion's feet or appropriate extremities while babbling in a panicked tone, as if to warn them. Because of the daily dangers faced by Site-19 staff in dealing with Euclid and Keter class objects, it is recommended that staff avoid making attempts to bond with the subjects, as it can pose a distraction during delicate operations and experiments and may pose a danger to the subjects themselves. If the subjects are ignored by their bonded target long enough, they will eventually lose interest and return to their normal activities. It should be noted that the subjects require no real care or maintenance from the site staff. They do not eat, leave droppings, or even sleep. It would seem that the only sustenance they require is visual stimulation, although this requires further study to verify. Subjects SCP-131-A and SCP-131-B were found in a cornfield outside Redacted in the year 19 Redacted. They were promptly transported to Site-19 via data expunged, and were then downgraded to Safe Class and given free reign across the site once it became clear they were not broadcasting what they saw to any hostile foreign powers. Little guys. They're just little guys. They're cute. They look like little sharks, little baby sharks. All right, and last but not least, by the way, I wanted to know if you guys had any like video game lore. Like, I was thinking maybe we should read some of the like the preface to BioShock. Maybe that would be good. Would you guys like that? Because I can probably go find that on the wiki, and I'll understand so much more. You're gonna hear me go, oh, a lot if we do that. But yeah, let me know if you want to read through like the BioShock lore. All right. While you guys let me know what you want to do, I'm gonna finish our last SCP. Item number SCP-2295. Object class safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-2295 is to be kept in a standard containment locker within Storage Wing 25 in Site-37. Personnel with Level 3 or higher security clearance are authorized to perform tests on SCP-2295 after filling out the appropriate paperwork. Please contact Dr. Gurgis if required. If required access to SCP-2295 is expected to exceed 24 hours. Description. SCP-2295 is a patchwork stuffed bear, approximately 0.46 meters from head to foot, and stuffed with synthetic fiber and cotton. SCP-2295 has a small, anatomically correct pin of a heart on the left side of its thorax and a bow wrapped around its neck. The fabric and color of SCP-2295's patches vary. Tests confirm that no components of SCP-2295 contain any anomalogous chemical properties. SCP-2295 enters an active state when within 2 meters of a human sustaining major trauma to an organ. When in the proximity of 2 or more possible subjects, SCP-2295 will invariably choose the youngest subject. SCP-2295 will anomalously produce scissors, white thread, and either sewing needles or a crocheting hook from its mouth, and use any fabric and stuffing in close proximity to fashion an instance of SCP-2295-1, a patchwork imitation of the subject's organ. SCP-2295-1 vanishes from sight and the subject falls into a state of unconsciousness. SCP-2295-1 instances then replace the subject's damaged organ via anomalous means. The whereabouts of organs replaced this way are undetermined. There is no usable material in close If there is no usable material in close proximity, SCP-2295 will use fabric and stuffing from itself. SCP-2295 regenerates 1 gram of stuffing every day until completely replacing any lost or used stuffing. Note that fabric used this way does not regenerate, and additional fabric must be placed near SCP-2295 for the purpose of self-mending. Instances of SCP-2295-1 successfully carry out their respective functions despite the numerous expected biological, chemical, and medical incompatibilities. Once within the subject, adjacent tissues and veins attach to the imitated organ without observable complications. There have been no cases of rejected SCP-2295-1 instances, and all subjects recorded at the time of writing made full recoveries. That's cute. I like our little life-saving teddy bear. That's very sweet. All right, let's see what you guys said. Did you wanna read about? Yeah, those are the SCP that look like eyeballs. I can send you the link to that if you want. This one was a bear that we were talking about though. Let me see. Oh, video game lore, nice idea. You like that idea? Oh, we could do Monster Hunter lore entries, true, or Witcher. Ooh, true. BioShock would be cool. Oh, hello, Precious Press. Welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Hope you're doing very well. Felix! Hello, fabulous Felix. Welcome in to you as well. How are you? Let's see. Okay. Let's put up a real quick poll. We're gonna do video game lore time. Video game lore. BioShock. Witcher. Fallout. Was there another one that you guys... Oh, Elder Scrolls. Yeah, Elder Scrolls is a good one. Elder Scrolls. All right, you guys, you have only 1 minute for this, so please get those votes in right this very moment, please. SCPs are cool, as well as those that are actively trying to kill everyone.
Next storytime stream, I will send some scary SCPs. TauTass plot, TauTass plot, TauTass plot.
We can do scary SCPs as long as nothing is triggering, because I know that the SCPs can go from like super cute, like a little stuffed teddy bear that mends people, all the way to like making you relive your worst traumas. Elder Scrolls games literally have in-universe books you can read. That is true. That is very true. The tickle bed. Oh god. Oh, Kirby lore. That's another good one, Press. I've never played an Elder Scrolls game, but seeing how Oblivion, even the remastered version, is a buggy masterpiece, I'm tempted to play it. You should. Elder Scrolls is a great franchise. I really like it. No triggering SCPs, trust me. I do, sweetie, I do. And oh my gosh, hey there, Crazy Waffle. How are you, sweetie? Wonderful Waffle, it's been a minute. How are you doing? We've missed you. Read me the lusty Argonian maid. That'd be so funny. Oh my god. Okay, you want BioShock. All right, BioShock lore explained. Let's read that. Now, the question is, do you want actually, maybe I'll just go to the let me go to the fandom wiki. Okay. Awesome. Now, do we just want to read the storyline for... Oh, wait, we have the Rapture storyline. Oh, this is perfect. This is what I'm looking for. So we can actually read about the entire background, not just like a summary of the game. That's great. Okay, we will read this. This is good. My apologies if there's like any spoilers for people who haven't played BioShock. Okay, but let me just real quick. One sec. All right. I'm gonna do something. We are going to read the first volume of the Lusty Argonian Maid, and then we will read the Rapture storyline. Sound good? Okay. All right. Okay, we have two characters here. We have Lifts Her Tail, and she's gonna sound like this. And we have Crantius Colto, and he's gonna sound like this. So just so you know who is who.
Certainly not, kind sir. I am here but to clean your chambers.
Is that all you have come for, little one? My chambers?
I have no idea what it is you imply, master. I am but a poor Argonian maid.
So you are, my dumpling, and a good one at that. Such strong legs and shapely tail.
You embarrass me, sir.
Fear not. You are safe here with me.
I must finish my cleaning, sir. The mistress will have my hat if I do not.
Cleaning, eh? I have something for you. Here, polish my spear.
But it's huge! It could take me all night.
Plenty of time, my sweet. Plenty of time. That is Act 1. All right, I will see if you guys want me to read Act 2 later. But first, Rapture. Listen. Oh my god, that's so fucking funny. I remember running into those books when I was playing, and I was like, did I find in-universe smut? That was so unexpected. I know. Okay, now for something completely different. Okay. Yes, I'll let you guys vote on if you want me to do the next. As you can see, they're very short. They're like, the volumes are like volume 2 has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lines of dialogue. Oh, actually, there's only 2 volumes. I thought there were more. Do you guys just want me to read the second one or nah? I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable. So if it's making you uncomfortable, just tell me that. Can I read V2 of Lusty Argonian Maid? That's lamb, by the way. Yes, please, or no, thanks. You just have 1 minute. It's a good thing my computer soundbar doesn't work. I need an IRL book of this. Yeah, what if I start doing Elder Scrolls audiobooks? Which teddy bear? The one that replaces your organs with plushy organs that work?
Fun fact, in Skyrim you can find that book under a bed with a mammoth tusk.
I love that. Let's go. That work, or the one that stole a bunch of ears to make a duplicate of itself that screams. Not that one. The one that we were talking about earlier, Violent, was the first one. This is like Tusk Love, if you know what that is. Good. I actually don't know that. Yes, straight away. All right. Okay, for the one person who said no thank you, I will wave my book around like this when we're done, if you want to mute. I just don't want to make anyone uncomfortable, but it is very funny, and it's very short. It's like 30 seconds. Okay. Act 7, Scene 2, continued.
My goodness, that's quite a loaf. But however shall it fit in my oven?
This loaf isn't ready for baking, my sweet. It has yet to rise.
If only we could hurry that along. How would I accomplish such a task?
Oh, my foolish little Argonian maid, you must use your hands.
You wish me to knead the loaf? Here?
Of course.
But what if the mistress catches me? Your loaf was meant to satisfy her appetite.
Don't fret, my delicate flower. I'll satisfy the mistress's cravings later.
Very well, but I'm afraid my oven isn't hot enough. It could take hours.
Plenty of time, my sweet. Plenty of time. Okay, you're free. You're free. You're free. Hi, the cutie toasty. Welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. How are you doing? My eyes popped out of my skull. Oh man, yeah, I love that they have in-universe smut and they're like, yeah, how can we allude to this without being too blunt? Okay, the Rapture Colony. Anyway, oh yeah, did I do this enough? Just whoever was made uncomfy by that, boop, 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 boop. You can come back now. I need that book. Why does Tao read the smut to us? Because it was requested by Spider, and I was like, oh, I remember this was pretty short, and it was, so I was like, oh, fuck it, I'll do it. It's very funny. Okay, it's from Critical Role, the second campaign. They made a book for them to not get bored in a cave. Wait, really? That's amazing. Didn't expect to drop back in on Less Argonian Maid, but there are worse things than dirty humor to do so on. That is true. Welcome in, Incredible Iridius. How are you? We're actually going to read the Rapture Colony. We're going to read the background for Bioshock so that I understand what was going on in the game that we just finished. Let's see. I dropped my paintbrush on how surprised I was. My shirt is gonna be stained now. Sorry, Aspen. I'm so sorry. Listen, this is not a smutty or lewdsome channel, but like once in a while we'll have just a little bit of fun there. Thank you, Tal. That's perfect. I'm so glad you liked it. In real life, you can buy a Skyrim book with every single book from Skyrim in it, and yes, including that book. Really? That would be fun. Oh my god, I should get that. That'd be such a cool one to have you guys be able to request stories from. Was that a birthday thing for eldest brother? Went to a Swiss/German place, had some good apple cider. Yummy, that sounds good. Hilarious nonetheless. I'm glad you liked it, Aspen. Even if it did kind of... Okay. I'll stop between different parts of this, okay? Because we actually have quite a bit. We have a segment of 1946 to 1952, 1952 to 1958, 1958 to 1959. Yeah, wow, we can go all the way up to 1968, right before Bioshock 2, I think. I'm pretty sure. Erebus! Hello there, fabulous fabulous sweetheart. Welcome in. How are you, honey? Thank you so much for bringing your lovely community in. Hello, Raiders. You were playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Was it fun? Did you have a blast? I certainly do hope so. Cutie Kai Fallout, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Sorry, I don't know why my hand's glitching. My hand's not even there. Erebus, Tomo, sweetheart, thank you so much as well for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. War Rex Racer, sorry, you as well. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Thank you so much for coming in. I have a book here. Sorry, we're doing story time today. But let me introduce you guys to our lovely raider, and thank you so much for the raid, honey. You guys, this is Erebus Tomo. I hope I'm saying it right. The self-proclaimed primordial god of darkness. Ooh, thank you for the biddy, sweet storm. Much appreciated, honey bun. Gracing us with their chaotic and yet comfy presence. Oi, sorry. I have a very excited dog who's barking for no reason. Hold on. Sorry. Yeah, comfy presence. This chatty VTuber embodying both goddess and goblin energy recently dueled in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. With only 2 brain cells, they're all about community streams and mind break. Truly a regal stream for the ages. Absolutely true. Lara, welcome in, sweetie. Thank you so very much for coming in with the raid. Tomo Rower, I hope you had a great time. You had a lot of fun. That's wonderful. You bricked every duel, Kai. Really? I find that hard to believe. We got smart people in here right now. You guys are gonna ace your next duels. I have faith in you. Thank you so much for the biddy, sweet Ozzy. Appreciate it. Let's see. Oh, Tomo was a bully. Tomo, surely not. Surely not. New friend indeed. Hi, sweetie. How are you? I'm sorry if I forgot to say this. Readers, if you need to raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. Real quick, in the meantime, I'm gonna just introduce you guys to myself real quick. Be back in about 1 minute.
Vtuber. 3, 2, 1, let's go! What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Body and go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! Hi, cuties. Thank you so much for the double raid. Oh my goodness. Give me just a sec. I'm just turning our nice music back on. But holy crap, lovely Alessa, welcome in, honey. How are you doing? Lovely Alessa Pure and her lovely raiders. You guys, if you need to raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. Also, welcome in. Oh my goodness. Hi. You guys, this is the fabulous Alessa Pure, a very an exceptional client, by the way. She's commissioned me for quite a few things, and I'm a huge fan. She's so lovely. But Tomo, real quick before we forget, could I find out, number 1, how your stream was, and number 2, when your next stream will be? And let me introduce you guys to Alessa, who is your new cute and creepy waifu. She is gracing us with her presence from the wasteland of Fallout New Vegas. Good choice. This Latinx VTuber is serving up some serious Pack Day vibes, and you know what? That's pretty lit. They're all about those closed captions and allyship too. I do approve. Absolutely. Welcome in, sweetheart. And you, how was your stream, sweetie? And when is your next one? Kai, I am indeed a Thylacine. It's a pleasure to meet you. Last of my kind, as far as I know. But Alessa, thank you so much for the raid, honey. Heisenberg, thank you so much for coming in with the raid. Capsize, thank you so much for coming in with the raid. You're a cutie. Heart for you. It's corn! A big lump with knobs! Exactly! You also love corn? Come on. We share corn often. It has the juice. I'm live? Such confidence now. Well, I don't have a going live tag. I just put live. That's why I was like, I'm live. I do unfortunately need to raid and run. That's okay, no worries. I was streaming for 8 hours. It's 2 a.m. I'm a crash. It was nice meeting you. Hope you have fun. Take care. Thank you so much, sweet Tomo. I do appreciate you coming in and bringing everyone in. I promise to take the best care of them.
What do you like
one
about
sec.
corn?
A big lump with knobs. It has the juice. I can't imagine a more beautiful thing. Woo!
Thank you for my song, cutie Sedu. But yes, lovely Tomo, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you so much for bringing everybody in. I'll take great care of them until you are back online. I avenged Kai by bullying Tomo back for Kai's honor. Aw, good job. But don't bully the streamer. Be nice to your streamer. I can't imagine a more beautiful thing. I'm doing well, wonderful War. Thank you for asking. And it's great to see you, awesome Alessa. Thank you so much for coming in. I'm so glad your stream went well, sweet Tomo. Next stream is tomorrow at 7 p.m. Awesome. Do you know what you'll be playing, Tomo? And is that 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time? Or is that like Eastern Standard? Or please let me know. And then hopefully my lovely community can come and support you. You're doing good. I'm so happy to hear it, awesome Alessa. And Melanie! Hello, magnificent Melanie. How are you, honey? Power World Tuesday, sleep until then. That sounds great to me. Sounds amazing, lovely Alessa. Well, sweetie, I hope that you had a really wonderful time playing New Vegas. We actually are doing a story time stream today, where you guys are requesting, at the moment, we're actually reading, we are reading video game lore. So we're going to start reading about the background to Rapture from BioShock, because we just recently finished BioShock. So we're very excited. We're very excited. Would you like me to send it in Discord and media? It comes in 3 books. Oh, sure. Yeah, Nix, actually, if you don't mind, you can send it in media. Sure. Let's see. Oh, Tomo is American time zone. Okay, awesome. Okay. Excuse me, I'm sick. I'm sick, so I'm sneezing and bleh. EST, Minecraft and more Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, sick! Well, you guys, there you go. I know a lot of you love Minecraft. Please check out the lovely Erebus Tomo, who is going to be playing some Yu-Gi-Oh! And Minecraft at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, America Standard Time. I was curious, what kind of a character are you? You couldn't hear? Oh, I'm a Thylacine. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger. And thank you for the blessings, sweeties. I do appreciate ya. Thank you, thank you. But yes, thank you so much for the raids, you guys. I really appreciate it. Also, matches, what the heck? Thank you for the 11 bits, by the way. And also, Anon, thank you so much for gifting that sub to Tomo. I do appreciate you, hon. You get a heart from me. Thank you so very much for your generosity and support, honey bun. Thank you, thank you. You are so kind. Thank you. Let's see. Okay, aw, Matches, you're so sweet. All right. Let's get into our tale of woe. I'm just kidding. Well, there's gonna be some woeing probably, but hopefully not too much. Hopefully not too much woe. Ah, fuck. All right. Let's see here. Oh, thank you for the model, Sweet Seto. I do appreciate that. That's very helpful. All right, let's read about Rapture. Andrew Ryan began the construction of Rapture in 1946. Using his own private steamliner, the Olympian, he transported building supplies to the coordinates where the city would be built. Roughly located at 63 degrees, I don't know how to read these, 63 degrees 2 north and 29 degrees 55 west, between Greenland and Iceland in the North Atlantic Ocean. A building platform nicknamed the Sinker was lowered from the Olympian to bring the supplies and crew to the site. Rapture was designed to be entirely self-supporting, with all of its electricity, food production, water purification, and defense systems powered by undersea volcanic vents. In Rapture, science, industry, and art would thrive undisturbed by intervention from governments, religious institutes, or other social agencies. People from around the world emigrated to the hidden city during the years between 1946 and 1952, sparking conspiracy theories on the surface about the mass disappearances that came to be known as the Vanishing. Rapture's population was composed of the people Ryan viewed as the best examples of humankind. Well, that's never been a problem, is it? No, we definitely don't have examples of people saying, oh, this is the best version of a person, I think, subjectively, so we better just get all those in one place. Let's see. The city plans did not include sustainability for the jobs of the construction workers, and they would have to adapt once the building project ceased. Many workers were left out of work in leaking, crowded, and what was meant to be temporary housing in places like Pauper's Drop. Ryan and his central council took little notice of the destitute and mostly ignored the issue, assuming they would manage to find work. As per Ryan's philosophy, unfortunates were left to find their own way to prosperity. Ryan did, however, listen to advice that the citizens were becoming anxious from the isolation of the city and the lack of sunlight. Sophia Lamb, a British psychiatrist from the surface, was invited down to Rapture by Andrew Ryan to help citizens cope with life in the undersea city. Lamb's utilitarian beliefs largely clashed with the free market ideas of Rapture. She devoted much of her efforts to indoctrinating poorer citizens, and in this way became a political rival to Ryan. Her conspiring to overthrowing Rapture's government and philosophy eventually earned her exile. During the same time period, between 1949 and 1951, Dr. Bridget Tenenbaum happened to be passing through the docks in Neptune's Bounty when she noticed an individual whose hands she knew had been paralyzed in the war was playing catch. After inquiring as to the reason behind the restoration of his damaged hand, she was told he had been bitten by a sea slug. Tenenbaum asked the man for the sea slug, suspecting that she had discovered something amazing, and began to look for a sponsor who would fund her research. Thank you for the bleep and the care package, Sweet Spider. Appreciate ya. Thank you, thank you. Yum, 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 yum. Scoffed at by all other scientists in Rapture, Tenenbaum approached Frank Fontaine, a ruthless mobster in Neptune's Bounty. He agreed to fund Tenenbaum's research and development as long as he was given full rights to profit from the findings. He funded her research using the fortune he had acquired from his smuggling ring, which brought contraband items down to Rapture from the surface. Tenenbaum's research quickly began to produce results. Hold on, I need to change the size of my window. One sec, please. One moment, please. There we go. She discovered the substance the sea slugs secreted behaved like stem cells, and by using it, she could manipulate DNA. She was able to bend the double helix, quote unquote, cure diseases, and give organisms changed and amazing powers. The substance was called a rebirth for humanity, and it was dubbed Adam. Oh! Did they say that? Did they say that she got it from sea slugs? I definitely forgot that. Oopsies. Okay, cool. Now I know where Adam comes from. Good. Sometime after the discovery of Adam, the scientists made another breakthrough. Research to increase generation of Adam had led them to implant slugs into the stomachs of various test subjects. With an appropriate host, the slugs could generate 20 to 30 times their normal production of Adam. It was discovered young girls were the only host type which successfully worked. If they were going to mass-produce Adam consumer products as Fontaine wanted, it would require a great number of such hosts. Taking inspiration from Sophia Lamb's earlier charity work, Fontaine set up the Little Sisters Orphanage, advertising it as a place where financially pressed families could send their little girls for care and schooling. The transformed girls eventually came to be known by the orphanage name Little Sisters. Oh, that's why they're called that. Did they say that too? Sorry. Okay. 1952 to 1958. Rapture's golden age and the beginning of the Civil War. When Ryan initially noticed Sophia Lamb's political influence, he agreed to a series of publicized debates with her, hoping to ruin her popularity by exposing the weaknesses in her philosophy. This was a miscalculation on his part, as it only gave her a public forum to increase her base of supporters. When he finally began to fear her effect upon Rapture, Ryan commissioned Augustus Sinclair's company, Sinclair Solutions, to monitor Lamb and her followers, hoping to find a legal excuse to take her into custody. Reporter Stanley Poole of the Rapture Tribune acted as an undercover spy for Sinclair, becoming a member of the Rapture family, Lamb's followers. Ryan, supplied with proof, eventually had Lamb arrested and imprisoned indefinitely at Persephone, a prison complex run by Sinclair. Once Fontaine Futuristics was able to produce Adam on a massive scale, the marketing of gene tonics and plasmids, developed by Dr. Yi Su-chong, went mainstream, being sold to any individual that could afford them. These tonics and plasmids bestowed individuals with superhuman abilities, such as creating fire at their fingertips, incinerate, releasing a swarm of killer bees from their arms, insect swarm, or increasing muscle tissue and movement speed, sports boost. Andrew Ryan initially admired the success of Frank Fontaine, citing him as a prime example of the type of individual that Rapture was built to propagate. As years passed, however, Ryan began to suspect Fontaine of various crimes, ranging from smuggling to murder. Fontaine's criminal influence and monopoly of Adam threatened the current social structure and order within the city. Andrew Ryan attempted to arrest Fontaine for smuggling, but Fontaine decided that he wanted to go down guns blazing and arranged to fake his death during the resulting shootout in late 1958. After this, Ryan assumed control of Fontaine Futuristics and began to produce plasmids and tonics within his own company, Ryan Industries. Rapture became filled with civil unrest in those following months, as Fontaine stepped into the persona of his alter ego, Atlas. Oh, I see where Fontaine got Atlas now. Rallying people who had flocked to Fontaine's poorhouses, starting a a subtle guerrilla war against Rapture's police force. The serious violence began on the New Year's Eve of 1958. Oh, I remember being in the, we saw in a memo where a woman was talking about that. When Atlas supporters attacked various key locations in the city, including the upper-class Kashmir restaurant, that's where we were. This event was the first large-scale battle of Rapture's civil war. Tightening control within the city, Ryan began instituting harsher punishments against problem citizens who worked against Rapture's ideals and survival, arresting many of Atlas and Lamb's followers. Mass addiction to Adam had already become a problem. Now large numbers of citizens started using plasmids and tonics to defend themselves. To handle this increased demand, Ryan adjusted the Little Sister program to send the girls out into the streets to gather Adam from corpses. Ryan had commissioned Dr. Su Chong to develop protectors for the girls, using many prison inmates, including Lamb's imprisoned followers in Persephone, and modifying them into prototype Big Daddies. To supply even more Adam for the growing conflict, kidnappings of young girls began to turn them into Little Sisters. Like Su Chong's work, the Protector Project was also pushed forward under the control of Dr. Gilbert Alexander, another brilliant scientist from Fontaine Futuristics. He continued Su Chong's work by bonding with Eleanor Lamb, a daughter of Sophia Lamb who had been abducted and turned into a little sister to Subject Delta. Just prior to the New Year's riots, Sophia Lamb had escaped from Persephone and was searching for her daughter. On New Year's Eve, she and some loyal splicers finally took Eleanor from her protector. Delta was incapacitated by a hypnotized plasmid, which Lamb forced him to remove his helmet and shoot himself in the head in front of a shocked Eleanor. Lamb then retreated back to Persephone with her daughter, avoiding the conflict of the war. Was that something that I missed? Was that a memo I missed? I have no memory of that bit. During the Civil War, splicers learned how to take down the Big Daddies to retrieve the Adam from the Little Sisters, harvesting the slugs embedded within them, resulting in the girls' deaths. Bridget Tenenbaum, having recognized her crime when confronting Little Sister in Farmer's Market, developed a plasmid which would kill the slug inside the sisters, restoring their humanity. Tenenbaum then began to collect the girls she rescued, hiding in an underground safe room in the sewers of Olympus Heights, keeping herself and the girls from harm. Now, I have Barrel at Sea. Is Barrel at Sea is that a spoiler? Should we read it? Because we're approaching the Fall of Rapture, but I don't know if Barrel at Sea, that sounds like a DLC I've heard of, is it? Oh, that's BioShock 2 spoilers? Whoops. If it helps, I'm gonna forget it all. And I don't know if I ever want to play this fucking game again. All right, well, that's probably that. You just spoiled yourself on BioShock 2. Don't worry, I don't remember anything anyway. It's fine. Okay, media. Oh my god, what a cute bunny. Wait, this is, oh my god, that's awesome. These are the Skyrim library. Oh, this is so cool. Okay, I'm gonna have to like put that on the wish list probably. I wonder how much that is. If I can afford it, I'll grab it, but I don't know if I'll be able to. Okay. Yeah, I have amnesia when playing. Exactly. Exactly right. Okay. Oh, we actually need to go on another break. What? I feel like we just started. Okay, let's go on a break. I'm going to set you guys up with another poll. You guys are going to get to pick whether we do more lore reading or whether we do some short stories. And I'll see you very soon. So let's see. We should read Fallout lore, Kirby lore. I've seen a few people saying Kirby lore, so I'll put Kirby lore in there as an option. Short stories. Which will be from the library. And we can start with Lovecraft. We can, let's see, what else? Oh, folklore of your guys' choosing. You guys can pick the culture it's from. All right, I'm gonna give you 3 minutes for that. Please do feel free to vote. Oh, Monster Hunter, shit, yes. Ooh, okay. Okay, we can, okay. Remind me about Monster Hunter next, after, like, if there is a tie, I will be able to redo the poll. Okay, Let's go on a quick break, though, you guys. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And, darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I'm going to set you with a hard boss. If you would like to participate, you're more than welcome to, but there is no pressure. Regardless of what you choose to do, though, darlings, I will miss you terribly, but I'll see you soon. Hello, 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 cutie pies, and welcome back. Hi, we have returned. I don't know which hand I've got my book on. Welcome back, awesome Ozzy, you beautiful being. Welcome back, cutie cat. Yeah, hello. Welcome back, Nick's Matos / Jam Slice. Welcome back, sweetest Sadie. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Welcome back, sweet Strat. All right. Okay, it looks like we're gonna start with Kirby lore. And then I will do another, we'll read some Kirby lore. Is there anything in particular that you want me to read? Do you want me to just read like the universe lore? Or should I read about a specific character? Welcome back, sweet Strat. I don't know why, but every time I say amnesia, my brain just continues it with the Dark Descent. Oh my gosh, it's like I have amnesia or something. The Dark Descent. Oh wow, there's a bunch of Kirby lore in this one post. This is incredible. Maybe we'll read this. Okay. Let's read all of the Kirby lore in one post. This is something I found on fucking Reddit. On fucking Reddit. Okay. All right. Thousands, maybe millions of years before the Kirby games, there were the ancients. They were scientists, architects, driven by fear of the unknown, fear of death. They discovered a matter most dark and would do anything to conceal it. They built weapons with hopes that a hero would arise and fell the beast. They made seals, sealing away all that they feared, knowing something else would deal with it. They left their seals on a quaint, underpopulated planet, assuming they would be safe. They built the clockwork stars, planet-sized satellites with the power to grant wishes. Dream fountains were scattered across the universe, and only when given enough dream power would the clockwork stars activate. But this backfired. Beings evil of heart used them to destroy, hurt, and control. Nothing the ancients did stopped them. An ancient calling himself Highness arrived with 3 mages. They, with their unscientific powers, destroyed the clockwork stars. All but one. The ancients had fear that history would repeat itself, and these ungodly wizards would destroy them once and for all. So like all threats before them, Highness and the 3 mage sisters were sealed and banished to the far reaches of the universe. Needing a protector, the ancients made a knight, the ultimate warrior, the ultimate life, designed to follow all commands. But evil gripped the warrior's soul. It shed its form and raw power emerged. It destroyed planets with a beat of its wings, ripped reality with a slice of its sword. Nothing could stop it. The ancients prayed to their god, needing help. Their fear led them to hide, not interfering in the slightest. The Galactic Knight ripped the species to shreds. With the last of their power, the ancients did all they knew. They sealed the night, and with that, the ancients were gone. Except one descendant, Magalore, named after the ancient speak word for paradise. At some point, ice dragons seemingly go extinct. Millions of years later, Max Haltman discovers the presence of intense power. He builds it a robot body, and it reveals itself to be a star dream. No longer linked to its ancient programming, it now has free will. That free will gives it a will to destroy. Stardream helps Haltman in his studies, secretly using the man to achieve its full power. Interdimensional gates are discovered, and with his knowledge, Haltman builds a company wanting the best for his daughter, Suzanne. One day, a particularly large rip is opened, and Suzanne is pulled inside. Driven mad by the loss of his daughter, Haltman lives through the day by thinking about using Stardream to bring her back. Stardream has no intent of doing this, however, as it slowly corrupts Haltman's mind. Suzanne has landed in another dimension. Hopping between the dimensions and the worlds, she obtains data on multiple species and planets, including Popstar. Around the same time, Magalore, a space traveler, draws near the Milky Way, and as he gets closer to Popstar, he gets closer to the Master Crown, and his mind is slowly drawn into the void. Later on Popstar, near the beginning of spring, Kirby is born. Later, nearing Popstar, Magalore meets a seemingly kind person named Marx. Marx asks about the whereabouts of the last remaining clockwork star, Galactic Nova. Magalore informs him that a strong being must activate the dream fountains and that one has already been activated. Marx heads back to Popstar knowing what to do. Sometime later, Meta Knight discovers a dangerous mirror, one of many ancient seals, and in an attempt to destroy it, he awakens Darkmind and creates an alternate world. After Kirby defeats Darkmind, a being of the sky named Taranza steals the mirror from its hiding place in the clouds, hoping to give it to his girlfriend and queen, Sectonia. He returns to Floralia. She accepts the gift, but Dark Meta Knight, the last link to Darkmind, begins the corruption of the Queen's mind, twisting and turning her view of the world. Later, Suzanne finds her father's company, currently in the process of mechanizing countless planets. Suzanne applies for secretary under the name Susie with the intent of taking control of Stardream and taking her revenge. Magalore arrives on Popstar and tries to steal the Master Crown from its guardian, Landia, and the four-headed dragon. With help from Kirby and friends who are tricked into it, Magalore forms the ultimate bond with Void Termina as his soul is ripped from his body. After defeating Magalore's lifeless body, Kirby and friends escape from another dimension as it falls apart. Little did they know, the disturbances of reality allowed Highness and the mages to break their own seal. Uniting other followers of their religion, they search for shards of power to unite the Darkheart and revive the god Void Termina. After the defeat of Sectonia and Stardream, the Jambastian mages have assembled the Darkheart, and they intend to revive Void Termina and destroy the world that wronged them so much. Wow, that's actually really dark. I didn't know. I had no idea. I have no clue what Kirby lore is. You know what's being talked about, cutie cat? This is completely wrong? Wait, what? Really? Oh, I don't know. I just found it on Reddit. It is from 5 years ago, but the people said, we don't have much context on Star Allies yet, so it's not included. Great read. Where does Zero and Void fit into this? Someone asked. Zero doesn't really have much of a story behind him, so he's represented through dark matter as a whole. And as I said in a reply, Void and Star Allies don't have context yet. Yeah, this is an old post. It's 5 years old, but, that was completely wrong. Oh no. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. But Sweet Monster, it's time for Eep. Oh, fair enough, honey. Absolutely. Well, darling, I really do hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for joining us today. And thank you for spending so much time. I hope that you sleep really well. And we'll see you again very soon, hopefully. Have a good one, Sweet Monstera. Stay nice and safe. Keep recovering. I thought that was mostly correct. It's not mostly correct. I mean, it just kind of generally sounded quite dark. Is it a pretty dark? I'm shocked at how dark it is still. That is not what I expected. Also, the fact that Kirby is from a planet called Popstar, I did know that, but it's just like, I think with the knowledge that Kirby's from planet Popstar, I can't take anything else seriously. And then I'm like, oh, wait, there's like mirror dimensions and kidnapping and whoa. Is it a fanfic or something? No, it just says this just says all of Kirby's lore in one post. Is what it said. But it doesn't say anything about a fanfic. Okay, well, let's see. I'll put it back on there. I'll put what to read next. I'll put it back on there if you guys want me to read more Kirby lore and get it right, maybe, but I don't know. See, that's kind of part of the problem. I don't know what's right and what's not, so I'm just like, oh, Google, top result. My bad. Let's see. I'll put in parentheses, better Kirby lore. Now, I won't forget this time. We're putting Monster Hunter. We've got short stories.
Monster Hunter.
Yeah, Monster Hunter. We've got folklore. All right, cool. All right, you guys, you have 2 minutes. Please let me know what you would like to read. We can read some Monster Hunter stuff if you would like. But just vote for it. Let's see. I can confirm that Kirby's origins are wrong, but I don't know what else was wrong. Oh, okay. Disregard almost of everything that Reddit post says. It's Reddit. Can you really trust a Redditor? How dare. I get some good info from Reddit. Unironically good info. I don't know about Kirby, though. That might not be good info. Oh, Muted! Hello, Magnificent Muted. Are you back home from your journey to the... across the pond? Reddit is mostly lies? No, it just depends on where you frequent. It's like anywhere on the internet. It's going to be a quick hi and bye today. Oh, that's all right. No worries, lovely Muted. I hope that everything goes well for you, and thanks for dropping in and saying hi. Have a good one. Oh, got home yesterday. You'd be so jet lagged. You'd be so jet lagged. You guys, please do vote in that poll. It's going off in 1 minute, so please do that. Please do that. Okay, let's see. Looks like you guys, it's pretty close. Oh, Kirby lore and Monster Hunter are even. Oh, Monster Hunter just overtook it. Ooh, we got one person in folklore. Monster Hunter has 2 on Kirby at the moment. Do we want any specific monster that, if Monster Hunter wins, or do we want to just learn about the world of Monster Hunter? What do you think? Uploaded a clip in the Minecraft section in the Discord. It's frustratingly hazy though, but it's a cool feature this add-on has. Fair enough, fair enough. Pat Neko, hello, precious Pat. How are you, hun? Pleasure to see you and to meet you. How are you? The world of Monster Hunter. All right, we will read about the world of Monster Hunter. All right. Monster Hunter lore. Whoa, bright. Monster Hunter wiki is bright. Kirby is made of dark matter and everything positive in the universe. Nyx would probably know best, but I don't think the Kirby anime, Kirby Right Back At Ya, is canon. Oh, is that some of what they were describing in that? Which Monster Hunter lore, canon or the forbidden pouch? What? We are gonna read it off of the wiki. I've discovered I need to read things from the wikis. Maybe the wikis will not do me wrong. Let's see, one sec. I just gotta find... That's Wilds. I'm looking for... World of Monster Hunter. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, this says it's a work in progress. Ah, okay, cool. I found some stuff about the different regions and stuff. Wow, there's a lot of shit about the different regions. Okay. The Kirby anime is old and none of the stuff described in that post comes up in the anime. Oh, I wonder where they got the info from. Did I forget about the forbidden pouch? I might have. I have such bad memory. What was the forbidden pouch again? All right. Well, I've got a world map here that's not gonna let me read stuff. Let me see. World of Monster Hunter lore. Oh, here we go. No, you told me not to use, I'm not allowed to use Reddit, so I won't. I won't. I won't use Reddit. Let me see here. Oh, wait, I think I found it. Ooh, okay. I think I found lore. Monster Hunter. Well, this is Monster Hunter World. Fuck. I just want general Monster Hunter knowledge. The Kirby anime is mostly using King Dedede because he hated causing shenanigans because he hated Kirby in his early days until eventually they become friends and allies. Oh, okay. Monster Hunter, but Australia and custom monsters all submitted by the community. That would be pretty cool. King Dedede is the GOAT. Oh, Australia's the forbidden pouch. Oh. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, wait, we have handling crime on here. That's interesting. Monster Hunter Origins lore. Bruh. If Monster Hunters use pouches to store their consumables and traps, do you think Tao would at least confuse Monster Hunter pouch and the pouch filled with pouch pals? No, I would never. The pouch filled with pouch pals is soft and within. The pouch filled with Monster Hunter things is external and cold. And sharp, filled with sharp things. Monster Hunter lore is difficult too. Most of the lore hasn't been translated and is spoken as different journal entries from many hunters. Right, okay, fair. Well, I actually do see, oh, I think I might have found something here. Oh wow, there's so much. Okay, I found the guild, the known world, civilization, historical figures, historical landmarks, historical events, history of the guild, history of the ancients, history of monsters, the first age, the millennium age, the runner age, the current age, and speculation of the future. Do any of those sound interesting to you? Oh, wait a second. Okay, these are pretty much all. I'm a pitfall trap inside your pouch, sweet Sadu. You could never. You are too delightful. I'm okay, not precious. You're not precious. I think you're precious. Thank you, just chilling here like an alley cat. Absolutely, sweetheart. You are welcome to do so. I hope you enjoy vibing. Valiant Violent. Tao accidentally forgetting about her community again. What? I never forget about my community. How dare? How dare? I think about you guys a lot. Okay. Let's go with the Black Prophecy. Let's read about the Black Prophecy. That sounds interesting. Okay, here we go. The Black Prophecy is the name of a deciphered ancient hypothesis that states that each age ends on the emerging of a monster tinted in black that is destined to bring an end to the world, with each documented age having historical events that correlate with this obscure and mysterious prophecy. From the very minimal documentation on the First Age, there is a collection of artistic portrayals of a giant black-scaled serpent that is said to have come from the void and attempted to bring the world into eternal darkness. There is no known knowledge of this serpent, although some speculate that the serpent did succeed in the reset of the world, which is why little remains of the First Age, but this has not been confirmed and is considered unlikely by experts. Speculation on the origin of the supposed void serpent is far and few, and there is too little information to investigate further. The end of the Millennium Age faced a catastrophic event known as the Black World, which was caused by an enigmatic dragon said to have emerged from the shadows called Auzano Umbra. The enigmatic dragon is said to have clouded the world in pure darkness. This catastrophe nearly caused a mass extinction event as plants were deprived of sunlight, which resulted in mass starvation that affected every living thing. This would result in a surge of conflicts that would only increase the already immense body count caused by the shadow dragon before it was slain by the Drac family, potentially saving the world from the eternal ending of all life. Wow. What story, what game does this come from? That's crazy. The near end of the Runner Age is where the world fell victim to an eldritch demon of the underworld that was responsible for invading the minds of millions. The minds that fell victim to the demon known as Yozori Kazar would be driven to insanity, resulting in countless indirect deaths of both civilizations and monsters. One of the worst cases of this was the case of the unknown kingdom that is now named the Abyssal Citadel by the Guild, where Yozori Kazar supposedly caused a physical collision course that caused the island to that held the kingdom to sink, becoming the lost underwater ruins that it is in modern times. An unknown but cherished hero named the Scarlet Avenger would dive into the underworld and stop the demon's mind invasions, saving humanity from an era of despair. Many speculate on what will attempt to fulfill the Black Prophecy for the modern age. Many have held the belief that the legendary black dragon known as Fatalis will be the one that will bring, finally I know something, that will bring an end to the world, with the fall of Shrade being just a mere fragment of the chaos to come. But several scholars and researchers who are truly dedicated to the belief of this prophecy have a strong belief that there is a much bigger threat out there that is destined to make a permanent mark in the world, even if it's defeated. There is little proof of this, but the truth surrounding Fatalis, as the ancient species it is, has seemed to nullify the claims of Fatalis being the modern age's black prophecy. But that begs the question of what could be. Ooh, interesting. I'm excited to play Frontier soon. Are you going back in time, Sweet Vash, and gonna go play some Frontier? Let's see. So that's on the historic events. Let me see if there's any others of these that have been filled in. I have off-map locations, other games, and fan games. Ooh. Wow, there's so much information on, like, the locations. That makes sense. Let me see. Do we have something on the guild? We do have the guild. Do you guys want to learn about some guild rules and regulations? Ooh. Let's see. The guild's rules and regulations differ based on the district, but there are 5 rules overall that all districts are required to follow. Breaking these rules will result in penalization and disbanding of the individuals involved in the rule breaking. Number 1. Hunting any monsters without the approval of the guild is forbidden and only justifiable if the monster has attacked individuals or citizens. 2. Zenny made by each district needs to be acknowledged by the primary guild branch so that Zenny laundering does not occur. 3. Health and safety is priority, the safety of citizens especially. Absolutely nothing comes before the safety of citizens. 4. Designated roles are no longer to be discriminatively enforced, as felines, wyverians, and humans alike are all worthy and deserve respect. 5. The guild hunting branch handles affairs that involve monsters and wildlife along with the careers of hunters, while the guild protection branch handles malicious criminal activity. The collision of either two must not occur unless absolutely necessary and approved by the guild. I don't even know if I recall any games where they're talking about, like, human beings executing criminal endeavors. They have rules? I'm interested. It sounds amazing. Yeah, it's really interesting, isn't it? You just recently got the game? Oh, that's awesome, Sweet Vash. I really hope that you'll tell us what you think of it. Handling monsters. The guild hunting branch are the primary force to handle monsters whenever they're causing trouble. Whether it's attacking civilizations, overpopulating ecosystems, or generally causing damage to the ecosystem. The danger level, along with additional information of each monster, is handled by both the Academy and the Royal Paleontology Scriveners, whom either go out to the field to investigate the monster's role and behaviors in the ecosystem or collect data on hunters' experience to determine the monster's danger level. This is specifically tied to high-ranked monsters. Low-ranked hunters do not, high-ranked hunters. Low-ranked hunters do not contribute to this for the sake of their safety. The Academy and Royal Paleontology Scriveners are relatively similar, but they operate very differently. The Academy operates akin to a large corp with small branches that serve as academies to students waiting to join the corp. They investigate and report to the guild in large numbers with hunters to go with them most of the time for safety measures. The Royal Paleontology Scriveners, however, operate either entirely alone or in much smaller groups than the Academy. These solely consist of absolute experts of dealing with the environment and the monsters that make up each ecosystem. This group are primarily the ones to discover brand new locales and brand new monster species. Well-known names that are part of the Royal Paleontology Scriveners consist of John Arthur, Gustav Rahn, Darren Dino, and Sir Baines. The guild then establishes each monster in specific ranks in order to make sure hunters aren't handling a beast that is too much for them at their current rank. This setup is district-based, as each guild district within the Old World and beyond have different Scrivener teams, and different hunters that have had different experiences with several monsters. Each district is unique in their ranking. The Mine Guard district has a specific threat level known as Game Changers. This threat level is applied to monsters that have been witnessed to have devastating abilities that go beyond a standard Apex level monster. This threat level is also applied to monsters that have been able to fend off Elder Dragon level monsters, but do not damage or devastate ecosystems in the same way such monsters would. Examples of this would be the likes of Yan Garuga and Brachydios. The term Game Changer derives off the hunts where monsters are considered game. The monsters that are underestimated or unveil unexpected abilities become considered Game Changers. Most guild branches eliminated this threat level due to its implied alignment with poachers, but the Mine Guard district still keeps this threat level to provide extra precautions for the hunter's safety before they're assigned to hunt the monster. Invaders and Elder Dragons, along with non-elders of the same level, are monsters that typically require the most urgent attention from the guild, as the specific monsters within these categories are able to cause major devastation to the ecosystems they appear in. The Elder Dragon Observation Team, whenever anything has like a name like the Elder Dragon Observation Team, I always have to stop, pause, see if they've made some kind of a fun like abbreviation, but this one is not. It's just EDOT. I mean, I guess that's kind of cool. I guess it could be cool. Is that so? Then explain why you can fight Alatrion at HR 25. Clearly the guild has upped their requirements since then. I guess they must have had too many dying hunters. Clerical error, true. Oh wait, just a friendly reminder, this is a high rank quest for hunters 18+. If you're still in low rank, under 18, please return to the village once until you've leveled up. As Tao reads from the Hunter's Handbook, let's keep the pouch cozy and follow the quest rules. Good job, MazeBot. That's a solid 18+ one, and not creepy and weird. Like some of the ones it says. Okay. The Elder Dragon Observation Team is responsible for identifying the whereabouts of these specific monsters to monitor their actions and location with special equipment to deal with them if they're attacked. This is so they can determine or not whether the monsters will attack a village or town, giving the residents time to either prepare or evacuate. It also, being brought up to the guild, allows them to assign the top-ranked hunters to deal with the menace. When there is a living cataclysm threat monster on the way, citizens are immediately evacuated. The guild assigns the best hunters of their branch to fend off the monster. Normally, the military force don't get involved when it comes to monster hunting and monster attacks, but they're very likely get involved if the attacking monster is living cataclysm level. Handling crime. This is the one I'm really interested in. I do wonder, I have not seen crime in any of the games I've played, but you'll have to tell me if you guys have. While the guild hunting branch handles monsters in hazardous environments, the guild protection branch is more broad, but most of their efforts go to dealing with crime committed by humans, Wyverians, or even Lions. The crimes they're responsible for dealing with can range from petty theft to mass murders. The protection branch is not quite as publicly known about its operations compared to the guild hunting branch. Likely so information is secure against the criminals. What is public knowledge, however, is that guild knights generally go undercover and will execute bandits, poachers, if they have a record of excessive poaching, and murderers. Criminals like petty thieves and poachers that have only poached 1 or 2 monsters typically get arrested instead. Any reports of crime has to be reported directly to a guild knight hall, or at least send someone to... Hello, lovely lad. Welcome back. How are you? It's great to see you again. Or at least send someone to contact guild knights for help if the crime is ongoing or still in the planning process. Compared to the guild hunting branch, the guild protection branch is severely underfunded, as the guild hunting branch utilizes a lot of resources when dealing with monsters. This will unfortunately have terrible consequences. Wait, what? What do you mean it will have terrible consequences? It's like this wiki knows something that I don't. That's interesting. I actually have never thought about that. The prospect of like citizens and humanoids committing crimes in the world of Monster Hunter. That's interesting. They must have a lot of faith on the new hunters, huh? I mean, there are cats that steal stuff you have, so does that count? Maybe that's it. Murder? What? Damn, no money means shitty equipment. True. We'll be here only for a few minutes, but I'm here nonetheless. We're so happy to have you, lovely lab. Any amount of time you can spend with us is very good in our books. Interesting lore? Yeah, right? That's very interesting. Let's see. Okay, that's all the stuff that I've got for that bit, but does anyone have any desire to learn about any specific regions? I have the Shrade region. I have Marashita. I think I'm saying that right. Arcalis region. Siki country, Fonron, Ferocious mountains, Geotelado marsh. I got everything. Also, Black Iris. Hello, beautiful Black Iris. How are you, sweetie? Welcome in. Do you read stories often? Well, no, but I enjoy reading stories. But we have so much on our docket already that I don't get to like implement it every week. But if you guys really like this, what I tend to do is I set it as a community goal, so you guys get to come on in and submit points to it, and usually it takes you guys like a month and a half or so to get all of the points for a goal. So yeah, if you guys want me to put this back on as soon as we finish this stream, you can start contributing to the next storytelling stream if you'd like. But I know, sweet Iris, I'm so sorry. I really do like doing this though. If I were, one of the things that I would love to do is do like a bi-monthly, maybe, like a bi-monthly story time stream. If I get to go full time at some point. And Precious Pat Neko, thank you so much for the follow, hon. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in, darling. Yes, Stram. Stram, not stream. Ozzy, you want uppies? I'm giving you uppies with the book. Boop. Uppies. Gently put Ozzy down. Pat Ozzy on the head. Oh, not with the book. Sorry, this hand. Let's see. Is there Yukumo Village? Let me check. Hold on. This is a big page, so I'm just gonna search it. Yukumo. No, it doesn't look like it. I have Shrade region, Marushita, Arcalis region, Rekusara, Dede Desert, Sekumiya Desert, Elde region, Akura region, Siki country, Fonron, Furuhiya mountains, Geotelado marsh, Kuruputiosu wetlands, Aya country, Island district, New World, the Kingdom, Forbidden Lands, and then I have notes. Let's see. Bookies. Uppies with the book. Bookies. Exactly, lovely red. I'm not Precious, but Precious well, okay, listen. If you really don't like me calling you Precious, if that makes you uncomfortable, I will definitely try not to. It is kind of what I do. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but I do tend to give people like flattering little like prefix adjectives that like are oh my god. alliterative of their name. So like Sarushita, Sweet Saru, Red Tempestas, Radical Red, Lavender Rose 26, Lovely Lav, stuff like that. But if you don't like it, if you genuinely don't like it, I'm happy to stop for you or try to stop. You might have to give me a few sessions to get used to not saying it, but oh, you're just a shadow-dwelling feline, but a cutie pie one. Oh, it's okay? All right, if you're sure. Purry Pat. Purry Pat. Cute. Yeah, or Bublin. Beautiful Bublin. Okay, so you don't particularly like any of those, but let me see if I can find... Maybe I can find Yukumo somewhere else. Let me see. Yukumo Village lore. Ha! Hold on, I found some lore. Okay, cool. I found Yukumo Village. Let's read about that real quick. Oh, but first, Bublin and Lovely Lav both want uppies? Okay, so Bublin, uppies? Good Bublin. Put the Bublin down. Gentle pats. And Lovely Lav. Pick up the Lovely Lav. Good laugh. And then put the Lovely Lav down. Pat, pat, pat. Oh, that's the main village. Ah, I kind of figured it was probably something that was near and dear to your heart, my dear. All right. Yukumo Village is the village setting for Monster Hunter Portable 3rd. It is located amongst the misty peaks, and it is known far and wide for its hot springs. In recent years, it has become a widely renowned tourist destination. A flourishing mountain village at the center of a valley where hot springs flow, the village is arranged on a 3-tiered level system, with each section separated by a set of stairs. On the first level, a blacksmith and general store can be found, as well as the entrance to the Yukumo farm. On the second level is the hunter's house, the Yukumo village chief, and the entrance to the training school, as well as a wandering salesman and the path out of the village to the field. The gathering hall sits upon the top level and is the village's largest building, in addition to its hot spring attractions. In addition to its hot spring attractions, the village also has an active forestry where high-quality lumber is exported to neighboring cities in the region. Until recently, the village has been secured by visiting hunters who came to use the hot springs. However, because of an increased appearance of large monsters, the village has had to request a dispatch from the Hunters Guild. Yukumo Wood. The people of Yukumo Village are famous for their carpentry. Not limited to buildings and housewares, their woodcrafting goes as far as their smithing. They make traditional hunting equipment for their hunters from a material known as Yukumo wood, which could only be harvested from the forests of the Misty Peaks. The wood has unique properties. It can be fused through smithing with material as hard as ores and monster parts. Some of the better quality wood can even be fused with carbolite ore. The hot springs. Yukumo Village gains special appreciation from the world for the legendary hot spring located in the gathering hall and throughout the village square. The waters of the hot springs have rejuvenating effects on those who bathe in it. The spring is managed, guarded, and run by a feline known as the Spring Keeper, and a beverage service is available in the bathing area that serves various beverages which boost the drinker's abilities. That's cute. I'll just press it as I don't like Peanut Pat. Precious Pat, we're very happy to have you, sweetheart. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, Pat, actually, since this is your first stream, just to clarify, and I hope that if Iris is still here as well, the vibe is always kind of like this. This is a bit more chill than our normal streams, but the goal of this community is Cozy Chaos. It's 18 plus only, but not because of anything like, I'm not comfortable with like lewd or objectifying stuff. So you won't see me doing that very much, and you'll see me like quite heavily refuting that if people do that to me. But with that said, it is still an 18 plus space where adults can just be chill and know that there's no minors around, basically. And I'm also an artist, so on Fridays we do art. You guys get to come on in. That's a pretty zen stream. That one is pretty chill because you guys get to come on in, request music, and we draw together. You guys can just send some art my way if you want me to look at it. Excuse me. On oh, you're heading out, Lovely Lav. Got less than 3 hours of my shift. Let's hope I don't keep getting my fingers cutting my fingers off of on mysterious / unknown objects, and my coworkers don't drive me insane. Here's hoping, Lovely Lav. Here's hoping, sweetheart. Have a good one. Thank you so much for dropping in. We'll see you again very soon. Have a good rest of your day at work. But yes, and then on Mondays, we play Monster Hunter Wilds. You guys are welcome to join on in and play with us. Tuesday nights, we're going to be, actually this week, we're going to be starting the Tasmanian Tiger 2. And then on Sunday, 1 week from today, we will start Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I'm so hyped for that game. Do not spoil it. Exactly. So those are the fun and exciting things we've got coming up. When Ghost of Yote comes out, we're going to play that as well. So, and by the end of the year, I'm hoping we'll be playing Persona 5 at some point too. So yeah, I hope that you guys will enjoy the vibes and enjoy the community. And if you would like to join our Discord, you are also welcome to do that. It's a small but very active Discord. Lots of really, really wonderful, lovely people, super talented people as well. We got musicians, we got artists, we got dancers, we got writers, we got everybody. Let's see. Oh, Iris, it's not my first time here. You're just a lurker normally. Oh, fair enough, sweetheart. See, I never actually look at the lurker list because I'm so afraid of my inability to contain myself that if I read that someone has come in and is lurking, I'm like, oh, hi, Iris. And it's like, you're lurking for a reason, right? Like, you're not trying to be called out. So but I appreciate you coming in, lovely Iris. And thank you so much for lurking so often. It really does mean the world. I obviously, I'm not good at keeping track of the lurkers and stuff, but I want to make it clear that I love my lurkers just as much as my active chatters. So if you are most comfortable, like being chill and quiet and not saying anything, then that's totally fine. And I'm more than happy to have you here in whatever capacity makes you most comfortable. Let's see. Pals that spoil said game will be eliminated. They will. Seriously, don't, like, I think out of any game that we will have ever played, I want no spoilers for that one the most at the moment. Actually, Baldur's Gate, I would have been really pissed if people had spoiled some stuff in Baldur's Gate as well. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to do a lurker call out. Exactly. I just want everyone to be as cozy and comfy as possible. And speaking of lurking, thank you for the lurk, lovely laugh. Oh, thank you for the care package, Magnificent Muted. Appreciate it. Oh my god, my throat's killing me. Are you back? Hello, lovely muted. Oh, you managed to come back. Amazing. Well, welcome back, hun. All right. Let's see. From the depths of the world. Well done, muted. Well done. Speaking of which, said monster was Zinogre. Wait, really? Wait, which one was? Hold on, what did I miss here? What, wait, which monster was an ogre? Pat, Precious Pat, I like talking, but I don't like talking. I'm shy normally. That's all right, cutie Pat. If sometimes you feel like talking and sometimes you want to lurk, that's also just fine with me. I do not mind. It just means the world that you're even here and that you enjoy the vibes and you find me entertaining enough and you find the community warm enough to stick around, you know? I really appreciate it. All right, let's see. Oh, here's some notes. Here's some notes for Yukumo. Okay. The boiling egg near the entrance to Yukumo Farm can give a hot spring egg if the player presses square in front of it. The hot springs can buff the hunter by increasing health and stamina. The quality of the hot spring can be upgraded by completing quests from the Spring Keeper. Despite Monster Hunter Portable 3rd having never been localized, Yukumo Village is mentioned numerous times in Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate and Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, with its English name phonetically identical to its Japanese one. In one of the paintings near the trader in Monster Hunter Rise, it shows Yukumo Village. Oh, that's cool. I actually know that. That's very cool. I have pictures of it here. Oh, it's so cute. It reminds me of the Horde, actually. Like, it reminds me of wow. Wait, what? I never knew that. Hey, happy to help. Happy to help. The monster that popped out near the village was a Zinogre. Oh, Zinogre is pretty fucking cool, I gotta say. How's everyone? I know I missed a couple streams. That's all right, cutie muted. No worries at all. We're doing well. We're doing well. Having a chilled out storytime stream. I love cozy shadows, so if I like it enough, I'll be here in the background. Yay! That sounds great, Precious Pat. Well, we're very, very happy to have you in whatever capacity you wish to be had. Thank you so much for being here. All right, let's see. Do we want, here, I'm going to put another poll up. You guys can tell me what story next? Let me see. I'll put Fallout lore. We got folklore. We've got public domain short stories. Public domain short. Okay, it's not gonna all fit, so I'll put shorts. Let's see. All right, you guys, let me know what you would like to have read now. If you guys choose public domain short stories, you guys can suggest some, or we can go read some. We can go through them together. You can click on the link that's in the pinned comment if you would like to, and then you'll be able to find if there's something on there that you'd like. If you choose folklore, then you guys can throw out some different cultures, and I'll go look for some folklore off the bat, and we can find out some cool stuff about different cultures and communities. Yeah. Zinogre in the wild, cool as heck. Zinogre inside your village, uh-oh. So true, Red. So true, lovely Red. Not Zinogre in the village. Fallout lore sounds interesting. Fallout lore is interesting. I really love, that's the thing I really love about both BioShock and Fallout lore, is that it like rewinds time to a time in our actual timeline, our real world history, but then it kind of offshoots into a separate timeline. And I really like what they've done with it. It's very cool. Can you give me a name for a shark? Ooh, what kind of, is it a mean shark or is it a nice shark? Are these stories spooktacular? They are not necessarily, unless you want them to be. We do have some Lovecraftian lore that we can read if you guys would like. It's a shark. It's just a shark. What about shark name for a zoo? Oh, like a zoo shark? How about Penelope? Penelope the shark. Fun fact, have to deal with the Zinogre as a main mission. Oh, well, that's all right. You get some pretty badass armor from him. Okay, Fallout lore. Ooh, let's go see what we can do about Fallout lore. All right. How many of you watched the Fallout TV show? Thought it was very cool. I really liked it. Of course he's a good boy, Tao. We love sharks and hate dolphins. We do not hate dolphins. Dolphins can be a bit crazy, but we don't hate animals. Animals are good. Oh, whoa. Huh? This is interesting. Okay, this lore is going to be a timeline that I'm going to read, okay? Wow, what the fuck? They have prehistory on here. That's crazy. The Fallout world is not our own. It is set in a universe that diverged, but shares many historical milestones prior to the events of World War II. While it takes place in the future, it is not our future, but one reflecting a traditional 1950s style science fiction world of tomorrow. Interesting. Okay, well, guess what? They literally start with before 11,000 BP. Uber thrives in the Rubal Khali region 4,000 years before known human civilizations. 1066, October 14th, the Battle of Hastings is fought. 1215, the Magna Carta is signed by King John of England and English barons, greatly limiting his authority as king. 1600s, Toshiro Kago is abducted by Mothership Zeta from Japan sometime during the Tokugawa shogunate, starting on March 24, 1603. In 1605, November 5th, Guy Fawkes et al. Are arrested for attempting to blow up Parliament and assassinate James I of England. 1612, Captain John Smith lands in what would become known as Point Lookout. 1634, March 25th, Lord Baltimore dispatches the first colonists to Maryland. They land in Point Lookout aboard ships called the Ark and the Dove. Boston Common is established. 1660, the Old Granary Burying Ground is founded. 1680, the Paul Revere House is built in Boston, eventually becoming the oldest standing building in the entire city. 1690, the first issue of the Public Occurrences newspaper is published in Boston. 1692, the infamous Salem witch trials begin. 1697. May 17th, Andrew Endicott is abducted by Mothership Zeta from Salem Village. I actually have my historical knowledge is so bad that I don't know how many of these things are real or not. I know some of them are, maybe all of them. I don't know. Is Mothership Zeta something that exists in our world, existed? 1711, the Great Fire occurs in Boston. Cabot House is built in Boston. 1713, the Old State House is built in Boston, eventually becoming the oldest public building in the city. 1714, the soil Stradivarius is manufactured by Antonio Stradivari. I know that one for real is real. Patricia is not here, unfortunately. That's true. We'll have to forward her this part of the stream, won't we? 1723, Old North Church is built in Boston, eventually becoming the oldest standing church in the city. 1733, Trinity Church is founded in Boston. 1740, August 11th, Sam Weeks dies. 1742, Faneuil Hall is completed and donated to Boston by Peter Faneuil. Faneuil? On May 25, Shem Drown forges the gilded grasshopper and mounts it on the roof. I don't know what any of this means. 1744, February, William Shepard dies. In 55, Boston is damaged in the Cape Ann earthquakes. Faneuil Hall is among the damaged buildings. 1768, June 28th, the gilded grasshopper weather vane is restored and returned to the top of Faneuil Hall by Thomas Drown. 1770, March 5th, the Boston Massacre occurs outside of Custom House Tower in Boston. Paul Revere buys what later becomes known as the Paul Revere House, where he lives with his family until 1800. Okay, I'm going to skip ahead because they actually are very thorough on this. Again, I have no idea. Okay, let's go to the 1900s. Let's start here. 1898, Lorenzo Cabot is imprisoned in Parsons State Insane Asylum by his son, Jack. 1903, Mary Anderson invents the windshield wiper. December 17, Orville and Wilbur Wright fly the Wright Flyer in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. In baseball, Boston wins the 1903 World Series. In 1907, the Monongah mining disaster takes place, killing over 300 workers. In 1908, on May 10th, Grafton becomes the birthplace of Mother's Day. In 1912, Boston wins the 1912 World Series. 1914 is when World War I begins. 1915, Boston wins the 1915 World Series. 1916, it wins the 1960 World Series. In 1917, the Russian Revolution occurs, ending the Russian monarchy and leading to the formation of a socialist government in Russia. 1918, Boston wins their last World Series championship, and the Sunset Sarsaparilla, okay, I know that's definitely in the games. Begins production of Sunset Sarsaparilla. On November 11th, World War I comes to an end following the Battle of Amiens and the 100 Days Offensive. Browning auto rifle is adopted into the U.S. military. Fortunately for you, I am a professor in Fallout lore. Oh wait, that was Fall Guys, wrong game. That's all right, Sweet Strat. Regale us, please regale us of the Fallout, of the Fall Guys lore. Okay, 1920, Prohibition begins enforcement. 1925, Richard G. Drew invents adhesive tape. Oh, good. It's good that we've got tape in the Fallout world. That's good. 1928, the Silver Bridge is constructed, the first I-bar suspension bridge in the United States. 1931, Vim Pop Incorporated is founded by Herbert Reed. 1932, February, Bonnie and Clyde begin their crime spree 2 days after Vicky and Vance begin theirs. In 1993, skipped a few years. 1933, December 5th, Prohibition is repealed. 1935, Carl C. Meiji invents the parking meter. 1938, the giant teapot is built in Appalachia to represent the largest pottery industry in the world. 1939, okay, here we go. September 1st is when World War II begins. 1941, December 7th, Pearl Harbor is attacked by the Empire of Japan. On December 11th, the United States of America declares war on Nazi Germany. 1942, Sierra Army Depot is established to store and maintain a defensive supply of military ordnance. 1945, lots of stuff happens here. On April 1st, the Battle of Okinawa begins, ending 82 days later. On July 16th, the first atomic bomb is detonated by the United States of America as a part of the Trinity tests. On August 6th, the first atomic bomb is dropped on Hiroshima. On August 9th, the second atomic bomb is dropped on Nagasaki. August 14th is when World War II ends. Now, sometime between then and 1961, the divergence occurs. Okay, that must be when... Oh, so everything before that is our world? I didn't know that we had... What the fuck is a mothership Zeta? That sparks no joy. I don't know what that means. Okay. I'm sure these ones are accurate. How can I ever make my death ray without tape? They sure went back in time to tell the story of the future. They sure did. It's actually pretty impressive. The mothership Z is an alien spacecraft. Well, that's what I thought, but it's only saying that sometimes between here and 1961 is when divergence occurs. All right, 1948, July 21st, a B-29 Superfortress crashes into Lake Mead. Oh, yikes, okay. In 49, on October 1st, the People's Republic of China unifies mainland China. 1952, the Miners Monument is constructed in West Virginia. 1960, July 4th, the 50-star flag of the United States of America is adopted. Summersville Dam is completed, submerging Gad, West Virginia, and creating Summersville Lake. 1961, May 5, Captain Carl Bell of the U.S. Space Agency becomes the first human in space. This claim is disputed by both the Soviet Union and China. Bell died when the capsule crashed on its return to Earth. 1967, December 15th, the Silver Bridge collapses. 31 vehicles fall into Ohio River, killing 46 people. The collapse leads Congress to adopt the National Bridge Inspection Standards that year. Next year. In 1969, nice, the United States reorganizes into 13 commonwealths. Yeah, this is definitely Fallout now. Adopting a new flag to represent this union. July 16th, the Valiant 11 mission lands on the moon. USSA astronauts Richard Wade, Mark Garris, and Michael Hagen become the first humans to walk on a celestial body other than Earth. November 14, Valiant 12 lands on the moon. 1970s, Poseidon Energy Plant WV06 is built. 1978, the Pumpkin House tourist trap begins operation. In 92, the Sierra Army Depot is retasked with the demilitarization of surplus ammunition under the Industrial Operations Command in cooperation with Environmental Protection Agency. In 2002, Westech was founded. 2003, Cazadores are purportedly created by Dr. Boris. In 2009, Smitty's is established. 2016 leads to Wonder Glue entering the market. 2020 is the year that the Delta 9 rocket is commissioned by the USSA. It becomes the last manned rocket to reach the moon. By May 14th, Cindy Lou Krebs begins implementing punitive rules at H&H Tools, Incorporated for House Senior. 2021 is when Hubris Comics begins publishing. 2022 is when Robert House's parents die in an autogyro accident when it's struck by lightning. Anthony House takes Robert's inheritance from him and begins to run the H&H Tools Company. As the company's head, he begins enacting paranoid policies. The rules become ever more restrictive and bizarre in subsequent years, culminating in a complete mental breakdown by 2077. I know those names, Robert House and Anthony House, I think from New Vegas, is that right? 2023, earliest direct member of a transistor is made. Sorry, I'm just coughing. Let's see. Yeah, this is definitely a Fallout world. The original, in 2026, the original Vim Pop Factory burns down and is rebuilt. 2031 is when Amelia Butler dies. The Boston City Council unanimously votes to have her remains interred within the old granary burying ground. Vault-Tec rebrands Morgantown's local university as Vault-Tec University. In 2034, the Delta 9 rocket is converted for military purposes as a nuclear missile. In 2036, in October, the Landview Lighthouse is built. In 2037, the Mr. Handy series of robots is first brought to market by General Atomics International. By 2039, an early bug in Mr. Handy robot is fixed with a hardware update with no major problems since then. The Mistress of Mystery also debuts that year. In 2041, on August 16th, Dr. Morrison Rand is abducted by aliens on board Mothership Zeta. Okay, maybe that is... It's probably not factual, the Mothership Zeta thing, huh? 2042, John Caleb Bradberton begins developing Nuka-Cola. Mexico City is damaged by a major earthquake, and Mr. Handy becomes the leader in sales in Mexico during the cleanup. ENVtours is founded. Wilson At-Hama Toys is founded in Boston, Massachusetts, with Giddy Up Buttercup as its flagship product. On April 2nd, the city of Watauga, West Virginia is founded, and then on June 25th, Robco Industries is founded by Robert House. 1 year later, in 2043, Mass Fusion is founded. In 2044, Nuka-Cola enters the market, becoming a nationwide hit within a year. The Great Passion Fruit Famine takes place, and Westech's X277 Viper magnetic rail cannon project is discontinued. In 2047, Robco Industries becomes one of the most profitable corporations on Earth, and Shannon Rivers makes her radio debut. In 2050, on April 28th, the Nuka World Power Plant suffers a meltdown, and on May 1st, Nuka World opens to the public with Nuka Town, USA, and Kitty Kingdom. Sierra Army Depot is retasked again as a secret research installation for developing and testing robotic, biological, and conventional weapons until 2076. And then we start really getting into the heft of Fallout stuff. How much longer will we be going, Strat? Probably another half hour, 45 minutes or so. Nuka-Cola. Aliens adopt a doctor. Out of all the beings they could have adopted, they adopted a doctor. Honestly, if you were going to be like interfering with an alien race, which in their case would be us, it's probably a good idea to get someone who specializes in that strange physiology, you know? The taste of nuclear radiation. Yummy. Yummy. Okay, so in 2050, on April 28th, I read that one. In 2051, the United States becomes more aggressive in its foreign policy and imposes economic sanctions on Mexico to protect its oil and business interests, citing Mexico's political instability and pollution as an excuse. This doesn't sound like it's coming 25 years early or anything. Oh my God. Eventually, the U.S. military invades Mexico to secure its oil industry and ensure it continues being exported northwards. The N99 10mm pistol becomes standard issue military sidearm, replacing the N80. The Weston water treatment plant is built in Boston, and Shannon Rivers begins voicing the Mistress of Mystery. In 2052, an energy crisis shocks America, prompting the development of alternative fuel resources. Repcon Aerospace is one of the companies investing in the process. A television documentary features husks of Texas oil fields, revealing the depth of the energy crisis in the average American household. The last manned American flight to the moon takes place. The Valiant 12 flag is recovered and removed to Earth. Nuka-Cola's dazzling blue bottle color is adopted. In April, resource wars begin. Smaller nations go bankrupt as the European Commonwealth declares war on the Middle East in response to rising oil prices. By May, the United Nations collapse. Nations withdraw from the organization as the organization tries and fails to keep the peace. By July, the Linden Street slayings of the pint-sized slashers take place, and then on July 26th, the United Nations is officially disbanded. In 2053, the new plague emerges, killing thousands, tens of thousands. The United States closes its borders, and the first ever national quarantine is declared.
Oh my God! What?
Storm! Oh my God! Thank you so much, sweetie! Contributing to my new stream deck, and then I can have more toggles. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much, sweet Storm. Thank you so much. You are so lovely. I super appreciate you, honey. Book hearts for you. Book hearts for you. Thank you, sweet Storm. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. But Tao, what about cuteness? What about cuteness? Don't put cats and dogs out of business. Never. Nothing could replace cats and dogs. I don't even see robots walking everywhere here yet. Not yet. Not yet. Thank you so much, sweet Storm. That's so appreciated. I really appreciate that. Thank you. That's so kind. Oh, one sec. The dog's seeing shadows at the door. Actually, speaking of shadows, let me just go. Hold on. Bud, stop. Relax. I just I'm gonna turn on the light. There we go. Aha! Oh, got it. Sorry, don't want to rip that out of the computer. Thank you so much. Coda wanting to say thank you too. He is very grateful for you too, sweet Storm. Thank you so much, honey. Really appreciate the contribution, darling. Thank you. Is it dark where you are? Yes, it's quite dark now. Okay, let's see. Aha! Here we are. Okay. Let's see. Zax 1.0 goes online, developed by Vault-Tec. A prototype for Vault governance system, it is transferred to the Department of Energy to collect resource data. Within a year, it is seized by the military for plague and tactical research with a derivative, Zax 1.2, later created for West-Tec. U.S. Robotics Disposal is founded. Between 2076 and 2077, its East 09B and other disposal grounds receive a series of mysterious and disturbing deliveries of limbless protectrons, eyeless iBots, and damaged robo-brains, and eventually a prototype sentry bot dropped off by even more mysterious men in black. Oh, hold on, I just scrolled. Hold on, where is it? Oh. Hold on, sorry. Oh, thank God. I was afraid he was going to be out there talking forever. Oh, Deku! Hello, dearest Deku. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you? Lancer, welcome in. Welcome in. You guys, this is a fabulous and adorable Twilight Deku who hath graced us with her presence fresh from... Oops, sorry, it scrolled. From her Ocarina of Time escapades. This multiverse VTuber, a true connoisseur of Zelda and Kingdom Hearts, doth traverse realms with style. From hedgehogs to darkness and Hyrule, her streams be a delightful mix of chaos and cuteness. Truly, a vibe fit for royalty. Isn't that the truth? How are you, sweetie? I hope you had a wonderful, wonderful stream. Also, Frost Kamikaze Game, awesome name. Fabulous Frost, welcome in. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome in. How are you doing? Sweetheart, if you guys need to raid and run, that's totally cool, but if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. I'm gonna give you a quick intro video if that's okay. But in the meantime, let me know how your stream went and when your next one will be. See you in a second.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of VTuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to your senpai.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! I hope you enjoyed the quick intro. But yes, welcome in, sweetheart. And I'm so glad that you had a great time. Got to try a bunch of new settings for the randomizer. Awesome. Super cool. When is your next stream, darling Deku, if I may ask? Also, Ferno Firefox, welcome in with the raid. Thank you so much for joining with the raid and with the lovely Deku and Omega. Hi, sweet Omega. Welcome in. Let's see, you guys, welcome in. We are just doing a story time stream, although at the moment we are actually reading through the entire timeline of the Fallout universe. I hope you like timelines. Oh my God, Sheena the Wolf does that same intro. Hey, nice. I don't know who that is, but very cool. That was the first time I've seen that and I love it. Oh, I'm so glad you like it, lovely Omega. Thank you. I'll be doing more tomorrow night, actually. I do have to go because I have to get up early for my day job. Oh, that's so fair, sweet Deku. No worries at all, darling. Well, thank you so much for bringing your lovely community in. I promise to take the best care of them until you can come on back and pick them back up. And have a great day tomorrow at your job as well. If you're going to go to sleep now, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. And if you are wanting to like lurk while you get ready and listen to, yeah, we're reading timelines, specifically Fallout timelines. But yes, have a wonderful sleep, sweetheart. Thank you so much for coming in. Give me just a sec. The dog wants to go outside. Bear with me one moment. Give me about 5 seconds. Hi, I'm back. I have returned. All right. Check the Minecraft channel after stream or now, whatever works. Okay, I'll check it out after stream if that's cool. All right. Let's continue. Okay. Okay. So we're in 2053. 2053, yeah. 2053 is when U.S. Robotics Disposal is founded. Oh yeah, that's right. Between 2076 and 2077, its East 09B and other disposal grounds receive a series of mysterious and disturbing deliveries of limbless protectrons, eyeless iBots, damaged robo-brains, and eventually a prototype sentry bot dropped off by even more mysterious men in black. Also, Shannon Rivers and Frederick Rivers are married, and in December, Tel Aviv is destroyed by a terrorist nuclear weapon late into the year. In 2054, Repcon Aerospace is founded following the first launch of the Delta IX rocket, and in January, limited nuclear exchange in the Middle East raises fears throughout the world. In the light of the European Middle Eastern War and the Plague Scare, the United States officially sets Project Safe House in motion. The project, financed by junk bonds, is designed to create shelters called vaults. They said it. For the populace in the event of a nuclear war or a deadly plague. Construction begins late in 2054 and proceeds rapidly due to advances in construction technology. Now, what if I tell you that I have almost 400 more years to read through? What if I tell you I'm going to put another poll up and see if you want me to keep reading or if maybe we should read something else? I don't know. Up to you. So let me see. We should keep reading Fallout lore. We should read folklore. We should read short stories from the website that is pinned. Or other. Please let me know what you guys would prefer, cutie pies. But yes, because we'll go for about another 20 to 30 minutes, somewhere in there. But my magical book can read whatever you guys want me to read, basically. Ooh. Ooh. All right, you guys got about 1 minute left on that poll, if you don't mind. Now, for those of you who are voting read folklore, can you guys just throw out some cultures or specific mythos that you would like me to read about, maybe? Or do you want me to grab my Scottish and Irish folklore and just read some random stuff from there? Your magical book is also digital. It is. I can beep boop beep boop bap boop bop beep boop bop. Aha! I found the nuclear codes. Something Celtic sounds good. Japanese yokai, nice. These are good options. These are good options. Let me line them up real quick. So, so Strat actually gave us a really, really good. Need to just go look at the writing section real quick. 1 second. There we go. Japanese fairy tales. I'm sure that there's something for demons in this one. Oh, delicious. Thank you for feeding me, Awesome Aussie, and welcome in. How are ya? Oh, we'll read The Bamboo Cutter and the Moonchild if you want. That's a really good story. Love that story. Oh, it's pretty long though. Wow, it's really fucking long. It's insanely long. Oh my god. Okay. We have a couple. Oh, yay, Vash! Thank you for the pal attack, sweetie. I appreciate it. So to finish up stream, do we want to... Oh, wait. Maybe I just passed. I might have scrolled too far. One moment. Momotaro! Oh my god, I forgot about Momotaro. There we go. Let me see how long this one is. Okay, I think that if you guys want to read The Bamboo Cutter and the Moonchild, that'll probably take us till the end of stream. But if you would like to read something else, we can do that instead. Let's see. Animation Soda Pop! Hello there, sweet Soda Pop. Welcome in. It's great to meet you too, darling. How are you doing? Okay, you want the Japanese yokai as well?
I finished the exhibit at the zoo in the pouch realm. Tatas heart, tatas cozy, tatas
I'm
rad.
excited to see it, sweet Nix. Very excited. Can your magical book read about corn? It could. Do you want me to read? How late is it for you? And how much would you like it if I read to you how you should grow corn in the most bland way possible? I will do it. I will do it. Okay, do you guys want I'll let you guys vote between these two. So we've got the Moonchild story. Oh, whoops. Final story. Celtic or Japanese? How about that? Those are like the two I saw. You have 1 minute for this. Please let me know which one you would prefer. Bamboo Cutter story sounds cute. It's a really good story. I really like that story. And I'm so glad you're doing well, sweet Soda. That's awesome. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, I'm doing great. We've been having a really good time vibing and relaxing and reading some stories all day. Some viewers submitted, like some that you guys actually wrote, and I got to read, which is great. We read some SCP entries. We have read some folklore. Looks like we'll finish up with some folklore as well. What else did we read? Some Fallout and Bioshock lore. Oh, also Monster Hunter lore. Yeah, we had a good time, sweetie. We had a good time. Thank you for asking. Okay. Looks like you guys might want the Bamboo Cutter story for our final story. The final tale. Let me see, where is it? Okay. Bamboo Cutter and the Moonchild. All right. Let's read that, you guys. Let's read that. Looks like that's the bulk of it. All right. The Bamboo Cutter and the Moonchild. You ready? Oh, wrong hand, sorry. Long, long ago, there lived an old bamboo woodcutter. He was very poor and sad also, for no child that had heaven sent to cheer his old age, and in his heart there was no hope of rest from work till he died and was laid in a quiet grave. This is not cooperating. There we go. Every morning he went forth into the woods and hills, wherever the bamboo reared its lithe green plumes against the sky. When he had made his choice, he would cut down these feathers of the forest, and splitting them lengthwise, or cutting them into joints, would carry the bamboo wood home, and make it into various articles for the household, and he and his old wife gained a small livelihood by selling them. One morning, as usual, he had gone out to his work, and having found a nice clump of bamboos, had set to work to cut some of them down. Suddenly, the green grove of bamboos was flooded with a bright, soft light, as if the full moon had risen over the spot. Looking round in astonishment, he saw that the brilliance was streaming from one bamboo. The old man, full of wonder, dropped his axe and went towards the light. On nearer approach, he saw that the soft splendor came from a hollow in the green bamboo stem, and still more wonderful to behold, in the midst of the brilliance, stood a tiny human being, only 3 inches in height, and exquisitely beautiful in appearance. "You must be sent to be my child, for I find you here among the bamboos where lies my daily work," said the old man, and taking the little creature in his hand, he took it home to his wife to bring up. The tiny girl was so exceedingly beautiful and so small that the old woman put her into a basket to safeguard her from the least possibility of being hurt in any way. The old couple were now very happy, for it had been a lifetime regret that they had no children of their own, and with joy they now expanded all the love of their old age onto the little child, who had come to them in so marvelous a manner. From this time on, the old man often found gold in the notches of the bamboos when he hewed them down and cut them up. Not only gold, but precious stones also, so that by degrees he became rich. He built himself a fine house, and was no longer known as the poor bamboo woodcutter, but as a wealthy man. 3 months passed quickly away, and in that time the bamboo child had, wonderful to say, become a full-grown girl. So her foster parents did up her hair, and dressed her up in beautiful kimonos. She was of such wondrous beauty that they placed her behind the screens like a princess and allowed no one to see her, waiting upon her themselves. It seemed as if she were made of light, for the house was filled with a soft shining, so that even in the dark of night it was like daytime. Her presence seemed to have a benign influence on those there. Whenever the old man felt sad, he had only to look upon his foster daughter, and his sorrow vanished, and he became as happy as when he was a youth. At last, the day came for the naming of their newfound child, so the old couple called in a celebrated name-giver, and he gave her the name of Princess Moonlight, because her body gave forth so much soft, bright light that she might have been a daughter of the moon god. For 3 days, the festival was kept up with song and dance and music. All the friends and relations of the old couple were present, and great was their enjoyment of the festivities held to celebrate the naming of Princess Moonlight. Everyone who saw her declared that they had never seen one so lovely. All the beauties throughout the length and breadth of the land would grow pale beside her, so they said. The fame of the princess's loveliness spread far and wide, and many were the suitors who desired to win her hand, or even so much as to see her. Suitors from far and near posted themselves outside the house and made little holes in the fence in the hopes of catching a glimpse of the princess as she went from one room to the other along the veranda. They stayed there day and night, sacrificing even their sleep for a chance of seeing her, but all in vain. Then they approached the house and tried to speak to the old man and his wife or some of the servants, but not even this was granted to them. Still, in spite of all this disappointment, they stayed on day after day, night after night, and counted it as nothing, so great was their desire to see the princess. At last, however, most of the men, seeing how hopeless their quest was, lost heart and hope both, and returned to their homes. All except 5 knights, whose ardor and determination, instead of waning, seemed to wax greater with the obstacles. These 5 men even went without their meals, and took snatches of whatever they could get brought to them, so they might always stand outside the dwelling. They stood there in all weathers, in sunshine and in rain. Sometimes they wrote letters to the princess, but no answer was vouchsafed to them. Then, when letters failed to draw any reply, they wrote poems to her, telling her of the hopeless love which kept them from sleep, from food, from rest, and even from their homes. Yet still, Princess Moonlight gave no sign of having received their verses. In this hopeless state, the winter passed. The snow and frost and cold winds gradually gave place to the gentle warmth of spring. And then the summer came, and the sun burned white and scorching in the heavens above, and on the earth beneath, and still these faithful knights kept watch and waited. At the end of these long months, they called out to the old bamboo cutter and entreated him to have some mercy upon them and to show them the princess. But he answered only that he was not her real father, and he could not insist on her obeying him against her wishes. The 5 knights, on receiving their stern answer, returned to their several homes and pondered over the best means of touching the proud princess's heart, even so much as to grant them a hearing. They took their rosaries in hand, knelt before their household shrines, and burned precious incense, praying to Buddha to give them their heart's desire. Thus several days passed, but even so they could not rest in their homes. So again they set out for the bamboo cutter's house. This time the old man came out to see them. and they asked him to let them know if it was the princess's resolution to never speak to any man whatsoever, and they implored him to speak for them, and to tell her the greatness of their love, and how long they had waded through the colds of winter and the heats of summer, sleepless and roofless through all weathers, without food or without rest, in the ardent hope of winning her, as they were willing to consider this long vigil as pleasure, if she would but give them one chance of pleading their cause with her. The old man lent a willing ear to the tale of love, for in his inmost heart he felt sorry for these faithful suitors, and would have liked to see his lovely foster daughter married to one of them. So he went in to Princess Moonlight and said reverently, "Although you have always seemed to me to be a heavenly being, yet I have had the trouble of bringing you up as my own child, and you have been glad of the protection of my roof. Will you refuse to do as I wish?" The Princess Moonlight replied that there was nothing she would not do for him, that she honored and loved him as her own father, and that as for herself, she could not remember the time before she came to earth. The old man listened with great joy as she spoke these dutiful words, and then he told her how anxious he was to see her safely and happily married before he died. "I am an old man, over 70 years of age, and my end may come any time now. It is necessary and right that you should see these 5 suitors and choose one of them." "Oh, why," said the princess in distress, "must I do this? I have no wish to marry now." "I found you," answered the old man, "many years ago, when you were a little creature 3 inches high, in the midst of a great white light. The light streamed from the bamboo in which you were hid and led me to you, so I have always thought that you were more than mortal woman. While I am alive, it is right for you to remain as you are if you wish to do so, but some day I shall cease to be, and who will take care of you then? Therefore, I pray you to meet these 5 brave men at one time, and make up your mind to marry one of them." Then the princess answered that she felt sure that she was not as beautiful as perhaps report made her out to be, and that even if she consented to marrying any one of them, she really not knowing her before, his heart might change afterward. So, as she did not feel sure of them, even though her father told her they were worthy knights, she did not feel it wise to see them. "All you say is reasonable," said the old man, "but what kind of men will you consent to see? I do not call these 5 men who have waited on you for months light-hearted. They have stood outside this house through the winter and the summer, often denying themselves food and sleep so that they may win you. What more can you demand?" Then Princess Moonlight said she must make further trial of their love before she would grant their request to interview her. The 5 warriors were to prove their love by each bringing her from distant countries something that she desired to possess. That same evening the suitors arrived and began to play their flutes in turn and to sing their self-composed songs telling of their great and tireless love. The bamboo cutter went out to them and offered them his sympathy for all they had endured and all the patience they had shown in their desire to win his foster daughter. Then he gave them her message that she would consent to marry whosoever was successful in bringing her what she wanted. This was to test them. The 5 all accepted the trial and thought it an excellent plan, for it would prevent jealousy between them. Princess Moonlight then sent word to the first knight that she requested him to bring her the stone bowl which had belonged to Buddha in India. The second knight was asked to go to the mountain of Horai, said to be situated in the eastern sea, and to bring her a branch of the wonderful tree that grew on its summit. The roots of this tree were of silver, the trunk of gold, and the branches bore as fruit white jewels. The third knight was told to go to China and search for the fire rat and to bring her its skin. The fourth knight was told to search for the dragon that carried on its head the stone radiating 5 colors and to bring the stone to her. Finally, the 5th knight was to find the swallow which carried a shell in its stomach and to bring the shell to her. The old man thought these were very hard tasks and hesitated to carry the messages, but the princess would make no other conditions. So her commands were issued word for word to the 5 men who, when they heard what was required of them, were all disheartened and disgusted at what seemed to be the impossibility of the tasks given to them, and returned to their own homes in despair. But after a time, when they thought of the princess, the love in their hearts revived for her, and they resolved to make an attempt to get what she desired from them. The first knight sent word to the princess that he was starting out that day on the quest of Buddha's bowl, and he hoped soon to bring it to her. But he had not the courage to go all the way to India, for in those days traveling was very difficult and so full of danger. So he went to one of the temples in Kyoto and took a stone bowl from the altar there, paying the priest a large sum of money for it. He then wrapped it in the cloth of gold and, waiting quietly for 3 years, returned and carried it to the old man. Princess Moonlight wondered that the knight should have returned so soon. She took the bowl from its gold wrapping, expecting it to make the room full of light, but it did not shine at all. So she knew it was a sham thing and not the true bowl of Buddha. She returned it at once and refused to see him. The knight threw the bowl away and returned to his home in despair. He gave up now all hopes of ever winning the princess. The second knight told his parents that he needed change of air for his health, for he was ashamed to tell them that love for the Princess Moonlight was the real cause of his leaving them. He then left his home, at the same time sending word to the princess that he was setting out for Mount Horai in the hope of getting her the branch of the gold and silver tree which she so much wished to have. He only allowed his servants to accompany him halfway, and then sent them back. He reached the seashore and embarked on a small ship, and after sailing away for 3 days, he landed and employed several carpenters to build him a house contrived in such a way that no one could get access to it. He then shut himself up with 6 skilled jewelers, and endeavored to make such a gold and silver branch as he thought would satisfy the princess as having come from the wonderful tree growing on Mount Horai. Everyone whom he had asked declared that Mount Horai belonged to the land of fable and was not fact. When the branch was finished, he took his journey home and tried to make himself look as if he were wearied and worn out from travel. He put the jeweled branch into a lacquer box and carried it to the bamboo cutter, begging him to present it to the princess. The old man was quite deceived by the travel-stained appearance of the knight and thought that he had only just returned from his long journey with the branch. So he tried to persuade the princess to consent to see the man, but she remained silent and looked very sad. The old man began to take out the branch and praised it as a wonderful treasure to be found nowhere in the whole land. Then he spoke of the knight, how handsome and how brave he was to have undertaken a journey to so remote a place as the Mount of Horai. Princess Moonlight took the branch in her hand and looked at it carefully. She then told her foster parent that she knew it was impossible for the man to have obtained a branch from the gold and silver tree growing on Mount Horai so quickly or so easily, as she was sorry to say she believed it artificial. The old man then went out to the expectant knight, who had now approached the house, and asked where he had found the branch. Then the man did not scruple to make up a long story. 2 years ago, I took a ship and started in the search of Mount Horai. After going before the wind for some time, I reached the far sea. Then a great storm arose, and I was tossed about for many days, losing all count of the points of the compass. And finally, we were blown ashore on an unknown island. Here I found the place inhabited by demons, who at one time threatened to kill and eat me. However, I managed to make friends with these horrible creatures, and they helped me and my sailors to repair the boat, and I set sail again. Our food gave out, and we suffered much from sickness on board. At last, on the 500th day from the day of starting, I saw far off on the horizon what looked like the peak of a mountain. On nearer approach, this proved to be an island, in the center of which rose a high mountain. I landed, and after wandering about for 2 or 3 days, I saw a shining being coming towards me on the beach, holding in his hands a golden bowl. I went up to him and asked him if I had by good chance found the island of Mount Horai, and he answered, "Yes, this is Mount Horai." With much difficulty, I climbed to the summit. Here stood the golden tree, growing with silver roots in the ground. The wonders of that strange land are many, and if I began to tell you about them, I could never stop. In spite of my wish to stay there so long, on breaking off the branch, I hurried back. With utmost speed, it has taken me 400 days to get back, and as you see, my clothes are still damp from exposure on the long sea voyage. I have not even waited to change my raiment. I was so anxious to bring the branch to the princess so quickly. Just at this moment, the 6 jewelers who had been employed on the making of the branch, but not yet paid by the knight, arrived at the house and sent in a petition to the princess to be paid for their labor. They said that they had worked for over 1,000 days making the branch of gold with its silver twigs, its jeweled fruit, that was now presented to her by the knight, but as yet had received nothing in payment. So, this knight's deception was thus found out, and the princess, glad of an escape from one more impertinent suitor, was only too pleased to send back the branch. She called in the workmen and had them paid liberally, and they went away happy. But on the way home, they were overtaken by the disappointed man, who beat them till they were nearly dead for letting out the secret, and they barely escaped with their lives. Wow, fuck that guy. This guy's just so people realize, he is the embodiment of AI art. I'm just saying. And in despair of ever winning the princess, gave up society and retired to a solitary life among the mountains. Now the third knight had a friend in China, so he wrote to him to get the skin of the fire rat. The virtue of any part of this animal was that no fire could harm it. He promised his friend any amount of money he liked to ask if only he could get him the desired article. As soon as the news came back, and the ship on which his friend had sailed home had come into port, he rode 7 days on horseback to meet him. He handed his friend a large sum of money and received the fire rat's skin. When he reached home, he put it carefully in a box and sent it in to the princess while he waited outside for her answer. The bamboo cutter took the box from the knight and, as usual, carried it in to her and tried to coax her to see the knight at once, but Princess Moonlight refused, saying that she must first put the skin to test by putting it into a fire. If it were the real thing, it would not burn, and so she took off the crepe wrapper and opened the box, and then threw the skin into the fire. The skin crackled and burnt up all at once, and the princess knew that this man also had not fulfilled his word. So the third knight failed also. Now, the fourth knight was no more enterprising than the rest. Instead of starting out on the quest of the dragon bearing on its head the 5-color radiating jewel, he called all of his servants together and gave them the order to seek for it far and wide in Japan and in China, and he strictly forbade any of them to return until they had found it. His numerous retainers and servants started out in different directions, with no intention, however, of obeying what they considered an impossible order. They simply took a holiday, went to pleasant countries places together, and grumbled at their master's unreasonableness. The knight, meanwhile, thinking that his retainers could not fail to find the jewel, repaired to his house and fitted it up beautifully for the reception of the princess he felt so sure of winning her. 1 year passed away in weary waiting, and still his men did not return with the dragon jewel. The knight became desperate. He could wait no longer, so taking with him only 2 men, he hired a ship and commanded the captain to go in search of the dragon. The captain and the sailors refused to undertake what they said was an absurd search, but the knight compelled them at last to put out to sea. When they had been but a few days out, they encountered a great storm which lasted so long that by the time its fury abated, the knight had determined to give up the hunt of the dragon. They were at last blown on shore, for navigation was primitive in those days. Worn out with his travels and anxiety, the fourth suitor gave himself up to rest. He had caught a very heavy cold and had to go to bed with a swollen face. The fourth one is a lazy arse. Seriously, Seti. The governor of the place, hearing of his plight, sent messengers with a letter inviting him to his house. While he was there thinking over all of his troubles, his love for the princess turned to anger, and he blamed her for all of the hardships he had undergone. He thought that it was quite probable she had wished to kill him so that she might be rid of him, and in order to carry out her wish, had sent him upon this impossible quest. At this point, all the servants he had sent out to find the jewel came to see him, and were surprised to find praise instead of displeasure awaiting them. Their master told them that he was heartily sick of adventure, and said he never intended to go near the princess's house again in the future. Like all the rest, the fifth knight failed in his quest. He could not find the swallow's shell. By this time, the fame of Princess Moonlight's beauty had reached the ears of the emperor, and he sent one of the court ladies to see if she were really as lovely as report said. If so, he would summon her to the palace and make her one of the ladies in waiting. When the court lady arrived, in spite of her father's entreaties, Princess Moonlight refused to see her. The imperial messenger insisted, saying it was the emperor's order. And then Princess Moonlight told the old man that if she was forced to go to the palace in obedience to the emperor's order, she would vanish from the earth. When the emperor was told of her persistence in refusing to obey his summons, and that if pressed to obey, she would disappear altogether from sight, he determined to go and see her. So he planned to go on a hunting excursion in the neighborhood of the bamboo cutter's house and see the princess himself. He sent word to the old man of his intention, and he received consent to the scheme. The next day, the emperor set out with his retinue, which he soon managed to outride. He found the bamboo cutter's house and dismounted. He then entered the house and went straight to where the princess was sitting with her attendant maidens. Never had he seen anyone so wonderfully beautiful.
and he could not help but look at her, for she was more lovely than any human being as she shone in her own soft radiance. When Princess Moonlight became aware that a stranger was looking at her, she tried to escape from the room, but the Emperor caught her and begged her to listen to what he had to say. Her only answer was to hide her face in her sleeves. The Emperor felt deeply in love with her and begged her to come to the court, where he would give her a position of honor and everything she could wish for. He was about to send for one of the imperial palanquins to take her back with him at once, saying that her grace and beauty should adorn a court and not be hidden in a bamboo cutter's cottage. But the princess stopped him. She said that if she was forced to go to the palace, she would turn at once into a shadow, and even as she spoke, she began to lose her form. Her figure faded from his sight while he looked. The Emperor then promised to leave her free if only she would resume her former shape, which she did. It was now time for him to return, for his retinue would be wondering what had happened to their royal master when they missed him for so long. So he bade her goodbye and left the house with a sad heart. Princess Moonlight was for him the most beautiful woman in the world. All others were dark beside her, and he thought of her night and day. His Majesty now spent much of his time in writing poems, telling her of his love and devotion, and sent them to her. And though she refused to see him again, she answered with many verses of her own composing, which told him gently and kindly that she could never marry anyone on this earth. These little songs always gave him pleasure. At this time, her foster parents noticed that night after night, the princess would sit on her balcony and gaze for hours at the moon in a spirit of the deepest dejection, ending always in a burst of tears. One night, the old man found her thus weeping as if her heart were broken, and he besought her to tell him the reason for her sorrow. With many tears, she told him that he had rightly guessed that he was supposed to that he had guessed rightly when he supposed her not to belong to this world, that she had in truth come from the moon, and that her time on earth would soon be over. On the 15th day of that very month of August, her friends from the moon would come to fetch her, and she would have to return. Her parents were both there, but having spent a lifetime on earth, she had forgotten them. On the earth, she had forgotten them, and also the moon world to which she belonged. It made her weep. She said, to think of leaving her kind foster parents and the home where she had been happy for so long. When her attendants heard this, they were very sad and could not eat or drink for sadness at the thought that the princess was so soon to leave. The Emperor, as soon as the news was carried to him, sent messengers to the house to find out if the report was true or not. The old bamboo cutter went out to meet the imperial messengers, and the last few days of sorrow had told upon the old man. He had aged greatly and looked much more than his 70 years. Weeping bitterly, he told them that the report was only too true, but he intended, however, to make prisoners of the envoys from the moon and to do all he could to prevent the princess from being carried back. The men returned and told His Majesty all that had passed. On the 15th day of that month, the Emperor sent a guard of 2,000 warriors to watch the house. 1,000 stationed themselves on the roof. Another 1,000 kept watch round all the entrances of the house. All were well-trained archers with bows and arrows. The bamboo cutter and his wife hid Princess Moonlight in an inner room. The old man gave orders that no one was to sleep that night. All in the house were to keep a strict watch and be ready to protect the princess. With these precautions and the help of the Emperor's men-at-arms, he hoped to withstand the moon messengers, but the princess told him that all these measures to keep her would be useless, and that when her people came for her, nothing whatever could prevent them from carrying out their purpose. Even the Emperor's men would be powerless. Then she added with tears that she was very, very sorry to leave him and his wife, whom she had learned to love as her parents, that if she could do as she liked, she would stay with them in their old age and try to make some return for all the love and kindness they had showered upon her during all of her earthly life. The night wore on. The yellow harvest moon rose high in the heavens, flooding the world asleep with her golden light. Silence reigned over the pine and the bamboo forests, and on the roof where the 1,000 men-at-arms waited. Then the night grew gray towards the dawn, and all hoped that the danger was over, that Princess Moonlight would not have to leave them after all. Then suddenly the watchers saw a cloud form round the moon, and while they looked, this cloud began to roll earthwards. Nearer, nearer it came, and everyone saw with dismay that its course lay towards the house. In a short time, the sky was entirely obscured, till at last the cloud lay over the dwelling only 10 feet off the ground. In the midst of the cloud, there stood a flying chariot, and in the chariot a band of luminous beings. One amongst them, who looked like a king and appeared to be the chief, stepped out of the chariot and, poised in the air, called to the old man to come out. "The time has come," he said, "for Princess Moonlight to return to the moon from whence she came. She committed a grave fault, and as a punishment was sent to live down here for a time. We know what good care you have taken of the princess, and we have rewarded you for this, and have sent you wealth and prosperity. We put the gold in the bamboos for you to find. I have brought up this princess for 20 years, and never once has she done a wrong thing. Therefore, the lady you are seeking cannot be this one," said the old man. "I pray you will look elsewhere." Then the messenger called aloud, saying, "Princess Moonlight, come out from this lowly dwelling. Rest not here another moment." At these words, the screens of the princess's room slid open of their own accord, revealing the princess shining in her own radiance, bright and wonderful and full of beauty. The messenger led her forth and placed her in the chariot. She looked back and saw with pity the deep sorrow of the old man. She spoke to him many comforting words and told him that it was not her will to leave him and that he must always think of her when looking at the moon. The bamboo cutter implored to be allowed to accompany her, but this was not allowed. The princess took off her embroidered outer garment and gave it to him as a keepsake. One of the moon beings in the chariot held a wonderful coat of wings. Another had a phial full of the elixir of life, which was given the princess to drink. She swallowed a little and was about to give the rest to the old man, but she was prevented from doing so. The robe of wings was about to be put upon her shoulders, but she said, "Wait a little. I must not forget my good friend, the emperor. I must write him once more to say goodbye while still in this human form." In spite of the impatience of the messengers and charioteers, she kept them waiting a while she wrote. She placed the phial of the elixir of life with the letter and, giving them to the old man, she asked him to deliver them to the emperor. Then the chariot began to roll heavenswards towards the moon, and as they all gazed with tearful eyes at the receding princess, the dawn broke. And in the rosy light of the day, the moon chariot and all in it were lost amongst the fleecy clouds that were now wafted across the sky on the wings of the morning wind. Princess Moonlight's letter was carried to the palace. His Majesty was afraid to touch the elixir of life, so he sent it with the letter to the top of the most sacred mountain in the land, Mount Fuji, and there the royal emissaries burnt it on the summit at sunrise. So to this day, people say there is a smoke to be seen rising from the top of Mount Fuji and into the clouds. What'd you think? Did you like it? I hope you enjoyed it. And thank you so much for the care package, the Aussie. I appreciate that. Timed that well. Yay! Awesome! You did indeed. That was nice. Did you like it? I hope so. Red, power went out again. Oh shit! Are you having brownouts or everything okay, sweetie? But yes, absolutely. Good timing, honestly. We got to call it a night as well. I'm pretty hungry. But yeah, thank you all so very much for coming and joining me today, sweethearts. It's a beautiful story. It is. Fantastic story time, Tao. I hope you guys all had a great time too. Yes, I hope everyone really, really authentically did enjoy it. I will set up a, what's it called? I promise to set up a poll, not a poll, a new storytelling stream goal. Because you like that, right? Is 300 okay? Is that all right? Or does that feel like it saps up literally all your points? Strat, old woman Tao, so fragile and wise, speaks only the truth and never lies. She wakes up early and sleeps on time, unlike the young Tao who is in her prime. When will the young Tao ever fix her sleep? Will she ever enter chat in time to see Aussie Meep? Oh! Oh, and when will young Tao ever take care of her health? Oh God, please don't tell me it's after she perfects her stealth. Strat, that's fucking amazing. You better put that in writing. That's a masterpiece. Soda Pop! Darling, it's been a pleasure to meet you as well, sweetheart. I hope we will have the privilege of your company again in the not too distant future. In fact, you guys, our next stream will actually be tomorrow. We will be playing some Monster Hunter Wilds. It will be a little bit more, you know, classic cray.
yeah, I hope that you guys had a great time. Let me see. We're gonna probably go raid. We have many options today, or do we? Hold on. I actually have no idea how my computer works. Let's see. Don't mind me. Ah, there we go. That's what I was looking for. It was nice listening in the background. I'm so glad. And you enjoyed the story, Sweet Bash. I really hope so. I'm so glad you guys had fun. That makes me very, very happy. Let's see. I had time while you were reading. Oh, that's brilliant, Strat. I love it. Question of the day. What was your favorite story today? Oh, that's hard. I had a lot of fun with all of them, but I think I might have to say I'm really enthralled with Red's story. I really, really want to read more of it. Like I'm enamored by these characters. Like we've read so many stories today, but I distinctly remember all of his characters and I really, really want to learn more about them. So yeah, I would love to see more of that. You guys, we are going to go see the lovely Effie, aka Drive Ya Batty. You guys, Effie's a darling friend of mine. And yeah, I hope that you guys had a really, really wonderful time with us today. If you guys are going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. And if you are off to do something else, if that's going to the gym, cooking, relaxing, whatever it is, I hope it's the best ever. You guys have waited long enough, and so it is time for some platonic kisses on your foreheads and on your cheeks. Thank you so much for joining me, sweethearts. It's been such a pleasure. I will see you tomorrow, and I will have your schedule up for the week within a few hours of now. Yeah, sweethearts. But in the meantime, guys, please make sure that you take the best care of yourselves because you know I would take the best care of you. And I love you all so much. Thank you for improving my life. Thank you for making my heart feel so much warmer. And I'll see you in less than 24 hours. Miss you terribly, sweethearts, but see you soon. Ciao for now. Mwah!